Who is ready for the weekend? One and all, welcome back. Hello, hello, and a happy Friday to one and all. Congratulations on surviving another week of tedious pandemonium in the office, wherever you may be. But we have got another week of midweek musters. I don't know if I don't know. I still can't decide if those look good on me or not. I think we're just getting way too used to like these. But I felt like a change day. Also, we have had another change. You guys notice the background? New background, Pog. Look at that. But might need to put that poll down. Oh. They don't? I mean, probably not with the black. But yeah. We've done a little bit of redecorating. So we actually got our sound pads up now. On top of that, we do indeed have that sexy ass banner. That's the banner from El Reinado. Yes, that is. I need to adjust it slightly though. I want to stick it a bit higher because, well, basically you can kind of see, right? It's the killer pigeon and everything is a little bit low compared to the table. So I might actually like get some sort of roller banner piece so I can roll it up a bit so it holds higher. It's a big banner. It's I'd say about 40% bigger than the banners we had from Legacy. So yeah, they're pretty bulky. They're pretty big. But guys, we have got a fun day ahead of us. Got plenty of action to sink our teeth into. We're checking out some of the midweek muster games today. We might also just sprinkle in some of the ladder games between the top level players just to kind of keep it fresh. Just because you never know when the schedule is going to be running a little bit dry as we wait for more and more games and series to come through. So in terms of what we're going to open up with, I'm just having a look at our options. We could kick off with Voldemar set. So Voldemar, he's going up against Mr. Eisan. A familiar name, a familiar sight. Reminder, by the way, this week we're kicking off on Prairie each time. Let's read the patch. I don't know, dude. I feel like everyone's already gone through the patch notes at this stage. There wasn't... I looked over them. There really wasn't that much in there. I don't think much changed. I don't think much changed positively. So, like, if we... there you go. Like, I guess we'll quickly, like, go over it. I wasn't exactly, like, impressed. Since you're all about production, do you think the sound quality has improved? Yeah, definitely. Oh, what you mean from the sound pads? It's a little bit hard to tell. I'd have to run some thorough tests, but like theoretically it should have because it's less reverberations. I still need to put something up on that wall. That's the plain wall that would get the most in the way. The whole point with sound pads is basically like you don't need them all the way across the wall. Some people seem to think you need a million of them. You don't. You only need a few to break up like the solid parts of the wall where sound can basically bounce off of it. But yeah, like. There really wasn't much coming from this, guys. The map pool rotation. All right, so let's break down whether these are improvements or the opposite. What's the opposite? Negligent to the experience. So Hillendale to Cliffside is a big improvement. I think maybe the casuals are gonna absolutely hate me for saying this, but I think I stand by it. I think Hillendale's not a good map. I don't think it's very well balanced. I don't think it has that much hybridization of gameplay. Marston to Prairie is once again a huge improvement and works out perfectly, by the way, because this week Prairie is going to be our first map of the rotation. So every single series will begin with Prairie. Four Lakes into Lakeside. I'm not so sure about that as a positive change. I think people quite liked Four Lakes. I think Lakeside is, I don't want to say a resounding hit. Now that we've had it for a little bit, I'm kind of a bit skeptical about how effective it is as a map competitively. For casuals, maybe it works out. Wetlands to Golden Heights. I will say this is a win simply because Wetlands is just a dysfunctional map that doesn't spawn consistently, same as Marshland. But I know people have polarizing opinions about Golden Heights. I think Golden Heights forces very particular styles of play. It doesn't really offer up a wide, robust pool of civs that you can pick, right? It feels like there's 4 or 5 that dominate and the rest can be discarded. Haywire into King of the Hill. This change would have been great if it wasn't for the current Pro Scouts meta. I think this is just going to drive the bigger narrative again. Then again, Haywire was an even bigger sin for Pro Scouts play and cheesy all-in, so we'll see this as a win. And then Nagari to Archipelago. I think the community as a whole is probably going to see that as a loss. But then again, I feel like most Nagari games, I mean, I didn't cast many of them because we haven't been doing ladder for a while. Nagari, from the games I glanced at, was pretty much like a mini Archipelago where it just became about the center pond. Whoever won the water there won anyway. So is it really that bad of a deal to, like, big of a deal in the bad way to make it about the water entirety across the map? I don't think so. So I kind of don't mind that change either. I won't talk too much about team games. I don't really play them that much. Most important thing is to always keep Gorge in the rotation, which apparently they're doing here. So Golf Clap is there. Mountain Clearing is going to be kind of fun, though. Socotra was Giga Busted, by the way. For team games, Socotra is really broken for Zhuji. Have you guys ever spawned Zhuji into a 4v4 on Socotra? You can get like 4 berry bushes in range and gold veins. It's ridiculous. You can get like 160, 180. I think it's like the easiest map to get high scoring meditation gardens in. But gameplay wise, so some of the changes we got through, Scout getting reduced in cost is kind of weird. The train time is interesting as well. This was the big miss that I was talking about. I don't think this is good enough. The Pro Scouts nerf being a penalization of an extra 5% movement speed is negligible. I don't think they've done enough. This should have been 45% to 50%. Right, that would have actually changed things a lot. It would have meant that Pro Scouts are still doable, but if someone's all-inning you, you don't just get away with Pro Scouts, right? You become punishable. And that's the problem, is current Pro Scouts, we've talked about, it's not really that punishable. I know people like to think it's really cool when you have all this dynamic play across the map, but it's very linear in terms of strategy and what you do, right? Like, you either Pro Scouts who are playing suboptimal is basically the gist of things right now. The increase in wood costs, it's a cute idea. I get why they've done it. It's meant to recalibrate the whole idea of shuffling off the straggler trees. I'm not sure if this mathematically affects... No, it won't affect Roos at all. So, like, it doesn't really hit again. Bombard damage, cannon damage increases are kind of nice as well. I don't mind that. I don't think cannons were, like, that ridiculous. I think they needed a little bit of a damage buff to be, like, a pseudo-answer to Siege. Not the best, but can sort of work. Spring projectiles now have a significantly larger hitbox. I'm kind of excited to see how impactful that's going to be, if that's actually going to work out as intended. Springles has definitely been situationally viable, but it needs a little bit more work, right? Adjustable crossbars being nerfed, we all knew this was coming, right? It just had to. The Imperial Age meta was literally whoever got mangoes won. And that wasn't an exaggeration. Spinman now gained an additional bonus damage against elephants. This was needed as well. We've highlighted it on games before, right? It's like, well, theoretically, the elephant should, you know, lose to the mass spearman. But we all know where this is going. In reality, what would happen is you'd run 60 spearmen into 4 elephants, and the elephants would win. So glad for this change. Definitely was absolutely needed, because before this, especially against war elephants, the only counterplay was crossbows. Speaking of crossbows, this is a healthy change. Decrease on base damage, increase on bonus damage. Honestly, I want to see more of this kind of approach so that counterplay makes more sense instead of generalizations. And then, yeah, they decrease in the bonus damage and... Oh, sorry, no, they shifted it across again. Yeah, so they just changed it each level. Liami Tactics. Why? I don't know. Like, was this needed? Was an EAT nerf really needed? Okay, oh, there you go. It's okay, that's a bit more reasonable then. I don't know. Did we really need to go back to the health? Or were we kind of getting used to what infantry was becoming, is what I'm not sure of. I don't know, we'll see how this one plays out, but my feeling is like I wasn't completely objectively against the melee armor idea. I think there was a lot of backlash originally, but people were getting used to it. It was growing on people. This is going back to what it was before, yeah, just with the increased costs. And my point is, like, I get the initial complaints that would led you to believe this was needed, but I feel like in the last 2 months, people just kind of gotten over it with it and like adjusted the meta, right? I think infantry need the health versus springs now? Maybe. But then that's like Springles being a counter. I don't know. We'll see how the triangle goes. My initial instinct is like, this is probably not necessary. Maybe someone like free melee armor and like 5% health or some crap like that would have been a bit better. Fixed an issue where Merc elephants were not benefit from seeing their arrows, okay? And now the biggest change, the most important one. Cataphracts now use Byzantine shields. Yeah, what was this barbarianism? Not using the correct shields? My immersion was ruined. God, what next? Okay, are we just going to just do away with Zhuge Nu looking exactly like crossbowmen? I don't know if that's historically, like, relevant. Did repeater crossbows look like... I'm just trying to defend why they still look alike. Maybe there's someone in this patch that changed that. No longer gain free scholars from the first madrasa. I feel like this one was always glanced over and kind of forgotten about. That was a really big deal. And Dome of Faith has been nerfed. So, congrats. Now only 80% of games give me DOF. I think Dome of Faith is still going to be pretty dominant here. The change they made overall hasn't really changed that. Like, they slightly nerfed the university play. But it wasn't just about the Unitex. It's about everything at the start of Imperial into that as well. So I think overall, you're still going to see a lot of Dome of Faith builds. I think they're just too effective, especially with this Pro Scouts meta. And then we've just got outdated descriptions. Oh, no, guys, come on. Whoa, no. Fix an issue where Wingguard Rangers could see over Stealth Forest. That is BS. Okay, and I get why the developers came to that conclusion, because we've highlighted the real reason why Wingguards shoot further is they're taller. The actuality is they're a ranger. It's their senses. They can sense all the way through and find the enemies. And what is up, Mr. Staple? Thank you much for the Prime sub, mate. I don't know, mate. Look, you're a ranger. I kind of like that. All right, we get to this. Japanese buffs. I do not think this was a buff overall. I actually think they nerfed Japan. So let's get into it. New bonus. Barracks cost 50% less woods. They cost 75 wood each. Cool. We'll come back to it because the rest really matters in the picture. Fishing village, that is the discount on your fishing ships, has been decreased from 40% to 25%. That's a big nerf. Samurai train speed has been reduced from 23 to 20 seconds, which I believe brings it in line with English men-at-arms, right? So kind of cool. Tatara cost reduced. Hizukuri cost reduced. Daimyo mana cost reduced. Okay, this is starting to look... Oh. Yorishiro adjustments. Dock and military building production speed reduced from 150% to 125%. And the RPM, the resources per minute, have also been reduced. Why? Here's the problem with these changes. At the core of it, you have nerfed the only landmark that made Japan good while not buffing any of their other landmarks. How is this good? Well, the argument now is you can do racks. Okay. Here's my problem. The logic in this design choice is the devs are sick of people shoehorning the Japanese into a single role. That role being mounted samurai. Just build mounted samurai. How many of you experience it? Once in chat if you have. You go on the ladder, you queue into Japan, they just spam mounted samurai until the game is over. That's what they do, right? So, congrats. You've attempted to cripple their ability to mount samurai. So you've stopped them from being shoehorned into mounted samurai by pigeonholing them into foot samurai. Just really want to emphasize that. We have changed them from being a one-dimensional civ via cavalry, with the new goal of them becoming a one-dimensional civ via infantry. I don't think this solves the core issue with Japan. I don't think these changes make it. Like, before you even see the impact of Japan, it's not like you were basically retweaking a civ that was like top 5. You're talking about like a bottom 5 civ here, and you nerf them while buffing them. I like the idea of the racks. We talked about it before about how like it's very hard to get your scaling going with Japan in the feudal age to make sense to even play the age. So I get what they've tried to do by making feudal more relevant. But like, here's another big problem with these changes. This does absolutely nothing to fix their scalability into late castle and imperial age, right? Which is where I think Japan has struggled the most. The moment the meta started going back to crossbow heavy again, that's the weakness of Japan. So cool that they've tried to buff their feudal. I just think overall having extra raxes might get you a few more troops out, but it doesn't fix the underlying issue of their economy kind of sucking. They have issues there. It's almost like it'd be cool if farmhouses you could spend a little bit of resource. So like farmhouse, it'd be really cool if you could spend a few stone to spawn a berry. Would that not be a really cool mechanic that is like a trade-off? Because you get passive stone, but maybe you don't always want to use it. Or maybe if you're playing along feudal, the logic there is, hey, I have way too much stone because I've been gathering all this gold for samurai, but I don't have enough food. So imagine if you could click on a farmhouse and then spawn a berry bush next to it for 5 or 10 stone. That's a pretty expensive investment long term, but like you get a temporary burst, right? Like some sort of low value stone investment. And that would make sense. That would actually buff Japanese's early game economy into something other than getting gold when you gather stone or stone when you gather gold. Because now you'd be able to get an injection of food. Because remember, by the time they get age 2 and they have wheelbarrow 2, they gather 50% quicker from berries, which puts them on par with bull. So that would have actually been the buff. That was the trick. That was the solution, right? And that would have then at least given them a more powerful feudal timing, some flexibility there, still a decent spike in castle. But now I feel like what we've done here is we've tried to buff their feudal age by crippling the castle age, and then we haven't fixed the fact that late castle and imperial is going to be a nightmare for this civ, as it always historically has been, ever since, Ozutsu got nerfed to the ground. So, while I applaud the idea of trying to get Japan to progress into being a feudal present civ, I feel like there was a very forceful approach taken here that has hurt the flexibility of this civ to play a later phase of the game. So I don't overall see these as buffs. I see these as slight nerfs with a shift to where you're meant to play the game. And the big reason why you got to consider it nerf is if you're shifting them to playing feudal from playing castle, think about all the games you watch at the moment. They don't end in feudal age. They end in castle. 90% of them, right? Because even if you build a lead, the winning play is then to go up. Right? The winning play is to then age up, and that's what gets a GG out your opponent. I don't think you're going to be as scared when a Japanese player ages up. Not as you once were. Okay, Malians, though. Malians got buffed. House health increased. Pit mine health increased. Outpost rush is going to be a lot harder now. At least, rather, if you want to make the play work, you have to outpost rush. You don't just want to spearman spam now. Town center cost has been reduced, by the way. 50 resources cheaper. This has basically put them in line with the Mongol. Remember? The Mongol's TC is 800. Sorry, I got a little Ezra down here. You alright, buddy? Alright, so this puts them in line. Hey, bud. Little rosy cheek today, yeah. This puts them in line with the Mongol TC costs. But the difference is you get a lot of these resources passive. It's not like Mongols partly pay with stone that they generate for free. Sofas being changed is interesting. I think sofas were already okay situationally. They just weren't a staple all-rounder pick. I saw these more like the Magadai logic of you build 4 or 5 and you do something with them specifically. So this is just an overall buff. Vanguard Scout! Okay, that's a buff as well, man. That's a sick name. Well, it kind of fits as well because Vanguard makes you think tanky, and like Scouts and Warrior Scouts are more about tanking than doing damage. At least in military clashes. Musafadi warriors have also been buffed in the feudal age and beyond. I'm not entirely sure if that was needed. I feel that Musafadi fulfilled their role very well. They just obviously weren't a jack of all trades, all-rounder. It's not like, you don't want, for example, like an early days Achery men-at-arms spam logic for Malians, and they don't need that. They also buffed the pit mine generation. Fixed an issue with incorrect cap on pit mines for maps with extremely close mines. Okay. And then fix an issue where small pit mines will generate 1% less gold. Okay, so overall, this is buffs. So like, Malians got buffed and Japanese got nerfed is the really big takeaway here. That's how I see it anyway. I would love for people to prove me wrong, but I just don't think... I don't think it's, like, good enough. My worry now is you've encouraged Japan to play feudal age, but they won't have the economy. And by the way, guys, what makes this 10 times worse is you've encouraged them to play feudal age when they don't have the economy in a pro scouts meta, which is even worse. So before they could fast castle, get Mount Samurai out and do their normal damage, right? But now, like, what, you pro scouts Japanese? You're not very good at pro scouting. You're like a mid-tier civ at best at pro scouting. So that's a fundamental issue that I think maybe was an oversight here. The timing just doesn't align because they didn't nerf pro scouts accordingly. So, outside that, we've just got some UI bug fixes for the Mongols. Ottomans, a rename for the cavalry archer, now called Akinji. And they have had a cost decrease. Is that going to be enough to make them tempting? I don't think so. So my big issue here is when you get them. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but Cavalry Archers are a tier 2 Vizier point investment, right? This is the type of unit you really need to scale super early to get value out of, especially in the current meta. And you can't. So I think a Kinji is still going to be a bit of a miss, unfortunately. And the military and technology business discounts, yeah, have increased. Okay. Outside that, Ibids, Adabeg's no longer incorrectly use Malian camel trader skins. No. Outside that, there's nothing big here. Wait. Ooh. They fixed an issue where Desert Raiders would benefit from silk bowstrings on their melee weapons. I'm sorry. How did I not know about this? So hold on a sec. Just to clarify, they basically had the Abbasid Phalanx tech bug for Desert Raiders swords. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, outside that, we have also got even more bonus damage for the Gilded Spearman against elephants to just balance things out. And they fixed the range being wrong on the Archon. But that summarizes it. That's pretty much all the changes there. There's nothing additional. My big take on this patch, they missed. I think the number one thing that people were concerned about, that they wanted to see answered, that needed to be answered, was Pro Scouts. And they done nothing to fix Pro Scouts. I don't think so anyway. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think I'm wrong? Oh, you think Daddy right? Okay. And he would know. So I think the Pro Scouts is still going to be a problem. I don't think the 5% movement speed nerf, the 25 wood nerf is good enough. You're still going to get the top civs pro scouting, and the other ones are going to be basically like a shadow of that. They'll try to play it, or they'll try to block it, but they'll always be weaker. That's why you see, for example, Juji, Chinese, HRE, Roos get banned practically every tournament, because they are the best pro scouting civs in the game right now. So with that in mind, you know, I hope they fix this quickly. I'm worried we're going to be stuck with the Pro Scouts meta for another 8 weeks plus, which is not great. You know, I know some people are fans of Pro Scouts, and I'm not saying I want Pro Scouts gone. I don't know if people misunderstand that. Pro Scouts should be viable, but Pro Scouts should not be so oppressive that everyone has to play it or die to it. And that if you try to stop it, you're really just up Craps Creek without a paddle, right? Aren't you, mate? Aren't you? Because the reality is, by the time you can really stop it, most players will have one deer stack at least home. And that means that the tech players paid for itself. What you need is a meta where Pro Scouts is good, but it's blockable if you fully invest in blocking it. If I choose to be greedy myself, sure, your Pro Scouts play should work out. But if I immediately open with racks upon Feudal Age and go, no, then it shouldn't work out that way. It shouldn't be that I can't punish it. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. I think we might just trim this from the Twitch video because I didn't bother to record it locally. Wait, we'll stick it up on YouTube. And let me know what you think. Are you as outraged as Ezra is not that Pro Scouts is still in the meta? Do you think these Japanese changes are going to be good enough, or do you think that this was in the wrong direction? And did Malians really need a buff? Let me know what you think. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh. All right, buddy. Ugh. Is Ezra a Japanese main? Clearly not. He's way too happy about it all. I think he might be a Malian main. I can't believe I've raised one of those. Is the Beastie set starting right now? Do you guys want the Beastie set? So we had Voldemar versus Mr. Eisan, or we can do the Beastie set. Guess we can check in on the Beastie set. So we've got... Default map is going to be Prairie this week, remember, guys. We've got Frisian. And then we've got Moving Out, got picked by Jesus. I kind of love that. Oh, blimey. All right, let's open up the game then. Let's switch over the scene. And then... let's get ready to roll. KB is playing a gold-free opponent? Probably. I haven't checked his rank. But... I don't know if Choom's here. Can probably like give some clarity, maybe. But yeah, like... Beastie is one of the highest ranked persons, so his opponent should be super low rank. But we'll see. We'll see what they can do. The thing is, as well, with these type of this round, these type of games, what we tend to do is we treat them as like educational opportunities. Because the reality is, for a lot of people watching, what they're seeing Jesus do is more relatable than what they're seeing Beastie do. So let me see.
Good vibes.
Did Beastie forget to make his game viewable? I think. Wait. Is it? Is it viewable? Oh, wait. No, it's not viewable. Oh, no. Ezra. Jesus. Oh. Alright. We might not be able to view this one because I don't know if it's Jesus or Beastie, but someone didn't actually set the lobby to viewable. Really need players to actually start holding each other accountable for that crap. So, sorry if you already mentioned this, but what do you think of the patch? I really don't understand the nerfs to Yoshiro. We just literally went over it. You'll be able to see it in the recordings. Oh my god, Ezra, please. Yeah, get your fingers in there. Okay, I see the problem. His bib was in the way. He somehow found his way to the control key as I was scroll wheeling, and everything just went minuscule. Not a game where you can learn much of the goal free. You can learn much from like the first 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys. For that reason, what we're going to do, we're going to check out the Voldemar versus Mr. Eisan set. Because I'm not going to wait around for a game to finish. To have a look at it afterwards. So 1 second. Let me get this loaded in. So they done Dry Arabia. Ugh. Is it Goldie? Bless him. All right, can you be sat down and not be a nuisance? Yeah? 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 Hey, buddy. I'll turn the heater down. But, no, was someone saying something about my brightness earlier, I think I saw. It might be that it just seems bright because everything's white, right? I know, I've been finding it a little bit tricky with the camera at the moment to find that sweet spot. Kids growing up addicted to screens. Welcome to every kid nowadays. So, Mr. Eisan versus Voldemar should be a pretty fun one, though. So let me have a look and see where they're taking us for game number 1. Well, we know where they're taking us, but what they're picking, rather. Looks like we've got a Chinese Order of the Dented game to kick us off, chat. Yeah, China getting through... Wait, I just realized. What the hell's this draft? Alright. This is a pretty wild draft. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for a wacky draft situation. I can't believe this. Voldemar got everything he wanted and more. He got Juji, Chinese, French, and Malians here in the first tournament of the new patch that dropped in February of 2025 for Age of Empires 4. A patch that, honestly, I don't think is going to change anything. It did at least change the map pool, which is why we got Prairie as a default starter map. Now, Prairie was a very intriguing choice in the Pro Scouts meta, and you're seeing why when you look on the mini-map. Collectively, across this map, you are going to see you end up with slightly more deer than standard, right? Okay, I don't know why it just deselected. You got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So you end up with 27 deer, I believe it is. So it's one less you get on standard map, but the way they're spread might make it a bit more intriguing in terms of options, as you don't necessarily have that tight spawn where you've got like a double deer stack right next to you. You have a more contested territory. And you also, in return for maybe being greedy with pro scouts in this meta, would have a very exposed spawn. So we'll see how this gets played. Order of the Dragon versus Chinese, definitely an interesting way to kick this one off, though. Lower the res, then up the saturation. Okay, remind me after the game, not when we're in. We'll see if we can tweak that. But yeah, China, I just don't know how China completely dodged the bullet when it came to rebalance, right? Like, this Civ is still insanely powerful. I still think that this is usually the top Civs in the game. Ah, he's off to a top start there. Look at that. 24 sheep to work with. 17 on the other side for Eisan. So what's the OTD strategy here? In this matchup, you're probably looking at Pro Scout Denier, but I think the wider spread of the map might make that very difficult. Order of the Dragon tends to look better when you've got matchups where, or maps rather, where the resource is thinner on its location. And what I mean by that is, for example, if you have Pro Scouts, you know it's going to be happening right now. What you really want as an Order of the Dragon player is a map where the deer spawn is here, and here, and here, and then maybe one behind your opponent. Because then, with very limited spears, you can block multiple stacks. The problem you're going to have here is there's 9 independent locations on the map. Realistically, 6 of them you're going to have to guard. And that's difficult because you shouldn't really need many spears to deal with a scout. But the problem is, although you don't need many spears to deal with a scout, that's kind of a negative for Mr. Eisan here, where instead of being able to rush out independently one spear to each location and figure out where his opponent is going, he's going to have, what, 3 spears spread out across 6 locations because of how expensive they are. This has been a tricky thing with Order of the Dragon. There's a lot of things conceptually in Age of Empires 4 that involve width in terms of play. You can't just play a condensed format. You have to go wide. You have to play blocker. And that is where you get the wind sucked out of you as OOTD. We've seen it in the late game. We've even seen it in the Pro Scouts meta. So Voldy has already gone to Imperial Academy. We've got 3 on the gold. And we'll have taxation. So once that first Imp official comes out, you'll just see him rushing towards the timing here. Other side of it, Mr. Eisan obviously has to work a little bit harder to get his gold. He's already tapping up the number. Final sheep haul is going to be 23 to 21. So actually pretty well balanced there by Eisan. If you don't know who Mr. Eisan is, by the way, he does stream a decent amount. I'm trying to remember what his exact rank was. Let's have a look here. So Mr. Eisan, 840th in the world. Pretty respectable, actually. So just shouldn't be a complete runaway for Voldemar. He's definitely favored here. But it's not like we're watching Kong versus a gold. What do you guys think about Prairie being brought in, by the way? And what is up, Zeko? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you, and welcome back to Swarm. I thought it was worth exploring, because I think we've seen like a lot of maps that were written off, but because the Pro Scouts meta became quite intriguing to watch again. Frusin provided that exact narrative last week, I want to say. You know, before the Pro Scouts meta, it just felt like there's 3 civs that worked there, but with it, we're seeing 6 to 8 different civs getting picked. A lot of variety, actually. Interesting. So Eisan, to try and overcome the mobility issue, he doesn't bother with the racks at all. I quite like this. Going in the Horseman isn't a bad idea. It's a little bit tricky, though, because you don't get that added layer of harassing your opponent. On the trade-offs on Prairie, that gold, very close to the TC. Sure, you can talk about wood being exposed, but in terms of gold access, not really much you can do to stop Voldemar potentially just rushing Castle Age here. First of all, though, another thing I am noticing, that boar... Is it me, or is that ball quite close to Voldemar's base? You can pull it here. In fact, he may not even need to. Like, there might be a gradual Barbican play for the Berry and the Ball Secure on the backside. Eisan is rushing Castle. I'm hoping this is going to be the Burgrave build. I actually hate Regnants right now for OTD. It's just not good to rush. It loses them a lot of games, actually. Because when you go Regnants, you just don't have a standing army. It takes way too long to get them out as well. Okay, so Beastie made it available to observe for the next game. Okay, we'll see if that set is still going in time. I mean, we weren't going to sit there and wait potentially like 10 extra minutes or whatnot. So we'll stick with Voldemar and Eisan for now. Should be a much closer matchup anyway, by the sounds of it. Considering that would mean the first Beastie game was like maybe 10 minutes long. So potentially his entire set against that poor lad on the opening round could be over before game 1 of this set is even complete. So Barbin coming in. Didn't even try to secure the ball. Makes sense though, you just want to protect your gold so you can spam out units upon arrival in the next stage. It is a castle race and oh, Eisan. Oh, buddy. So, we done the maths on this the other day. Burgrave is, in most situations, better. Burgrave lets you get your units 35% faster, 35% cheaper. That means a 240 resource cost men-at-arms. You're going to save 72 gold on it, and you can get 3 of them out per minute before Military Academy. Because Burgrave produces quicker, produces every 20 seconds. So, you get Military Academy, you go down to 15 seconds. That ends up saving you 288 resources per minute, if you're just building men-at-arms, for example. So 288 resources per minute. Remember, each relic, when you have a Regnitz, it's an extra 80 resources per relic. Which means once you have 4, that's 320 resources extra. But if you don't get 4, you're worse off than what you would be with a Burgrave. And the problem with that is it's great in theory saying that 5 relics are OP, but getting them is another matter. And that's the thing that I always try to emphasize for people when they say, yeah, but KP, you just done the maths for us, and Regnitz is better. Like, the number can be higher. Zoom, zoom, go harder. Yeah, but how often are you getting 5 relics? Especially with 0 units on the map. That's the thing that kind of worries me about these Regnitz plays for Fast Castle. And FC is being mirrored. Voldemar now on his way up. And bear with me a second, because we've got Ezra being an absolute grump again. What is up with you, huh? What is up with you? Oh. He's not hungry because he just fed. But he's going to be a cranky boy, apparently. So, Relic Race is on. Eisan's already moving out for the first. Tech out complete for Voldemar, but remember, with his Supervise, he can get his first Lancers out pretty quick here. And he knows where these Relics are, so he should be sending one to the north, one to the south. In fact, he's already scouting the closest one, wondering if Eisan is going to take the safe route instead of the risky. I'm not liking that Eisan is taking the more gambly Relic first. I get the logic, and against the normal Civ, I'd agree, but with the production speed that China has, they're going to get Lancers out. And in fact, he already sees what he's up to. Interesting. Yeah, so he has got 4 prelates in play. This one, no, okay. This is way too greedy. Like, once again, Eisan's not taking the easy win. He's trying to rush the timing here. He has got 2 other relics at least on the way home. Well, 1 now. So 1 will secure through. He should be able to get the closest one to him. This one doesn't seem like it should realistically happen. But Eisan is drawing attention north. So actually, he's going to get away with the central bound one. Unless the Lancer has anything to say about it. But Voldemar, a little bit off the mark there. I think that might have been a select all army to drag back. Ah, I see what happened. He saw the knight around the back, and he's paranoid because he needs 2 Lancers here to contest the 1. 3 if you want to make it an easy fight. Well, north side, it's going to create a little bit of space, but that's going to be denial. So it looks like it's going to be 2 relics making it home now. 3rd one seems feasible. Pretty good, right? But what did we just say about the relic count? If Eisan gets 3 relics home, that's an extra 240 resources. So if he went into the Burgrave and got his hands on Military Academy, he'd be saving more per minute than he'd be making off this play. Whoa. I'm starting to realize when I've got Ezra, this is the one time where actually having the headset mic was easier, so I could lean back in the chair. Spear's now coming out to address this. Looks like we've got crossbow switch up from Eisan. Lancers are starting to lose the fights against the Gilded Knights. There's no way Eisan gets more than 3 here, right? You sure on that calculation, Sass? because if you save 35% on men-at-arms, 10% is worth 24. So, like, I actually rounded down. And if you produce 35% quicker, it's every 20 seconds without Military Academy. So let's say roughly 75. So you save 75 per men-at-arms. You produce 3 a minute. That's 225 resources. And then if you get Military Academy, it goes down to 15 seconds, right? So then it becomes 300 resources. There is also, on top of that, remember what we talked about, the risk where usually if you basically go Regnants, you just don't have any units on the field whatsoever. So you have 0 protection against whatever your opponent's throwing at you when you try to get relics. And the whole idea of like 200 pop, I guess my biggest issue with that statement, does it really feel good playing late game as Order of the Dragon? Because I always felt like that's their weakest point unless they can afford hand cannoneers, which I know Regnants will help with, but it's still very hard to sustain. Burgrave makes no calf. It's a fair point. Oh, Eisan! Sorry, my son won't stop. Keep your foot to yourself. I mean, I'm impressed, though. Eisan did get more than I would have expected here, especially against what should have been Lancer spam. It's almost like Voldemar just, I don't want to say gave up contesting, but after he couldn't stop the first 2, slowed down and went for the bigger pump. Right now, things are looking pretty good for Eisan. Like, crossbows is your king unit. This is how you can just win so many games. Ugh. Ezra up. Eisan shouldn't have lost from here. Well, that's pretty assumptuous of you to say he's just going to lose. I mean, things look pretty damn good. At this point, you just hunker down and go for Imperial. Walls are ambitious. I get why he's going for it. It's always tricky to do walls on this map. In fact, like, Season 9's introduction makes Prairie even harder to wall. So, Eisan, how many outposts we got? He's not fully leveraging his relic power here. Right, you want to spread these out, you want to gather a little bit of stone, get some spawner placements in, and then just tech. For Voldemar, his win condition, I don't think he wants this to just rush into Imperial. He's going to look to apply pressure. I love the play under Sacred Sites here. He's even going to be walling off the one furthest away so he can play between the north and center. Pretty smart read overall. Yeah. I don't know, maybe we should dig into the maths of it afterwards with the Burgrave. Like, you say it's Mr. Maths. I was talking about this with Crackety. Like, Crackety is the one that got me onto this. And then I worked it out math-wise. Like, it's very hard to just, like, guarantee free relics with Order of the Dragon unless you play Feudal Tempo, right? Because you just don't, like, it takes you so long to get an army out. I'm kind of impressed that his knights were able to do this much. Because the thing you have to remember, guys, is these knights, they take 42 seconds to even appear. You know what sucks for Order Dragon? Arkan? Yeah, but the suckier part is, like, mine work isn't really any better. HRE's mine work is good. And Ezra, can I please have back the headset? Why? Oh my god. This kid does not stay still. Eisan looks like he's trying to tech up now. Sorry, I just got to deal with my son not sitting down properly. Mine work is better for Order Dragon than it is for HRE. Allpike says what? Are you sure? Like, in what way? Do you mean comparatively to the Arkan, or do you just think it's a better version? Because those are like 2 very, very different things. That's a little red on the backside, Voldemar. He'll start forcing hard this time. I mean, Eisan, he still hasn't made the play. He's also overgathering a stone, which suggests we're looking at an attempted keep drop to stop the Sacred Site win condition. Okay, yeah. So you're talking like comparatively, Arkan. I can get where you come from that side. The H3 Arkan just feels a lot better than Mine Work. But like, if you compare the Mine Works for their value themselves, right? All Pikes just feels really good. I also just think things like the Archer play is a little bit better for the Mine Work timing for Archers on HRE. Because one of the big problems with all the Dragon's Archers still is they feel terrible when you have to move. They're great when you can just stand still, but like most ranged combat in AoE 4 is not standing still. Definitely not in the early game. Like in theory, if you're talking like fully comped out armies at 200 pop, sure. You can kind of stand still there, and that's where those archers will Gatling gun. Wait, where's the villager pool? Okay, they're on their way now. I don't think this works. What is Eisan looking for? I guess it's wood is his concern at this stage, because he's running out. You get damage and HP, you pay 2x pop. Yeah, but I talked about this before, like, not every unit is 2x quality. So, like, for example, like, the ranged upgrades is probably the best example of good. And thank you, Britboy, appreciate the sub about the Swarm. But, like, you know, Spear Melee, as an example. You know, percentile-wise, a standard Spearman's getting a bigger boost to their damage than a Gilded Spearman, right? Oh my god. Stop doing that. Ezra keeps trying to get out of his chair. Yeah, we noticed today he started to move himself. We left him on the mat, and when we came back, he'd rolled himself around 90 degrees. So like, uh-oh. We've reached that phase. I think Mummy's stuck in traffic, mate. So, Dive In was pretty expensive for Voldemar, but he's still got the win condition. Eisan's switching into Gilded Archers. Very good idea, but remember that China has got access to the Nest of Bees. On top of that, the worker kills are stacking up, man. That's gonna be like, what, 12 worker kills to 1? I think Eisan missed his window entirely here. Also, playing Gilded Archers when you have no wood control on the map, when you have 4 relics, it doesn't really make much sense. You want to be into gold-heavy units. Hey, mate. Hey, yeah. Baby's trying to talk. He coos a lot now. He just likes being held. He's very attention-seeky. He's not one of those babies that likes to just sit there on their own. Right? Like his sister... And I think it was because of the time when we had her, because we basically all got COVID when she was born. She's more chill on her own type baby. Ah, here's Mummy. You can go and annoy her. Say bye, chat. Bye, chat. What's that? Can you maybe stop limboing? Bye, chat. See ya. Oh. Well, the whole reason why Eisan could have got Imperial Age right is because he got 4 relics and you in placement. Like, there's no easy in for Voldemar there because he began Lancers. He did try to switch Spear Crossbows, but by the time he's doing it, he's not going to have a clean timing into Rams. So I agree, he could have just gotten away with an Age up. Now the game's just weird. It's 4 minutes on the clock, but what makes it worse is, like, what is Eisan building? Is he building something to break into walls? Right? I don't think Eisan assumes that there's defenses around the secret sites. Golden Cuirass and Scale Armor are both nuts, in your opinion? Scale Armor is crazy. I think Golden Cuirass is sometimes maybe, like, overhyped, I want to say. It's weird because the current meta is probably the best time for it to look good because now we have Pro Scouts, so you can technically cheese mass men at arms. But before the Pro Scouts meta, I don't know, the Golden Cuirass build just... It looked broken when we first saw it, and then it just kind of fell off the side of a cliff. This just feels like a very depressing death in Game 1 for Eisan. What's going on with Pop? What do you mean? He has... That's literally his Pop. He has nothing. Voldemar does need to fix his housing issue. I assume he's noticed or is about to. definitely has a bunch of things waiting to be born right now. Then again, even if he doesn't realize he's pop locked, how does Eisan get an army together quick enough now? Like, I don't know. Have we got Van Gogh in chat? Because I need someone to paint me a picture. And it needs to be damn pretty. Keep drop. Okay, so the only move I think that Eisan has left is dropping a keep near the sacred site. Maybe the thought process here is guard my base and then I can send everything out to fight. But that's what the emplacements are meant to be pretty good at. I think at this point we're just off the beaten path where Eisan, after that last fight, isn't really sure what to do. I'm trying to think if like sacred site win conditions are as common outside of Conk 3. And I want to say they're not unless obviously you're against a daily player. So like maybe Eisan isn't used to this time constraint per se. I think what happened here for Eisan is he got 4 relics and was just like, okay, yeah, I just make him come to me. I'll have better economy. I'll fight better. How does Order of the Dragon population work? Basically, outside of scouts and siege, any unit you see here is 2 population instead of 1. All right, so Rams are on the way, but Voldemar is really doing a number on this one. In fairness to Eisan, Voldemar's comp doesn't make sense. If he just built Nest of Bees, it's the most easy fight you can imagine, but he built Springolds. And Springolds won't get the bonus damage against the mass ranged. They will clear the small group of men at arms quick. But like, for example, scale armor here just feels really great against Springolds. You have more health than standard archer, and now you're just mitigating basically what a quarter of the damage you should be taking. 1 minute left on the timer. Feels like it would take a miracle to break in here. It's just too many units. This is over. It's not just the military roll count here. It's the Springald difference as well. Backline's been reached. They ain't going to last long at all. He'll try to go for the decap. But I just think with so little troops left, the Springalds alone can now beat you. So game 1 is going to be a win for Voldemar. Unfortunately for Eisan, I think he began this game really, really well. 4 relics and a lockdown to go up into him. Would have put him in a very good position here, but he felt that reluctance. He felt that necessity to play castle, and it cost him. Oi, oi, oi. All right. As much as I love my son, bloody hell is he a pain in the ass when we try to sit him on this desk. He always finds a way of kicking the keyboard, no matter where I put the keyboard. Oh. Yeah, it's very weird with him because, like I said, with his sister, she didn't get spoiled, right? Because we all had COVID, no one could come visit, so we just had to make do with her. Whereas he likes being held a lot. And it doesn't help. He's a cute little bastard, so everyone wants to hold him. All right, so we were saying about the reds on the camera. Also like this. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Because that makes it redder, bringing it down, surely. Maybe? I don't know. It's awkward as well. I could just leave it on automatic. I just don't trust automatic. Is that better or worse? I guess we can try automatic for a bit. The only thing I don't like about automatic on this camera is it puts it down to 60 frames. All right. Let's get ready to go, though. We'll hop into game number 2. Voldemar on the French and Eisan to the Abbasids. Dry Arabia and... Does Abba have any beneficial thing in this matchup? It's really tricky, man. I think Abba right now, because the meta is still going to remain Pro Scouts, this Civ, I think Abba, more than any other Civ in the game, is defined by their ability to play TC. And I want to say 90% of the attempts to do 2 TC against Pro Scouts have failed. The 10% that worked were because they were on very defensive maps. So if you guys remember, for example, we had the WAM games that he would play on Frisian, where it made a lot of sense, because on Frisian, you just have that layer of protection. You can get away with it, right? But, here, I'm not so convinced. Looking at the spawn, at least, he has got double tree line forward. Good layer of protection there. Deer could be shoved in, so if you can get one of these deer stacks in, he could maybe play TC here, and it blocks. But you'd have to be quick on the push. Abba Scout is loud. Okay, well, it seems as loud. My mistake. I must have missed that entirely. That's all that matters. Nothing is louder than an Abba villager death scream, in fairness. So what you need to do, if you really want to beat someone, what you need to do is you need to hack their headphones, put them up to maximum volume, and then, one by one, send your Abbasid villagers in to die. By the end of the game, your opponent will be literally deaf. Now, admittedly, they could still play the game with their eyes and their hands, but the point is at that stage, you know, the blood from the eardrums rupturing, etc., is probably going to be a distraction. So there you go, guys. That's how Abba wins currently. Wondering, actually, is Eisan going to try something different here? We've seen the Culture Wing build like once or twice. Voldemar tried it as well. I think Eisan strikes me as just a standard eco wing boy. Maybe you go melee. We've seen a few people do military wing just to try and pressure the initial scout play. It feels like it has limited success, though. And yeah, okay, it's going to be eco wing. All right, predict. How many TCs do you think Eisan would build? You know, because if we're talking Conk 3 pro level, you're probably like, whoa, can't do more than one TC. That's going to get me killed. Do you think Eisan's going to follow that suit? Abba wins by handing the opponents the baby to hold. Boom. Another reason why it'd be a struggle to do the Road to Conk at the second. Isn't that the more impressive challenge? I still remember... So this is... I mean, it's quite absurd what you do. So Slacks from Dota 2. He doesn't use keybinds to play Dota 2. He just clicked the icons on the screen. In fact, I can't remember... Who was it I was watching the other day who done that on stream? And I was like, no way. I think it's Tim. Yeah, Tim doesn't press the hotkeys. He'll like go and click. So like click, click, click. And I can't get over it. I don't know. Who here uses the clicks as well? I wonder if there's like some justification where sometimes it does make more sense to click. But at that point, usually my thought is just maybe redo your keybinds. It's like a classic. If it's easy to click it on the screen, then maybe you just need to shuffle your keybinds around. Okay, so Eco Wing coming in turn. Skull Cavalry timing looks decent for Voldemar. Gold stockpiling is good as well. He should be able to queue up Pro Scouts and then get the first night out in the first like 10, 15 seconds. I've got a funny feeling Voldemar's not going to do that though. I'm starting to wonder if this is just a raw scout pump to begin the age. Moment of truth. They did make them cheaper. No, there we go. Pro Scout's queued. He hasn't spent on the Scout, so we are getting the initial night. He just needs to get more workers across on the gold. Yeah, so his build order is a little bit out of whack because he built an outpost. So Voldemar didn't scout for the military wing, by the looks of it. Because I can't imagine why you drop an outpost this early unless you're expecting military wing. It's very wasteful. And you can see the impact it's had because, you know, we're like, what, 30 seconds plus into the age before the first night gets queued. You may conk and only use make villager hotkey or the rest clicks. Wait, even like the units? Oh, you must have been playing French or something. Ain't no way you manually clicking to spam Onabagisha. Good God. That's carpal tunnel waiting to happen. So Eisan, if he decides to just invest in the racks, he can actually block the west side deer fairly easily. Obviously, classic Abba wants one thing and one thing only, right? He is only going to be going 2 TC. That second TC placement hasn't been selected yet, though. And it's kind of awkward now because Voldemar's waiting for it. He's watching. And he just plays it defensive. Oh, wow. With 13 sheep as well, that's a little bit surprising. That's not much, guys. Remember, he began on the berries. The berries are almost gone now. He's got, like, what, 700 food left there? And then 13 sheep. And because nights are coming, you can't necessarily go on the berries anyway. Clicking the move commands is diabolical. Oh, God. Yeah, no. Wait, yeah. So if you only use the hotkey to produce villagers, does that mean you manually click for a click? Wait, remind me, guys. Do we have the option to smart a click? I think we did get that added a while back, right? That's where you can, instead of clicking the key, you can just press the button. That thing was a game changer for Dota 2 for me. So, first goodie's already on the way home. We still have 0 blockers whatsoever from Eisan. What's up, TJ? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember what we said about Pro Scouts is too suffocating? You can't do anything else against it but play it or block it? This is about to be a pristine example of it. He's finally got Spearman coming in. But do you see the trade-off here of what's happened? It's going to be 4 of 1 your 7 deer stacks gone. Then the rest of the deer on his side is easily grabbable. That's almost 3 stacks of deer at that point for Voldemar. That's, what, about 6,000 plus food to work with? That's way too big of an advantage. For a French player, let's be real about this, that is going to be a pretty nice extra 40 nights. 40 nights has been known to end plenty of games if you're able to just spam them outright. Good initial micro. Why you got the charge off? Voldemar, you cheeky git. Eisan trickling spears out is a problem there. Yeah, because he only went 1 Rax, and he's realizing the mistake now, adding the second. But at this point, I think Voldemar's guaranteed a second point of access onto the deer. I like the way that Voldy played this as well. Some players would have went up to 6 to 8 spearmen, but he saw that Eisan was being greedy and has basically used that, leveraged that for momentum. So instead of it being a game where you get 1 deer stack from your opponent's side, he can now turn it into a game where you get all the deer. You click patrol. I mean, that was not too bad. If you use default keys, isn't it? Oh, actually, D. D sounds weird for patrol, though. I get why it's D, because obviously the key binding layout. It is weird, the distinctive behavior we expect from certain button presses. Like patrol, you'd think P, which is weird. Not the best of micro there from Voldemar. Did get pinched in the initial night. But he's now starting to pay attention. So this is bad now for Eisan. I think he got baited. No, he got baited again. So he got baited by that initial night kill. He got way too overconfident. I think he just believed that Voldemar would walk away. But why would you? There's no reason to here. Next up is going to be the closer deer stack. Even now is adding in the archers. Because Eisan has made critical blunders, right? Twice he's now just kind of panic reacted and lost spears. So realistically, and it sounds so dented, but your only logical way now is to panic react further and add even more spears. Well, at this stage, Voldemar doesn't need to keep adding knights. He knows you have to add in more spears. So you can just get a step ahead of you. I think for Eisan, actually adding 1 camel archer would have been worth. It's expensive for sure, but the damage debuff would make it a bit more possible. You use AWSD to move screen? Oh, no. No. Oh, God. I thought watching these spearmen lose to knights was going to be painful, but hearing that was so much worse. Okay, so Eisan finally grouped together enough spears to be scary. This is the kind of critical point, right? Because you do 28 damage per spearman, so you do 168 damage. Then you have to minus the armor, but the whole point is you've almost insta-killed a knight. It's pretty good. Fortunately, you just got the bad news. The archers are now here. Voldemar is just going to brute force in. That was kind of a weird micro as well. Voldemar pulled back the injured and sent the heavily health knights deeper. Eisan didn't realize it was happening and didn't immediately hit them. Oh, God. AWSD to move screen is really smart. A lot of top pro players have done that. I'm still gonna just stand my ground that, like, if you really want to get peak efficiency, you learn to use the middle mouse button like this. So I did use WASD in one game. That was Halo Wars 2 the other day I was playing through. That's because Halo Wars, the way it's kind of keybind configured, it kind of makes sense. But I'm telling you guys, you know, this middle mouse button thing, so if you want to be an observer, if you want to be a caster, you basically what you want to do, you see what I'm doing here? I can't move the edge of the screen. You disable edge panning because edge panning's bad, right? Let me show you how bad edge panning is for viewing. Do you like that? Do you like? No, you hate that. So that's why I can't move the screen with my cursor. Use middle mouse button. The cool thing about middle mouse button is very spatial efficient because it lets you move the screen while keeping your mouse here. I always disagree with players who say it's more efficient to like edge pan with the cursor because what you're doing there is you're moving your cursor out here to move the screen and then moving it back. What I'm doing is moving the screen, and instead of having to move my mouse cursor back, it's literally already here. So if I move the screen to focus on these villagers, I can now select them, whereas a player would have to shift across with screen pan, like hitting the edge with a cursor, and then come back to the center to select. Even, I remember the start with Dota 2 as well, where I managed to convert 1 or 2 players to it, and they thought it was dumb, because it sounds bad. And the more they used it, like, oh, this is actually pretty good. What is not pretty good is Eisan's position in this game right now. Military wing is on the way. That's going to give him 2 camels, but it's 15 knights now. Not many villages. You wouldn't think Eisan rushed 2 TC. That's his whole economy lead now gone. I ain't liking the look of this one right now. I think Eisan, the lesson here, I mean, I think 2TC just doesn't really work on a map like Dry Arabia, but if you're going to do it, and you're going to try to contest bro scouts, slightly delay your timing, except the first scout's going to go through, and then bring more spears. Because the reality is you're never going to blow up the first steer grab. Why? Because you went 2TC. Even with ecoing, that's expensive. Think about the maths on it. Like going 2TC, you spend over 500 resources on that. Okay. Or, here's a thought, we could have had 6 extra spearmen. Camels are going to try to hold on for him, but another problem here, Eisan, he hasn't prepped the tech. No veterancy on the way, despite the fact he has more than enough gold to get it. And once again, that villager lead is gone. Voldemar's got the right idea. He's just not going to let go of this now. Knights are just going to dive in. There's just no upgrades coming. The camel debuff is at least helpful here, sure, but the spearman count is too low. And there's still more and more coming after this. The only reason Eisan hasn't tapped out yet is his food supply hasn't been found. But he has bigger problems. So, looks like it's going to be a 2-0. That means that Voldemar will be making his way through to the round of 16. We'll face off against either B or Hanodins. I noticed we have a lot of new names this week, by the way. We've got Eisan sign up for the first time, Hanodins, Sanji's in there, Return of CSO, Rakbulo's coming back again. We have Jesus, who may have been martyred in that opening series against Beastie. And then we also have the return of Fukraz. I heard Fukraz is pretty interesting, actually. Mirai said he's a tricky opponent. And then, of course, Nomad signing up. So, and Rango. So, yeah, really cool to see additional names coming up. These games can be invaluable. It's really about how you approach them. I'll be real, if you're like a gold level player and you get put against Beastie, probably anything past the first 5 to 10 minutes maximum, you've already got enough to learn from that beginning. The rest is kind of noise. But there's a very big difference between watching someone else play the game to learn the game and experiencing that matchup. The biggest challenge I'd say you have to be careful of if you're a low-ranking player is not getting overwhelmed by it. It can be like a sensory overload. The difference is like day and night between you and a conk level player. But there is little lessons that can be learned along the way. BC Anatan Finals. I mean, Beastie has got B on his side of the bracket. I mean, B and CSO are like the biggest threats from the east side of the bracket, right? The west side looks a little bit tighter. You've got Wham, Dimmu, and Anasand in there as front runners. Killjadi as well. Maybe that's what we should do on Fridays to kick off, is our predictions on all the series and who's going to win how much by. So Guildhall came in for Voldy. At this point, Eisan is just kind of in limbo waiting to be killed. He's waiting for Sharon to just guide him over the river. We have got the melee armor coming in for the camel riders, but you haven't addressed the archers now, right? Like 7 Guillims is not great. And he's not even gathering gold at this stage. And you're gonna see exactly why camels kind of suck against archers. Well, you can give them all the melee armor you want, but it doesn't give them ranged armor. Wham can be harder for Anatan? I mean, that was the last grand final, was then it went all the way to 7 games to decide it. So possibly, for sure. Interesting, by the way. I think we have Starlock versus Micah after this one. Good to see Eisan giving it a go. Yeah, like, you know, it's not so anyone, and I don't want anyone to like discredit and be like, why you even sign up, bro? You don't get better by not trying. You can either just be a couch warrior laughing other people, or you can try to like actually improve. So I think Midweek Muster is a phenomenal tool for that. You know, it's a great place for new and old to hone their skills. That's the whole reason why it's a 30-week circuit. It's not about how you start, it's about how you end. And I think for some players who've been playing these, they're probably going to feel that their gameplay has improved drastically because of it. Eisan, we'll see if he signs up again next week, because it looks like he's going to have to rely on those sign-ups. Will not make it to the round of 16. This is the type of dive that kills you. It's 33 archers, 15 knights. And this is not what I call a resounding defense force. Especially when you frontline with the camels like this. Yeah, reminder to people who do want to sign up to these, we do usually have sign-ups ahead of the weeks, so go ahead and have a look on the Start GG. That's going to be a GG and a 2-0 for Voldy. All right. I think the other like fundamental thing I'd say for Eisan is kind of just reassess the draft here. I don't think it makes sense. Like his first pick, his first ban rather Japanese makes no sense. Ayu as well. I assume these are just civs he doesn't like playing against, but they're not high value civs for the map pool. They're not high value civs for the player. They're not high value civs for the meta, right? So that's another area where he can help himself. You know, Order the Dragon is okay as a pick, but HRE I get, sure, but the bans weren't used well, I'd say. Like, you can see what happened in the end. Like, Voldemar was so spoiled for choice. Like, he could have had Bruce. He just didn't take it until later on. Wait, am I reading this right? I'm pretty sure I am. Oh, no, wait, no. Voldemar banned Japanese. Sorry, I'm being a muppet. He banned Japanese away from Eisan. Okay. Wait, but yeah, but Eisan basically went respect ban on the Mongols at the start. That one is a bit funky. So there was kind of memery both ways. Like, Mongol first ban is... I know everybody likes them, but chill. Alright, so... I believe... I should be able to do... Starlock versus Micah, guys. Give me a sec. I'm just going to grab their draft. In fact, do we start from game 1? So they are... I think they're into G2. What do you think, guys? Should we start from the start? Let me get the draft. Where is it? Okay, so I've got the draft link here. And God, they confused me because me and Micah versus Starlock on the map draft, and there's Starlock versus me and Micah on the other. On the Civ draft. Which is definitely not confusing at all. So, prairie. And then we've got cliff sides and coastal cliffs. All right, I didn't get any responses. You know what? We're going to hop in midway for the series. We'll go in with into the second game. So they're currently playing on cliffside. Give me 1 sec. We'll load it up. I'll let you guys know what the result of game 1 was. Need it for the score anyway. So G1 on Prairie was, drum roll. Yeah, it was very quick. It was an 8-minute game. It was Mongols versus Byzantines. Starlock won, by the way. So basically, me and Micah got outpost rushed. And did not expect to get outpost rushed whatsoever. Interesting. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. It's time to see if he can do it again. The man who would willingly pick Japanese into Chinese and crush them is going to need to here. Starlock leads the series. You hop into cliffside. And me and Micah is already looking to take advantage of the Dark Age Rax plays after the Japanese just received a buff to their spearman play. The Raxes only cost 75 wood. This is kind of nuts, actually, against China as well, but it can make a lot of sense due to the fact they need to go for extra gold because they don't have a taxman with this build. It's the no IO build. But look at the reaction. Starlock, yeah, he scouted it straight away. This doesn't work because he knew it was coming. Let's get predictions up for game number 2 here. So Starlock versus Mio Micah. Give you guys a minute on predictions because we're already at like a critical stage. This is cool though. This is the first Japanese game we're going to be seeing where this gets leveraged. Remember, they just changed them, so a few tweaks to Japanese. The blacksmith tech, so the early melee tech, is cheaper. The daimyo effect, so you can get bannerman, is cheaper. The Raxes are now much cheaper. Admittedly, they did get nerfed on their fishing, but we're on a land map. And wow, he didn't even go with the spearman. He went with the samurai. But Starlock, wait, this isn't enough. Wait, Starlock, is he? No, you can't build a Barbican. A Barbican would be catastrophic here. So, folks, if you build a Barbican, you still don't have an Imperial official, so you're just negative at that stage. He'd have to build a Barbican, gather the gold, and then go for either an Imperial official out of the TC, or then delay himself further and build an academy. Either way, me and Micah would have a huge edge, which I'm kind of baffled by, man. I think Starlock had the right idea sending out the extra gold workers. It's just kind of crazy he wasn't willing to take a little bit of damage to gather 35 gold. With 5 villages, it should not take you that long. I know the samurai, you know, they hit reasonably hard at 8 damage, but you have enough time with that play. That's crazy. So Mio Micah with his signature Japanese, well, not signature, it feels like his rising star. Historically, Mio Micah has the most games on Mongol and Juji, but he's recently, in the last like 2 or 3 weeks, been adding Japanese to his roster. It's been looking pretty solid. It's kind of a creative time frame, right? With the changes to Raxes, theoretically, Feudal Own and Geisha became more viable. Now, I still stand by what I said, that I think the Japanese changes are overall enough. You know, they can't play water as well anymore, but now, like, you're trying to force them off of being a Mata Samurai Civ into being an infantry Civ. I just don't see the full advantage there yet. And there's the Barbican. Yeah, so he has to do the disastrous thing here. This is getting delayed quite a bit by the one samurai. It will go up, that's undeniable. You can't stop it indefinitely. But I think Mio has to be quite happy with what he's done here. Samurai will take a little bit of damage, able to get away though. And Kura Storehouse now on the way for Mio. And that is a horrible tiling position. We are not going to be seeing farms there at all. This is a Civ matchup I want to see after the latest patch. Love to see Japanese versus Mongols. No, we got Japanese versus Chinese. We're not going to see Japanese versus Mongols here. In theory, the Mongol one's intriguing, but like actually Japanese versus Chinese should still be really good for Chinese. Because although you can build extra racks, like let's say I know you're going to do that play, I open with an Imperial Official, I build my own racks, and then I have double racks production. So to match me, you then have to spend 150 wood anyway, building a second racks. So you see how like the dynamics are quite peculiar there. I gotta give them that. I'm impressed, man. That done a lot more than I thought it would. I do feel like a big chunk of that was Starlock just kind of making a mistake, not gathering the extra gold. It's crazy as well because he anticipated. I think that's the thing that like I can't get out of my head is he saw the play. There's no other reason you pull 5 to gold at the start. He scouted it perfectly. But then the reaction left a lot of room for questions here. What's your elo? Unranked. Ain't got time to grind ranked games, mate. We're busy doing 120 plus hours of casting each month. Can Japanese tower rush faster than Mongols now? No. And I'm not convinced Men at Arms rush will be good for them because the weird thing is, like, we've seen historically Mongol versus Japanese. There was a time where players would try and do samurai to counter spearmen, and the maths just didn't add up. In fairness, like, that was back before the racks buff, so maybe you can get enough now. But my feeling in general is like the samurai feel very weird against mass spearmen. The samurai are really good against like high base damage things. So like the Barbican shot, great, you can just deflect the entire shot. Against low damage, rapidly attacking units, that's where they're going to suffer. Thought I just came in, me and Micah, just actually looking for that fast castle timing. Wow, will you look at how much Japan has changed? Okay, hear me out. What if... I can't believe I'm going to say it. Be like, say it, KB, say it. Buddhist monks. I don't think I said it. But, in theory, Buddhist monks. They did just nerf floating gate, so it might be a bit more justified. If you can get to manage to get to Conqueror by watching top players, if you digest what they're doing, yeah. If you take lessons, if you're just sitting there eating popcorn with one hand while stroking your cat with the other, and then scrolling Twitter memes occasionally, then probably not. But if you're actually kind of digesting what they're doing and why they're doing, yeah. The next trick is like after all that watching, you have to make sure that you practice the muscle memory elements, is how I describe it. I think with RTSs, there's a very big instinctual part that is muscle memory, right? Like basic things that become instinctual behavior instead of conscious thought, such as cycling TC every 20 seconds or whatever, right? Checking on your scout, control groups, these things. Real Academy now coming in. So Starlock, he did still go for the pro scouts play. It's just feeling a little bit weird right now. Me and Micah is going to keep it traditional, my friends. We have got a floating gate build on the way. 12 sheep to work with. What's the summary of the Japanese changes? We went over at the start of the video. You can check the VOD. We'll likely upload it at some point onto the YouTube side. Alright, one's if you think me and Micah's going to win this. Two's if you think Starlock's going to take it. This game's a little bit funky because of the delayed timings, right? Like, normally I'd actually just favor China here. But Starlock just feels so slow now. Me and Micah does have the Inman Bannerman being prepped. Love that. Remember, you can build that knight in the feudal age. It'll also upgrade when you tech. And they only take 15 seconds to produce. So it's a very efficient timing window. Scout, of course, isn't really going to be able to stop this over here. So me and Micah needs to start marching towards his win condition. We're likely looking at a rush towards the relics in conjunction with raids. You don't really want to try to stop the pro scouts play. You want to try and kill the villagers, but that can be tricky now that Starlock has set up the Barbican with the 4 gold and everything else condensed. I actually love the walling here. He's trying to make it as hard as possible for troops to get in. I also love the fact he added in 1 juke. the reason one Juke is good here is it allows you to get rid of the deflective armor, so that the hand cannon slits can deal real damage. Interesting choice. Okay, so that feels like a completely wasted spearman. Once they start memorizing all the keybinds and such, APM plays a big part as well. Yeah, but to that, I always hate when I just hear APM matters. APM matters, but meaningful APM matters. Anyone can drag their face across the keyboard and achieve 300 APM, right? So this is something that I'm having to retrain myself on with FPS shooting, because I used to be very good at FPS. I'm still decent. Because I used to play at like a hyper high sensitivity, I'm used to using high sensitivities. But that, like what I'm now doing is I'm overshooting all the time. Because I'm going like this instead of smoothly aiming. Smooth aiming is much better. So that's an example of where going slower is going faster, right? Like, what was that saying? It's like an SAS and a Navy SEALs saying. I think it's smooth is fast. What they're talking about is like, if you do something correctly, it's much quicker than if you make a mistake. So with that in mind, I'd focus on actually making sure what you're doing is efficient and good, rather than just meaningless blunders. And oh god, this is quite the blunder. We're now up to 8 worker kills. Slow, smooth, smooth as fast. That's the one. Thank you very much. There you go. Well, this might be a fast dismantling of Starlock. That's 9 worker kills. True villager economy difference is now 11. You heard me correctly there. Me and Micah is a mile ahead here. Relics are already looking to come home. He's already actually captured the sacred site, but the relic should be easily grabbable now. There's no threat to him on the map. Starlock, he's got 1 food income. That's how bad the harassment was there. Can you prove that dragging your face on your keyboard reaches 300 APM? Sorry, I don't have an APM counter. Also, we saved that piece for when we get a mouse and keyboard sponsor. When we're like, wow, look at how accurate this... No, I'm going to save that. Starlock is heavily overgathered in gold now. He did at least pull away, but now you just feel really bad because obviously taxation adds into the problem where you just got too much of one, not enough of the other. Knight is going to go down. Another worker kill claimed. Neo probably looking at a flowing gate drop into the Daimyo mana next, I'd imagine. Right? Just inflate your TC production speed. And the first relic's already been dropped off at home. Honestly, this game, and it's crazy how it can be simply diluted down to that 1 point. But it really did matter because of the ripple effect of early mistakes. Starlock not gathering the extra 35 gold killed his game. What guaranteed it was when he chose to still go pro scouts on a heavy delay against fast castling Japanese. So like, he made a critical error and he didn't adjust his build at all. He just tried to play it the same way that you always do with Chinese. But the timing difference matters so much here. The reason why China is so broken, same with Juji, is how quickly they get pro scouts. You delay yourself by an extra 2 minutes, you're not quick. You're actually slower than any civ in the game at that stage. Even English could be quicker. So, rough situation he now finds himself in. He's refusing to tap out. In fairness, he does have songs, so you have to remember, like, no damage feels permanent. But that's why I mentioned the Yorishira drop. If you just drop a Yorishira in the TC, you get song as well. So you can make sure you always stay ahead. Instead, though, we've got an attempt to kill with Ona Bagisha. That, to me, is a bit of a misread by Mio. The reason's this. I get that you want Bugeisha to kill the Spearman, but your opponent has Song Dynasty. Can you guys see where the problem comes? If you start spamming out Bugeisha and Starlock sees it, he already has the tools he needs to stop you. Juginu will destroy Bugeisha. Alright, be honest in chat though. We gave the explanation of why you can't just pro scout the way you pro scout. How many of you would have still pro scout exactly how you pro scout though? It's okay, there's no shame in it. Be honest. We don't judge here. Much. It's just too tempting, you know? It's like... being teleported into Tolkien's universe, Lord of the Rings universe, with all the foreknowledge about the ring, and you're still gonna pick it up, aren't you? Aren't you? You know? Wait, we have a housing issue. Oh, no. He shift queued the woodworker. Okay, wait, no, it's worse than that. The villagers are all the way over there. He has at least built some additional houses. There was a little bit of a gap there, though. And the gap in terms of villages is shrinking, by the way. It's now only 7 between them. And Starlock, he did find the age up. Deer count it's kind of insane, actually. There's still a lot of deer left on the map for 14 minutes, it feels like. There's, what, 1.5 deer stacks left? So a lot of denial here. And at this stage, you can't really just march out and get them. There's Mountain Samurai everywhere. There's Master and Geisha coming. And Starlock took the bait. The thing you don't want to be building here is crossbows. It makes sense why you build crossbows against Mountain Samurai, assuming Samurai next. But we can see what me and Mike is really making this about. All the ladies. Ladies that pack quite the bloody punch. Remember, the whole thing with Owner Geisha, they love targets that have little armor. And because they aren't armored themselves, the crossbows are going to struggle. Especially since crossbows just got nerfed, guys. Remember, their base damage got decreased by 1. They don't do as much damage to general units. It was shifted across to be more heavy based. A good change, a necessary one in my opinion. I don't think Starlock even knows, by the way. No. It's only just been revealed. He just shoot the Geisha here. Okay, so a bit crazy the way that me and Micah just revealed that for 2 spinman kills. That's not high value. We're going to have to see if Starlock really registered what happened, because for the time being, he's still building both things that get counted by Geisha. Late game with this new patch like Mass Reynolds? We'll have to see. They did get buffed, right? It's possible because of the Elite Army Tactics change. I'm not crazy about that change. You'd think that it makes Springles worse. In some ways, it made Springles better because now you can just bulk Springles and use better arms and crap to defend them, right? Because they have 15% more health than they did before. The Geisha have been fully revealed. Starlock starting to queue up the pass guard now. But he's up against 5 relics, 3 sacred sites. It's a lot of value for me and Micah. He never went for the Yorishiro drop in the TC. He has at least insulated himself with the farmhouses here, as well as the forge there. So just extra food to vomit out the Geisha. We're now at 57 of the ladies. Starlock, I mean, he doesn't have a hell of a lot of protection here. I think we're at the point of the dive. Here they come marching in. Starlock's going to try to stay away from this, but it's impossible. The movement speed difference is huge here. The Geisha able to chase down. They're now diving onto the economy, and the villagers aren't reacting yet. Me and Micah, he's going to start slaying even more economy. No, wait, no, stop it. What was that? The sink shelter was way too late. And all of a sudden, the villager difference reappears. It's like someone duct taped samurai swords to both their arms and went swinging. And not only did they swing, they found the knockout blow. We are going to a 3rd game. And it all kicked off with that new Rax. What do you think, guys? Was it a buff? Was it a good enough one? Or was this just me and Micah on another level? Oh, dear. I don't know. I still feel like what happened in the opening of the game shouldn't have happened. Starlock was equipped with all the info to make sure it didn't work. And he just underreacted, I think. Like, having to... Don't get me wrong, having to pull that many villagers at the start is rough. But still recoverable. Archers are meant to be good against Bugacia, but you have to be careful. The thing that you needed there was actually just Jugunu. Jugunu is just a very easy play for your Civ to make. Alright, let's catch up to live. Ladies and gents, welcome back to this entertaining best of 3 between the two on the channel. Me and Micah now with all the dragon up against Starlock's Malians. We're on 2x speed just to the opening, and we've already got some piggy time. Ball pull immediately by me and Micah. Me and Micah, who just shock and awed Starlock in game number 2 to force this third, after he himself was just equally cheesed on the opening, actually. The first game was on Prairie, where Starlock utilized the Mongols to outpost rush Mio out of the game. Game 2 was a Dark Age Samurai rush to ruin Starlock's timing. Now, in Game 3, the boar is the one paying the price. Love that read as well by Mio. Just Order the Dragon in general, very good at playing pocketed economies. You get a lot of value out of this boar as well. Like another Civ's capped at the 8. Your villages are just a lot more efficient. And it's very important to be on this hunt. Remember, with the hunt, you're able to actually hold on to a lot more food than you would with sheep, with berries, etc. Which feels really good, because the whole problem you usually run into with OOTD is they fill their coffers too quickly on their villages and then spend too much time walking. Well, things like boars offset a lot of that problem, courtesy of the boar and hunt capacity in general being higher, but then on top of that, the push cart's giving you an extra 40% to carry, meaning you only have to drop off when you have 35 food. It's very strong here. Mio, with very strong timing, I have to be wondering if we're looking at your traditional Pro Scouts play. It would make a lot of sense. I kind of love the way you play boar here, because by the time Starlock's going to come out to do something, it'll be gone. In the meantime, you would have got a faster tech up, you could afford the initial men-at-arms, and you can still justify Pro Scouts as well. It looks like it might not be that at all. No, because we have an Archon being built, and we have 0 people on gold. So me and Micah's up to something very different here. On Coastal's actually quite a good map for men-at-arm spam, just because of how linear the map is and how hard it can sometimes be to defend your starting point. Admittedly, Starlock got a really good spawn. This is an easily wallable gold. So an outpost rush attempt would have probably fallen a little bit flat for Mio. Well, I say an outpost rush attempt. If I'm being totally real, when you play Order of the Dragon, usually it's just better to build the spears. The reason is if you go for the outpost rush, the problem you run into is you just don't have enough people to garrison inside to be that threatening. How did you guys gamble? 58% for Mio. Really? People gambling against Malians? Did you guys not read your patch notes? They just got buffed. I mean, I'm kind of shocked they got buffed, really. I don't know. Does anyone else feel like Malians needed any buffs? They weren't a dominant Civ currently, but they were decent. I think they already got their own kind of buff in terms of versatility with the Farimba builds. So yeah, it definitely shocked me a bit. Okay, so Mio... What is this? I'm a little bit confused now. He's waiting for Starlock to do something. There's no other reason. Okay, there we go. Stable's coming in now. Yeah, but this isn't like your traditional Pro Scouts timing at all. This is very peculiar. So first horsemen are going to be on the way. Is he going to try to block the Pro Scouts blocker? Usually that's Malian's role in a lot of these matchups. I think OOTD included. It's just so much food, man. It's almost like Mio wasn't really expecting that much off of the board, but it's a powerful resource gather. Love what Starlock does here. Prioritize the Warrior Scout upgrade to just poke harass. Horseman is now out though, so that's going to bring that to an end. And he's going to be scaling them. I think they buff them because they're trying to add in more feudal play to shift away from the fast castle meta. Do you know what would have probably shifted people away from the fast castle meta? Properly nerfing Pro Scouts. I still stand by what I said before. We should have made that part of the video because I don't think I mentioned it there. I said it many times though. I want to see nude food sources. If you really want to go about like not having to hard nerf pro scouts and people worried about its relevancy, like my personal ideal world I envision is one where sheep gets removed from the game in its current format and you add a lot of different food variety sources. You know, chicken, giraffes, elephants, so on and so forth, bear, right? Just like all these options on the map. And that gives merit to coming out instead of just staying at home where there's no risk. What are the requirements for taking place in the KPMM? The requirements are go sign up. So we qualify 16 players per week. The top 16 are offered to come back automatically. The other 16 are decided 8 from the ladder, so highest ladder rankings, and then 8 based on tournament elos, which there's a whole spreadsheet that has everyone who's played in tournaments elos there. That's just an English buff because they can use farms. There's going to be an outlier, but I think it's still a better route to a better meta and a better game state, right? I was thinking about this recently about the idea of like, imagine if there were areas of the map where if you built farms there, they had a better food gathering rate. I don't think they're going to do that. It's such a crazy change in the game. It would be like overhauling the entire system. It is interesting to think about. Sheep pastures on the map. I mean, I just want to see more options. I said about Japanese earlier that it'd be really cool if you could spend a little bit of stone to basically produce a berry bush on your farmhouse. That would fix the early game economy. That might just be a bit too campy. At least they have to come out to the stone or gold to actually get some for that, though. Okay, so we actually have the Gilded Archer switch coming in. It's just all about pro scouts, though, right? He's playing blocker. He knows what this is going to force. Once he reveals it, it's going to be javelins. And because you can't harass the gold, there's no stopper there. I don't really know what me and Micah's fully envisioned goal is here. I'm not really seeing the win condition. I mean, I know what he was attempting to do here. But what it's going to achieve in actuality is much less than what he was hoping for. Pro scouts are already getting that free bit of tickle in. Are able to back away. But good Micah and Mio. Especially when Starlock doesn't click far enough away. We'll get the kill. Starlock so far got, what, 4 deer home? I think it was only the 4. He's snatching more from the far flanks, though. Yeah, took some over here as well. Okay, so overall, pretty good situation. Starlock has got about 1.4 deer stacks worth of gathering off the map so far. Gilded Archers are going to be an initial problem. Starlock really needs to rush a blacksmith. And that is going to be coming through. Because remember, the Gilded Archers start with the base damage of lombos. They almost have the range of lombos too. Exaggeration there, right? It's 5.5. They're important in this matchup because it means that javelins can't really kite you. Not easily anyway. Because their attack animation's too long, yours is too short. So you can always make up that 0.5 difference. Worker kills are adding up as well. Neo Micah, that's now 3. And it's usually because of the pit mine play more than anything else. Now, love this. Mio's starting to save up. This feels like a Burgrave game. What do you guys think? 1s if you think Burgrave, 2s if you think Regnants. I guess the problem with Burgrave might be food, but remember, it's a different type. Because the reason why Burgrave makes so much sense with his comp, he's got cavalry, he's got archers. The only thing he's missing is infantry to get that robustness going. And against Mastonzos, okay, he's going to get Regnants. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Burgrave is like a very good win condition here because of what Starlock's building. Because if you go for just a few men-at-arms and some Lance Nectar, it completely wipes the Donzo line, and javelins aren't good enough at sniping out Lance Nectar. They don't get bonus against light melee. So Definitely think there was a way for him to play this. I get why he wanted Regnants. Right now, if you look at map control, Starlock is stuck in his base. The key concern here, though, is like theoretically, once you complete that tech up, Starlock is going to come out of the base. Will you have enough to contest it, is the question. Yeah, 15 villages is a big commitment, but I think that's because me and Micah saw that his opponent's in base. And the logic is with you pulling away, he might try and pursue you. So you want that age up even quicker. For Mio, now the goal should be to, what? Probably just prioritize the veterans who are good at archers. Jesus. It's okay, though. He's making up for the lack of gold mining now. What is... Okay, me and Micah does things in a funky way. We've had a few players that do this type of thing, though, where they'll just gather everything they need in one resource and then hard pivot onto a different resource type, you know? I'm not going to name names, but I think we can all picture someone in our mind that does that a fair bit. Fourth worker kill now. I don't know. This is just kind of falling apart. Starlock, I expected him to rush out to block the win condition, but these horsemen have kept him at home. His obsession with the deer has kept him at home. So, me and Micah is firmly on his way to a 5-relic game with no contest. Just me or does Starlock have the better gold access? Yeah, sometimes it happens. I mean, that right there, like, if you hate that this is a thing in AoE4, probably the wrong game for you. The community, at least so far, historically decided they like the randomness. I'm not entirely convinced. I've been speculating the idea of having a mirror random, well, not mirror random tournament, but mirror spawn tournament, where every map would just half generate and then flip spawn. The sad part, though, is when you do those type of systems, it means that your opponent only has to scout half the map to know what you could do, right? I spoke. I don't like Starlock's position at all here. Rancher's, I mean, it's only a half Fulani, right? It's not even full Fulani. And your opponent's going to have 5 relics in return. For me and Micah, he could just rush Imperial quite easily here. Love that he's going for scale armor, by the way. It means the javelins are going to tickle. It's basically offsetting most of the bonus damage you take. We do have additional Golden Knights coming. Starlock needs something special and something fast. My issue with his game strategy so far has been no counter pressure after your opponent greeted. This is like a classic, oh no, I'll just go do that thing moment, right? Like and what I mean by that is it used to be the, oh no, he done 2 TC, I'll just go do that thing, being, I'll do 2 TC too. So what kind of happened is, oh no, my opponent went Castle Age. I can't do anything on the map. I'm just going to go Castle 2. Now, normally, in a game where your opponent doesn't get so much value out of relics, that can kind of be okay because you've got Fulani. But against HRE or Order of the Dragon, where they're now going to be generating 800 gold passively. That's where it's not okay. From a mirrors, if you see your opponent has a 4 gold, you know your opponent does. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. It depends if you want to remove the RNG of it, because there is a fair point to be had where, you know, if you're a Mongol player and you go for an outpost rush, but the spawn is like outrageously good, your game is kind of over at the highest level, right? So at least you're informed of it straight away. I think it minimizes the like opening plays that can end the game one way or the other. That would be the main impact it would have. Those spears for a range with no bonus to horse? No, the ranged attack does bonus to cav. The only difference is it categorizes as range, so sometimes it doesn't look like it's as good because you're throwing it at a horseman or someone that has a lot of ranged armor. But the Dunzo attacks do still have bonus damage when they're thrown from range. Passive resource production a possible problem for the game design, specifically with all the passive gold going around? I do think there's like quite a lot of passive gold. maybe a little bit too much. It's weird as well because they keep nerfing the civs that like aren't as egregious. Like the perfect example would be Japanese nerfs we just saw. But, you know, for me, my take is they need to incentivize present actions more. And one example we've given in the past is I don't think that you should just be able to take a relic back to your base and it generates 80 resources. I think if you take it all the way back to your base, it should generate less. I think you should get rewarded more for having, say, a monastery close to a sacred site, right? If you place a monastery to a sacred site, then it can generate 80, maybe even 100 gold. And the whole logic there is then you have a resource that's dynamic. It can be traded out. I can go for a fight, win the sacred site, and then get your relic. In the current format of the game, while the relic race is very intriguing and fun to watch, the reality of it is once you've got that relic home, you're probably not losing it until the game is over. Me and Micah is going to be losing those this sacred site win condition. I don't think his army is good enough to take this on right now. Farm count really isn't there for a full horseman switch yet either. So we'll just back all the way up. We do have herbal medicine on the way. Love to see that. It's very high value for OOTD because compared to other civs, you're more likely to, at the end of a fight, just have someone on death's door, right? It's usually the thing that actually costs a lot of all the Dragon players the game. It's like they go for a secondary fight, and their army is all half HP bars, and then just takes way too long to reproduce. He's missing Inspired Warriors, though, which is a bit shocking. I did not really expect him to rush Herbal Medicine over Inspired Warriors. Small placement coming in. Has got the E-repairs. Trying to force the dive out of him here. Gotta be careful with those crossbows. They're your high value. You want to keep them a little bit further back and wait for the Sophist to overcommit. So Springle's in. Starlock has to take a chill pill. But considering where his game was at, what, 1 minute ago? It's quite the turnaround. I don't think he's out of the woods. I don't think he's even close to that yet. But at least he's able to actually posture on the map and pin his opponent in. I felt like me and Micah was getting too much for nothing in return. Unlike subscribing to this channel, did you guys know for $5 you can get too much gaming hours to watch? Over 100 hours of content. Wow. I know, that was a brilliant segue. So far Blob should be pretty good here. Micah is kind of diversifying everywhere. He's getting the Spearman, which will contest well. Like, funnily enough for Mio, Spearman's kind of the best unit you can just build here. And no Faplop, we aren't with PW anymore. I need to remove that. I'm going to remove that command. Yeah, Protein Works, I've just gone completely dark. So we're exploring new brands to work with. In fact, I got one I'm trying today, and I'm going to talk to them next week, because I'm pleasantly surprised by this cinnamony taste. If you can take relics from the middle, does it mean auto win? No, that's no, because the whole point is like the relic's value is in the center. They'd have little value. Think about it this way, right? Imagine you have a tug of war effect across the map. You've got what you've got here. You've got a gradient effect of 0, 0, 1. The closer you are to 1, the more you get. So let's have a base rate on the gold that you gain passive. Let's say it's 100. If you're at 1, that's 100 gold. If you're at 0, that's 0 gold. If you're at like 0.2, that's going to be 20 gold. The whole point then is relics are in a conflicted area of the map. They're a consistent objective. You are rewarded more for taking more risk with them. And you know what the other trade-off is, guys? The other cool thing that it actually impacts upon? Walla lols. They actually remain a part of the game. Not just something you try when you're being dove, and that's it. Interesting. So Starlock getting ready to switch fully into local knowledge Musafadi against 30 gilded archers. Huh? That make Order Dragon Archery really good since they can put relics and towers in the middle? Yes, no. Because you can't just rush E-repairs TCs. But the thing I'd say is once you've reassessed that system, you can reassess that element about HRE, in my opinion. This is kind of similar with the horror Pro Scouts thing right now, where I've said I don't want Pro Scouts dead, I just want it balanced. I think Pro Scouts has brought a positive loot to the game of like at least people are coming out and contesting and not just spamming TCs. The trade-off has been certain civs completely break the mold to make it definitely unfun. So what do? We can rebalance the civs elements that make them very good at that to bring Pro Scouts more in line, is one thing. Same logic with HRE, OTD, and relics. Just rebalance it. Raise good Knights. Looks like another 2 worker kills coming through, but there might be some return fire here. Me and Micah running for the hills. Army is ready to react there, and it's a big army at that. Me and Micah uncontestable in his base. Musadi are thinking about clashing, but against Gilded Archers, it's a death sentence here. And that military gap is growing right now. He's struggling to kite. You just see how quick the archers fire off, by the way. They basically glide when they shoot and move. Look at them go. It's like they're shooting off of skateboards. The Drift Kings. Do they dab? Double up a military pop cap now. Micah, he's also starting to stockpile for Imperial. This will force him off his timing, but it's going to be worth the pennies. That rotation was a mistake. The sofas get cut down. Yeah, you're right. They're not Gilded Archers. They're gliding archers. Ah, yes. The biggest threat to me and Micah's economy recently, a wolf. Palsa Swabian now on the way. And I think we might have our victor here in game number 3. Remember, this is just round of 32, but my god, did it already deliver. Awesome game between the two. Winner of this is going to be going up against Beastie, by the way. I think, for like the matchup being close, that's probably a tighter set with Mia winning. That's not an offense to Starlock. I just think Starlock plays a more orderly style. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing when you're trying to like really level up. But Mia Micah is the guy who will come out with something crazy. Something completely wild and off the cuff. Well, the gliding archers have reached their target and everything is getting massacred. Elite archer upgrades already on the way. And Starlock is dead. He's down to 20 military. One Mango is not going to hold this back. I mean, Mia Micah would benefit from paying attention to it, but it just doesn't matter. It's an A-click for glory. What do you guys think? Gilded Archers. Oh, sorry, Gliding Archers. Is it the real #1 unit of the Order of the Dragon? Let me know in the comments and I'll catch you on the next one. Oh, man. Let me just type out Order of the Gliders. I haven't won a Gamba in so long, I'm almost out of points. Well, you know what you're going to have to do, Pack, right? You're just going to have to make sure you watch more hours of content here. Also, like, this is pristinely why you subscribe, so you get more points from watching. It just makes sense. Wow. Okay, so let's have a look here. Who do we check out next? We have got another live set. We've got another one of our very close ones actually coming up in 25 minutes. We've got Gully Deckle versus Kazi Johan. Well, I'm thinking we don't necessarily do the full set of another series. We have a look anyway. Maybe at B's set. B's always a fun fellow to watch. Oh, sorry, Beal. Always got to remember, guys, it's Beal. So B, opening game. Oopsie, wrong one. Yeah, okay. We'll do the B set. B versus good old Hanadins, which is a new name. I haven't seen that one before. So let me get their draft, and then we'll hop in. So Dry Arabia, Frisian, with the 2 maps selected. So Prairie, Dry Arabia, Frisian. I'm still weighing up whether I go live tomorrow. I don't know. I'm assuming there's going to be a channel covering it, but I was weighing up covering the Garrison qualifiers. You know, the Age of Empires tournament that's happening in March. I was weighing it up. Can we watch Lash? Is Lash's series now? Who's Lash against? Oh, Lash's series is an hour. So it's not even time for that. That would be Mahodo versus Lash. We've done Mahodo and Lash a lot before. Maybe we'll be able to do both. We'll see. But anyway, let's start with Hanadins versus B. Why not cast once from your bed? Relax that old spine. Yo, I'm not that old. Bruh. Don't. Wait, Stunwood, are you Hanadins? Is this you? What do you mean don't? Why not? I've got to catch you in all your glory. It's only see, it's only a Dark Age Spearman rush from oh my god, he's gonna outpost rush you. Welcome to the life of Malian picks on Prairie. This was discovered quite a while ago, wasn't it? In fact, if you guys remember, it used to be Otto versus Malians as the ultimate easy counter pick on this map. Because all Ottomans had to do was Spearman rush and build an outpost on one location. I'm getting this funny feeling we might be about to see that exact play from B. He hasn't pulled Jean yet. He's going to be opening the spears. But I'm expecting Jean to get pulled, right? Because the TC protection should help you on the vein at least. Oh, Prairie's still a bit... Yeah, Prairie's still a little bit off on the gold spawn distance, isn't it? Biddlin might want to get on that. That's kind of a very important detail. Some maps, you kind of like shrug, right? When it's just a Dry Arabia, etc. Because the gold's going to be out of range anyway. But on Prairie, it makes a really big difference. On demand? And then... Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye out, by the way, just in case we do have people prepping to do any like round of 16s. I'm still weighing up changing the format to just be Monday to Friday. I feel like I'd have to change the days I stream for that to make the most sense. But part of my thing is like, I don't know, a lot of people just genuinely don't care if it's not a live game. And the problem is when you don't have a busy tournament weekend, there's a risk that like people will just play through to their quarterfinals before Monday happens. So outpost goes out from Hanadins. Yeah, but he already built the house. Ideally, what you want to do is build the outpost here so it can protect the whole area. Other weird part about this play you're already seeing. What does the tower do? Right? The scout is still scouting. The villagers aren't gathering, so the pit mine is going to need every single digit of the extra 100 HP it got in the recent buff. Because with the spearman coming, it's likely to be going down here. Jean is also on the way, and wait, is... No. Oh, that's dirty. He's going to outpost the tree line. Yeah. Oh, this is so mean. It's so smart as well. The outpost sees all around the gold. He'd see you, he'd be able to pull and contest you potentially. But here? What do you do about this? You see it in 5 minutes and cry, I think is the correct answer. Oh, this is brutal. But we're meant to be more inviting to more people playing AoE4. This is pushing them out, B. Okay, so Hanadins goes for the Mancer. He's still not going to see a damn thing either. What the hell are you suggesting I do to my butt and my spine? What the hell? What am I reading right now? It sounds like you're trying to warp my spine. And also sounds like we just need to find a chair sponsor. So how does Hanadins get out of this now? Well, the good news is you've got Lancer, so you're generating gold. The bad news is you need this tree line. This one right here. If you can't get to that, you're probably dead. Oh my god, he's even... Well, in fairness, he's walked a long way. So Jean is not ready to level up. Like, remember, B hasn't even started the age up process yet. So Jean has a lot of XP she needs to get. Oh no. The fact that he's actually perfectly layered it. Look, are you kidding me? Come on. The worry now is, yeah, by the time you see it, it's garrison, so you can't now rush it. And he even leaves the spearman to reveal it. First blood drawn. That was so well played. Remember, for him to bring the scout there, that's negligent. Like, he needs to get more sheep off the map. That's more important. He's done very well in that regard. 21 sheep to just 14. Now 7 at home, rushing up the School of Cavalry. Another nice detail. He got 5 XP off of that kill. So, bit quicker to get to that next level. And now we rotate all the way back around to continue to torch houses. Oh, God. So was Hanadins hoping to do, like, Pro Scouts here? This looks like a Pro Scouts build to you guys, right? It feels like he was probably trying to do Pro Scouts. Before anyone goes, what was that with this guy? B's bullying low-ranked players. Hanadins isn't that low rank. 80 games played this season, he's ranked 801st in the world. So he's decent at the game. It's just tricky to anticipate these type of players. I mean, Prairie's been missing for, I want to say, at least 2 seasons from rotation. And if we look at Hanadins 2 seasons ago... Okay, it wasn't too bad. He's ranked 1138th. He's been quite consistent between, like, the 1,000, 1,500 ranking the last few seasons. So basically his elo has been actually very reliably 1,400. Rank 800 decent? Yeah. There's like, what, 45 to 50,000 active accounts? That puts you in the top 2% of players. That's decent. I think you need to stop being so snobby about, like, what decent is. You gotta be careful not to get that diluted effect on life. You know, the one where it's like, oh man, this person is a 6 out of 10. They're actually like a real life 8 out of 10. You're just seeing them without filters, you know? Oh god. He did set up an outpost, but wait, Jean. Smite? I think it's on cooldown. Okay, so craftily well done there. Hanadins did sneak out for a tree line in the end. It cost him though. Did lose another worker. And he has been scoured. Knights are on the way, and that means you can only have 5 woodworkers at any given time here. I have a problem for Hanadins. He needs to touch gold, man. Like, what's... The macro is out of control here. I think for Hanadins, what happened here is... And this is kind of fair for it's like a Conk 1 rank. You have a build order in mind, and your build order got disrupted. These type of builds which B are doing are super effective against players under the rank of like Conk 3, Conk 2. Conk 3 actually, just even Conk 2 will struggle. Because you've been forced to pivot off your game plan entirely. And you can see that by his macro. He had something in mind and it's completely gone wrong because instead of you now using his resources correctly, he's panic reacting to what his opponent is doing. Like at this stage, you built an outpost, you got arrow slits. There was gold gathering to be done here, right? He hasn't touched it. So just overburdened with food, now doesn't have the gold to mirror the play. Is he decent or panicking? Well, he's panicking because he got forced off the plan. If Hanadins is able to play like an ordinary game AO4, he'll look reasonable here. He's definitely still favored by Marv, right? But like it would at least look closer than this. Once again, it's the whole concept of like when you know what you're up against, you can kind of adjust accordingly. When you don't, you panic. Think about how easy it is for you to respond to someone's question when you know the answer, and then think about what your actions are when you don't. Right? Like, if it's just casually, you'll be like, oh, I don't know the answer. But let's say you're in a situation where it's the difference between getting a job or promotion or whatever. You might panic. You might even punt out like a guess that's probably wrong. So B is just going to keep stockpiling knights at the stage. Kind of the perfect map for French Jean, really. A lot of gold, not much wood. It's hard to get the counters going against just mass knight blob, and it's a very exposed map as well. Kind of interesting he didn't commit to the dive there. Could have definitely fished for more kills, but for B right now, containment is all that matters. Reminder, by the way, after this series, we might have time for game number 2. We are going to be having a look at Kazi Johan vs. Gully Deco. That one should be interesting to close. Gully right now, I think he's fallen down the rankings a little bit, but still a very capable player. So Gully Deco is currently ranked 263rd in the world. While Kazi Johan, is he back in the top 100? Yep, 26th in the world. Oof. All right. So game 1 for Mr. B. While we'll at least do some of the next one while we wait for their draft. Oh, I forgot about that as well. Someone asked earlier about the giveaway. Yeah, we'll be doing the announcement of the giveaway at the end of March. So we'll find out who'll win then. So exclamation mark giveaway. Go sign up if you haven't. It's free to do. I don't want to hear, oh, Twitter. Dude, literally making an account on Twitter is completely free. I know they have a subscription model now, but to participate in our giveaway, you don't need to subscribe. So, yeah, easy peasy. You just have to follow, like, and retweet. Is X not Twitter? Yeah? Well, then explain to me why I can put twitter.com and it'll still take me there. Yeah? Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Twitter's blocked in your country? I'm sorry. I can't help with that. If we done giveaways like semi-frequently, more frequently, then I'd probably get a Gleam account. But Gleam accounts cost money. It would cost me $120 to get a Gleam account with subscription enabled for proper giveaways. Yes, you just heard that correctly. Because if you want to do the enthusiast level, which is the lowest tier, you have to get a year worth. So maybe in the future we'll look to use Gleam, but for now, no bueno. Alright. So Frisian, French versus Roos. Roos feels like a bit of a waste here. I'm still not convinced it is the pick for this map. Because the problem is like Horse Archer spam works best on open maps, exposed maps. And Frisian is one of the more turtly maps. It just doesn't always feel super turtly because what usually happens instead is someone uses that as your tomb. They pin you in, or they have these rush type builds like the Burgrave that just breaks you fast. But, you know, against like traditional raidy type styles or horse archers, etc., feels rough. The reason why French is decent here is because of the trade. How's the patch holding up? I don't really feel like the patch has changed or is going to change too much. We did at least see a Dark Age Japanese rush, which was intriguing. Very different. Boo Twitter. Jesus. I mean, so here's the thing. I get what people's reservations are about Twitter. The solution I give you is just use the following tab and not the recommended, because the recommended is just bull crap. You get recommended political crap, porn crap, bots, crypto. Just use the following tab. And that's not too bad of a place. Just be selective about the communities you're part of. the reason why I try to like remind people to use the Twitter still, it's literally a free way to support me. Because basically sponsors are looking for where they get eyeballs, right? And although platforms like Twitter and Insta, etc., are more vanity-based than like the meaningful engagements of people watching on Twitch, the other part of the discussion is that the number is bigger. People really buy into the number. Kind of like YouTube? Yeah, YouTube too, right? This is the weird thing, is that, you know, when you can convince people the value of Twitch, it's huge. But when you're talking to like a new sponsor that hasn't done Twitch whatever before, Twitch looks very small compared to YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, etc., right? Like, a viewer is theoretically worth a lot more on Twitch than it is on TikTok. And brands that have actually done stuff in the spaces know that. Because the whole idea is if someone's going to watch you on Twitch, like if you have 300 average viewers on Twitch versus, you know, 10,000 views per video on TikTok, you know, different type of user engaged, right? The TikTok user is short-term engagement. So they might not be as deeply intertwined with what is being said to them. Whereas if someone is watching you for hours on end and they're part of that 300 gang of average viewers, well, they've built a deep connection with you. The belief is that they will be more likely to buy in if you say something really is worth buying in. But like I said, like when you look at brands that don't know this info because they haven't experimented in that area, it's very hard to convince them versus just like if you can throw in, hey, a tweet will get you 50,000 views. Funny numbers, man. And also, like, the kind of twisted, messed up part is when it goes down the line to the marketing department and they have to justify the budget spend. They then don't have to explain to the marketing lead and the team manager why they spend, you know, $1,000 on this 4,000 views versus spending, you know, $2,000 on 50,000 views. Does that make sense? That's why I try to grow all the platforms. I need to really start using my Instagram more, though. And I want to start getting TikTok content sorted, so I need to start getting short-form content. I'm still trying to stroke my chin on which way I want to go with that way before, because like Age of Empires 4 is... It's not a game that inherently makes itself organic to short-form content. Does that make sense? Because of the pacing. But yeah, we do have the Pro Scouts play coming, by the way. And we did get Chamber of Commerce on the other side, which slows down Hanadin's timing. This might just turn into a few knights from B into Fast Castle. Hanadin's, I mean, his best shot is probably going to be knights, mass archers, as quick as he can. You need to build knights because if you don't, your opponent will just build knights and your archers die. No one likes Twitch stories. Yeah, I haven't used Twitch stories. Like, I occasionally see them announced, but I feel like they aren't marketed well at all. So I just don't really like notice they're there often. One thing that has been really hard for years with Twitch is like gathering statistics. They don't make it easy in a lot of different areas. It's a lot better now than it used to be. So like for example, nowadays you can display your statistics across like a month to tell you how many unique viewers you had, how many live viewers you had, you know, what your average views were, your amount of hours streamed, how many ads you played, etc. AoE4 in TikTok Insta is kind of a waste of time. Can it even make a reach good enough compared to the time value invested in it? Depends on the type of content you create, right? If it's low effort content conversion, then it's fine. But like that doom and gloom like element then suggests why are we even bothering to make any type of Age of Empires 4 content? No? It's all about like is there a way to grow a new audience into the game? Like what's the attraction point? What would allure new people to be involved? So knights are intercepted. Hanadin's is legit just doing mass knights only. But you can just go for horse archer spear here. You need something else. Not TikTok? I mean, you laugh at TikTok, but if you are a person who pays any attention to statistics and studies that have been done, here's a crazy one for you. On average, TikTok is 5 times better than Twitch for growth. Oh, 4 times. YouTube's 5 times. Short form build order content? I think there's other ways you could do things. I was contemplating a fails of the week type format or what happens next type format. It's all about how much effort those ones take. Get your numbers in, folks. We've got a high trade house. And it touches the other trees. It's not a bad one, actually. So under mesh on the way, Hanadin's already knows what's coming next. This is also trying to get him to a point where he can dive the base. That time is not going to be quick enough at this rate, though. Yeah, correct choice by B as well. Spearman opening. We talked about spear horse archers. Spears first, horse archers to follow up. At that point in the game, you might just decide to go crossbows instead. It all depends on your positioning on the map. Twitch is a way smaller content machine. Yeah, the weird part about Twitch as well is, like, has anyone noticed that Twitch has become gradually less about gaming in the last few years and more about politics? It's kind of wild, and it almost feels like a lot of the features that Twitch has leaned towards have actually supported that idea. I mean, you see on the esports side as well, I feel like Twitch Rivals does a lot less now than they done 3-4 years ago. A lot less. They've shrunk down their team insanely. I don't even know. What does that mean? Pro Scout's more like prone and not. What does it even mean? By the way, yeah, like the politics angle on how that's getting pushed more is also why it's actually harder to make money off of ads on this platform now. Ta-da! Dive coming in. Where is the damage? Nothing. Oh no. You know, Hanadin's, he does have an eco lead. 6 traders, and then the rest is just raw villager count as you do over time. But now, I mean, B, he's blobbing spearmen. He's prepping the warrior monks. Hanadin, you either commit again or you go for an age now. Well, like the most obvious thing, guys, is if you have a look at the categories, just have a look at how many people watch the Just Chatting. That's crazy, because I'm pretty sure, and someone correct if I'm wrong, because I could have sworn I remember this. And that is actually a pretty decent trade for B. I'm pretty sure it was quite a few years ago now. That it used to be that you basically couldn't live stream real life, if I remember correctly. First, the platform would ban you for that. Am I misrecalling that? It was something along those lines, like it could get you banned. Hey, is that Hanadin's right there? Look at that! I tell you, watch B bullying a weak player. Well, we were given feedback on what you could do different, mate. I think the archer play probably would have been a nice thing earlier on. Now it just feels a little bit too late. And yeah, B is going for the crossbow comp. Because the thing is that Rus are not very... I don't think they're that good on this map. Because their number one player is horse archers. And you just can't play horse archers well onto such a campy map. Maybe like double archery range and full pressure would have worked a bit better. Just stream real life? Yeah, dude. That's our end goal. When we're washed and done with Baby 4, we're just going to like stream ourselves walking our cat. I'm going to get like a full leash to walk my cat as well. And then it's going to be completely transcending real life when, you know, a dog starts growling at us and my cat growls back. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to have AI generate the Street Fighter like health bars above the cat and dog. More combat music is going to set in the background. Oh, dude, the future stream's going to be good. Future might not be looking good for Hanadins. He does at least have Royal Institute on the way, but it's already 1 relic home, 2nd one to come, and 2 more easily accessible here. On top of that, he's been playing risky with his resources going into the center of the map for the boar. Ambitious choice as well, considering the deer were over here, as well as the fish. Now, the boar play I don't really agree with, and the reason is this. Fishing is just as good, and if you go for boar, you're actually pulling yourself away from what you need to defend. Your trade's what you need to defend. So this just puts you further spread, right? You've got more locations more widely apart now that you have to find a way to protect. Missed the Samurai Drush. It was me and Micah game 2. I mean, enjoying me get out of life is derailing things. You'd be a terrible train conductor. I put a cam on my dog's head and just stream his daily adventure. Dude, try it. I'm not even memeing with you. You would actually be shocked at what people watch now. I told you guys about the guy who just basically does TikTok videos of him walking his dog, of him shopping at his local groceries, and him walking home from work. That's his content, and he generates millions of views a month. I am not making this up. I couldn't be. So Royal Bloodline's now on the way. It's a lot of spears. A lot. I mean, I'm not even sure if Royal Bloodlines is good enough here. It's so many spears, like, you have to address it now, because it's going to block your trade, block your fishing. My friend streamed his foster kitten, so it's amazing. Yeah, dude, the things that people watch. People don't go out, they just want to watch other people do it. Sort of, it's also just, people actually want more relatable content. So edited content is kind of going out the window. People want the raw form now more. Literally look at Queso as a pristine example. And this is the raw, unedited form of B. Mass spears. We thought it was going to be the year of Springles, but recently B has had quite the propensity for spamming the pokey sticks. Okay, so 2-0. GG's Hanadins. An ambitious effort, mate. His journey will end here in midweek muster number 14. Up next, we have got Kaiser Johann versus Gully Deckel. And the draft should have already begun. Yep. Right at the beginning. Of Kaiser und König Johann. So that 10 times. We've got Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia. Okay. Prairie, Coastal, and Dry Arabia. Oh. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like one thing I want to do is get back to working more events in 2025 and then doing behind the scenes stuff. I think that type of stuff would pop real hard. Because people are kind of just getting sick of seeing the end product, like the success story. They want to see how you were successful. They don't just want to hear you brag. People want to see how something came together, how something's created. So unedited content is like a really big thing. Relatable content is also a really big thing. Instagram really drove people to this point where they're sick of seeing the glam life. They want to see the relatable life. They don't just want to see the person who's got the mansion and all this crap, because like those type of people have also, especially now, become super unrelatable. You know, the ones that are just sitting there, living their $1 million lives. Like, you know, it's crazy to me how some of the biggest streamers are like, they started to get a little bit backlash this year. I noticed at the start where people starting to register. They don't get the common plight anymore, right? Because they aren't in that pay bracket anymore. And you can kind of see how this is like worked out in a weird way for some, like Asmongold, for example, because the dude looks like a homeless person, doesn't shave, doesn't clean or whatever. It almost has, I don't want to say more relatability, and I don't think a lot of you live like that. I'd hope you don't. It's not healthy. But it's more close to relatable than Snobbish Manor and Mansion. And also, like, the other argument is the ran down affair of his existence on camera almost makes you feel better about your own, if that makes sense. You know? That's why I watch streamers play games. I relate to how bad they are. It's cool if you own it, right? This is why we watch you. What? Because my life is that bad, Monka? It's true. I could only afford 6 soundproof pads, not even a whole wall worth. I should make unedited versions of the £10 turd I just took. Go for it, mate. I'm pretty sure there's a platform for that. Only poos, I guess. Home improvement minus the obnoxious family? Hell yeah. I mean, even the kid angle is kind of crazy. Like, I don't know. I guess it's just where it makes sense. Like, we have Ezra or Freya on camera occasion now. But, like, I always worried about that because I didn't want to force that existence onto my children. I chose what this life is, and I'm choosing what it could be. But they haven't. So I'm always trying to be careful about that. But I also now see it from the other angle of, like, it's kind of a beautiful way of documenting your children's journey, right? It's part of why I want to do vlogs, and they'll probably be part of that. Is like, it's something that they can look back at and see how they were. Because, like, you know, you get told how you were as a kid, but you have no way of, like, registering that. But there's some channels that, like, take that to the extreme where they've made a channel that's millions of subscribers big, and the content is entirely their kids. One of my friends sent me an example of it, and I was like, what the hell? Like, we're talking, like, millions of subscribers, millions of views every video. And the whole focus is the 2 daughters who are, like, 9 and 10 years old. Might not want to remember yourself as a kid, but you have the option. You choose. It's like, I don't mind the idea of, like, your kids being part of the content. It's just crazy when they are the content entirely, right? So, like, a perfect example of this is, you know, a lot of people be familiar with Life of Tom. He's made a real big success of that. And his kid is part of his content because it's his life and what he does with his day. And obviously his kid is a big part of that day. What he doesn't do is just have a camera that watches his kid hours on it. And, right? Like, so, you know, it's kind of more understandable the content type he's created there. Do you really want to try and figure out, like, a podcast series angle, though? I think that would be cool to show behind the scenes, especially once we get back to doing other things like the climbing, etc. And that would be where, like, my kids would be part of the experience, right? But it wouldn't be kitty cam, follow them around for like 10 hours sort of stuff. Have we heard from ML? Is he alive? I heard he has retired and become a supervised streamer. Okay, I haven't heard that. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him. Let him rub salt in his wounds and get ready for the next one. All right, so waiting for the lads to get online. We should be underway in about a moment. I do have Johan added, don't I? Yes, I do. And then pretty sure I have Gully as well. Yeah, they're in lobby, so they should be starting in a sec. You've heard he's French? Oof. At that point, what's the point? It's too late to save him. Born with a baguette in his mouth, smoking it. Comeback trial? You know, I was kind of thinking about that. So unfortunately, the last person I had doing the editing just really wasn't up to it. Because I have a bunch of pieces I recorded on my phone of, like, when I was in the hospital. It's too late now, I think. But, like, you know, just the feelings and everything, the vibes around it at the time. But, like, you know, I do want to start recording the sessions when I go back to climbing. I think it'll be quite interesting. Because I was progressing really well. But now it's been months. It's been months without climbing. You know, recently the physio I was doing was causing me immense pain in my knees as I'm getting used to that again. And I think that's, like, once again, I think people want to kind of see that. They don't just want to see someone not suck but be perfect. You know, like, I watch a lot of Magnus and his climbing, And I find the best ones are when he struggles. It's cool for the first 3 or 4 times seeing him succeed immediately, but then it gets boring to a certain degree. Still cool watching him figure out the climbs, but like you want to see someone struggle. Because struggling is human nature. Struggling is so much more relatable. Because if someone is going to tell me, nah, I never struggle with anything in my life right now, I'm going to argue you haven't done anything in your life. Right? To get anything meaningful done, there is struggle. So, waiting for the lads to load in now. Then we should be getting underway. Reminder, it's going to be Gully versus Kaiser und König Johann. I'm going to leave it up there like that. That's brilliant. These are tough. Yeah, dude, that was crazy about the... See, this is what I mean. Like, I need to get a new phone so I can, like, just vlog, and I should have been recording it. But when I walked out, I don't know what I was really expecting from the physio. I wasn't expecting, like, an hour workout. I almost was expecting them to show us a bunch of stretches to do or whatever. But it was like, you know, not treadmill, like, you know, bikes, bunch of different lifts and etc. And the hilarious part was the amount of people who've, like, torn an ACL in that session. It was like half the class. I'm like, dude, what the... It's always ACL, man. It's always the ACL. Baguettes were called breadsticks in this country for so long? Jesus. You poor souls. These little chats between games? Yeah, I mean, we got time for it. Oh, I'm going to run some ads now, by the way. It's 2 minutes ads, so we don't have to worry about them when we're in game. Hey, that means we just get to talk to each other. Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what the ACL is. Is it the groin? I just saw a picture pointing to it. No, it's the knee, right? It's to do with the knee. Yeah. What the hell? On the picture, it's like... it don't look like the knee. Yeah. It was crazy because it wasn't just the knee of the injured foot. That's the part that surprised me. Is it was my knee of the foot of the leg that had been doing all the walking the whole time as well. That was the more polarizing part that I wasn't prepared for. Like, I thought I'd at least have one good leg, you know? £250 idiot dive on the side of, and end your career. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no. I'll pass on that. Nah. I started to read that. I was thinking, like, well, in climbing, the £250 idiot doesn't, like, dive onto the side of your leg. They just dive on the side of you and they fall off the wall. Okay, so game 1 is actually going to be a classic. We've got Malians versus Ottos. Interesting. Oh, let's minimize that. So we might have another series after this. We'll keep an eye on it. If not, maybe it's a short day, but we'll see. So I think... Well, Lash Mahodo will have already been underway by then. I know Myriad series is coming up in a bit as well. And Wham has a series against Red Darksider. Where Red Darksider is clearly going to kick his ass. Clap some cheeks, you know? Yeah, I'm not really a cinnamon person, but that was kind of decent. Yum. Might have to talk to them about sponsorships. You know what does grind my gears with sponsorships, by the way? It breaks my heart. Is when I reach out to a brand and you can't get them to actually come and sponsor because the viewership isn't high enough in X country. Now, that's understandable when the brand only exists in that country. Where it blows my mind is when it's not the case. I don't know, maybe someone in chat has this and nod their head right now because they know this experience. Because budgets get allocated to different regions, the region's managers are essentially rivals. It's like I had one brand I was talking to, and they're like, can you send me your demographics? Because I have the unfortunate reality of like a lot of UK streamers have a large US audience. I was like, okay, I do have a large US audience, like 20% or something, right? UK is maybe 5 to 8%. So I got like 20, 25% US, I got 20, 25% Germany. So I send this across and I just bluntly kind of say, but would that be a problem? You guys have global presence. So you guys exist everywhere. I kind of fished, I knew what it really was going to be. They didn't even bother responding. But like, I knew what it was. It's just really bloody annoying when that's the reason a deal can't happen, even though it's a really good deal for everyone involved. Is because the person that you genuinely have to deal with, because they are your country manager, wants you to be 60% your country. Am I able to break down the US by state? I think we had something. There was a way of kind of doing that. You can somewhat probe it based off of YouTube demographics. Twitch doesn't go that deep. I believe YouTube does. So you can technically map your audience within states. And like, it's a reasonable assessment to drag your YouTube and Twitch audience across. It's not perfectly accurate, but it's reasonable to make that kind of. It's not out of the world of a like assumption to say there's a core audience here that's also here. Not spending Valentine's Day with us? Wait, when is Valentine's Day? When's that scam holiday? Oh, it is today. Scam holiday. Huh, you can tell why I got Emma. I was weighing up. I'm still weighing up whether I want to go live tomorrow to do the Garrison stuff. I think I should just take the weekend off. Catch up on behind the scenes things, relax, etc. I mean, it could be really good content. There's not really any big channels casting it, right? I don't know. Let's get the predictions up for you guys. What stuff out of the loop? Garrison has their qualifiers on the weekend. When seeking a sponsorship, what type of support funding are you looking for? What do you hope to gain? Meaningful long-term partnership is the more important thing. Funding can vary on the level of integration. Baseline, usually on the influencer deals, you're probably with Twitch looking at like 1x viewership as a baseline star. It depends and goes up from there on deliverables. But, you know, to me, it's about finding brands that want to work together for longer than just a one-off. Obviously, you need to see if it's worthwhile, but if the brand just literally wants to come in, skim my community once and leave, I'm less inclined because I want to feel that there's value on each side to continue. That's tricky to find nowadays because a lot of brands have moved to seasonal rotations where they'll work with a creator once a year or whatever. But for me, I'm just looking at partnerships that would make sense. Some that I'd feel good endorsing. Because A, I think it's something my community wants, or B, it's something that I definitely want or would use. Hope that provides a little bit of insight. Let's get into it, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the channel. It's Prairie time. Yep, new week, new map here in the Midweek Musters. And we've got a fun one. Johan going up against Gully Deco, a series that actually should be pretty tight. Johan should have an edge, ranked 26th in the world right now, but Gully Deco in the top 300, and capable of making those type of heights himself, is going to have to pull off some sort of miraculous, highly skilled execution here, because this, last time I saw this matchup on Prairie, it was about as one-sided as a piece of paper. Actually, that's not right. There's two... No, shut up. Ottomans can outpost rush the crap out of you guys. The big pit mine is the prime target, and Gully Deco has to be aware of this. Kaiser Johan goes for the full commitment. We've got Rax plus the military school. Everything heading his way already. Tricky as well. Like, do you go for the Saharan trade network, even though you don't want to protect the long vein access, or do you just play greedy in the Mansa? I feel like this is the type of game where Saharan trade network makes a lot of sense, especially because your opponent has invested so much in the spear play here. We'll find out in just a moment. All right, where did the Gamba go? 59% for Gully, so fairly close. And that is not so close. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. remember, the gold veins on Prairie start close to you. By the way, this is a map that you all should get your notepads out to start taking notes for, is it not? Because this map is in ranked rotation right now. So you'll need to know how to rush those filthy Malian pickers. After all, Malians did just get buffed. For reasons that will escape me. Interesting from Johan, by the way, he went for a double scout opener. I wondered if we were going to be seeing more of this with the recent buff to scouts. Remember, they cost slightly less now, and they produce slightly quicker, so you miss out on less villages overall. Looks like I might be pieing off. We already have 27 sheep, meanwhile Gully only with 13. Main issue for Gully is going to be his supply rates on his wood. True. And also, because of a lack of long-term wood, scaling Donzos to contest that is hard. Really, you want to be able to lean into Musafadi and Javelins as much as possible, and Sapahi contradicts that idea. Pretty sure they buff Mollies because it sucks for plebs. Wait. Does Order the Dragon win a lot of low rank then? Do we really want to go down the rabbit hole of do you buff for the high level player or the low level player? You guys remember Overwatch had a big problem with that for years. I think overall you buff leaning towards the high ranking players, and then you only look for ease of access, right? Quality of life changes that maybe influence the low rank players. Sultanani coming on the other side. Pretty interesting on this map, actually. But I think Johan's considering pro scouts. Honestly, like without pro scouts, I think Madrasa just makes way too much sense on a map where food is hard to reach. For the time being, he does have a lot of food. We have to remember that Johan still has the additional player, the Anatolian Hills, to work with. So you can always add in another 10 sheep. Putting him up almost 40 sheep. Play mass feudal sofas? Interesting idea. Into autos, though? Don't you set yourself up for a bad transition there? I think there's many reasons why autos looked really good historically in this matchup against Malians, right? One of them is the outpost rush, which they can do very well with the cheap racks. The other is sofa play has been such a fundamental key element of Malian castle for a long time. And this civ has Janissaries. So you kind of just feel that you get blocked. And then there's other like more subtle details, such as the meta melee armor against Mass Musafadi. The fact that Sapahi are just all-rounder good frontliners. It's a tricky one. Maybe Gully can find a way with Farimba, but that usually involves pro scouts. The reason Farimba would be really good here is, I think actually Freeborn is probably the best answer into autos. Because they can't play Janissary, so you can kind of do like a weird Freeborn Sofa comp. But then you have the fundamental issue of like Sofa feels weird without Ranch. And I think we aren't going to be seeing the Farimba anyway. First Ranch already going up pretty much should be confirming that. Rax drop coming in. And Sapahi already getting queued up for free for Johan. I wonder... He's got a thrown stone, so likely we are just going to be seeing an inflation in military schools. And not something really like just fast castle. I'm wondering if this is going to be pro scouts because of the trade network though. He still hasn't really made sense of that element to me. Normally, trade network makes sense for autos for the pro scouts. Because you very efficiently get into it with the passive gold. Just checking the spawn actually in terms of tree options. This is pretty bad. It's all one side, so if you get linearized on this side, like you have nothing. Is it me or did they change Prairies tree spawns a bit? I feel like the secondary tree lines used to be a little bit closer. Maybe I'm imagining it, but they just feel completely out there now. Archer's already getting added by Johan. Man, Gully is rushing for that age up, isn't he? 2 ranchers already, more coming. It kind of makes sense in a weird way. Because you have that layer of protection, it's a weird trade-off because you have less gold to spam cattle with because you don't have the Mansa. But on the flip side, you've got the Saharan trade network. I'm not crazy about Johan's option to go into archers here because this area is completely undivable. Remember, the Saharan trade network gives you javelin placements. And javelin emplacements, just like the counterpart infantry unit do get bonus damage against ranged. Second military school in. Blacksmith's coming as well. He's just going to flood Sipahi. Yeah, double stables follow up here. I wonder if there's any new moves that Otto can make. You definitely wouldn't try for the... What's it called? Is it Akin? Akinji? I forgot the name of it. They changed the name of it from Cav Archer. Yeah, the Akinji. I don't think the Akinji would make any sense here because javelins. I'm still trying to like muddle my brain into a place where I don't remember all the downsides of Akinji and look for an upside. In theory, it's a unit that sounds OP, but between the Vizier Council point unlock issue and the costs, the scaling just isn't really there in almost every matchup. Second pit mine being snuck for. Gully, I'd say looking pretty good right now. Especially now that Johan is leaning very hard into archers. Something that has now been scouted, right? Possibly not. I think he may have actually hidden it. In most matchups, I could kind of understand what Johan's doing here, because your opponent might try to react with archers, horsemen of his own. And the problem with that is both of those things cost wood. So the logic there is with the passive reduction, you know, you could just actually queue up military school archers and win. Because eventually your opponent runs out of wood, you don't. This is Malians. It's food and gold. That's all they need for javelins, and there's plenty of that. Ali, you might try to pull the trigger of, say, a half Flani here. Actually, Jesus, no. He's already full. It is going to be a Fulani. It took no time at all. We have got a raid attempt now from Johan. He's shuffling towards that second pit mine, but this isn't really an army size that can dive the TC. I'm getting that fateful reminder about why I hate Fulani so much. As much as I criticize the Pro Scouts meta, there's definitely one civ where I feel like it becoming part of the Pro Scouts meta was an improvement to the watching experience. Probably the playing against the experience. And it's this build right here. Because Johan didn't do, say, like a 2TC build, he's just at a big disadvantage now. I mean, he's at least been stockpiling Vizier points, so eventually you might see an additional military score, but those really only start to come into their own light when you reach Castle. Johan. What is the target? I mean, he can force the idol. He has to know what's going on. It's just too obvious the way that Gully's played this. Rams. Okay, so... Wait, this is going to slow him down entirely. And no, Gully isn't missing out on villagers. Actually, if anything, Johan is. Remember, Johan has got the free traders, which is making him look bigger. But you can see, Johan isn't 3 villagers ahead. He's actually like 2.4, 2.5. So yeah, someone actually went wrong with Johan here. It's because he went for that double scout opener, remember? That's what he's missing. So I don't think either player's really missed any villager production. It's just Johan weakening himself on villager production early because he wanted to scout play. So, Rams marching in. Tech out complete. Johan's just in a very weird position now. He needs to dive. He needs to do it fast. Ali already has the upgrades coming in. More Rams on the way. And Johan, he knows, right? He can't just now tech up. He needs to do something, some form of damage. Otherwise, it's just a losing play. The question now is, what do you do? What can you do that really matters here? Nice play to get rid of the blacksmiths. Just try to prevent your opponent getting into things like the undermesh. Allows the archers to maybe register a little bit of damage in these fights. Smart Sipahi, but Gully, it's getting good on the Javelin Donzo account. More production is coming in, and he already snuck all the way to the north side, sets up the extra pit mine, and it gives him the wood. This hasn't been scouted at all. Johan not realizing what's actually happening in the corner. That's a big deal. Without that tree line, Gully Deckle is in a very struggle hold type situation. Not easy to do. But with that now in mind, Johan, this push just got, I'd say, about 5 times harder than it was before. Gully does need to be careful not to overextend. Donzo's just going to try to zone away the Sipahi. Archer's Javelin's hanging around a little bit too long there. He's going to continue the dive. We do have the ranged armor now coming through, so the TC doesn't do too much damage. Archers need to be sniping out the remaining Donzos. Gully, only 4 left alive, but the Sipahi count is also looking quite weak now. Veterancy on the Archers should make them compete better, but it's just not working out that way due to the ranged armor, offsetting the advantage. On top of that, remember Gully, because he lost the blacksmiths, we've had a lack of timing on his techs. No undermesh. Steeled Arrow 2 is only now coming in. In the meantime, the Rams are hitting the ranches, and this is smart because Johan killed all of the Donzos. There's no easy way of killing the Rams. I gotta give it to him. This is looking impressive. I felt like we were kind of in a position where he shouldn't be able to trade well into this. But the kind of Tower of Victory-ish effect with this, the meta and the Sipahi count, enough to take him through that initial fight. And you'd think now someone would be like, oh, I'm going to tech up in this situation, right? There's no play left. Oh, no. No, Johan understands. This is a good start, but he hasn't actually done any real damage yet. He didn't kill the cows in time, he only killed the ranch, which means the cows still generate while in range of the Filani. On top of that, he hasn't killed any villagers. Not a single soul so far this game. Looks like the Ram did actually clear up down here. Rax is now being targeted as well. Sofas queue for Gully. This is big. Sofas haven't really been sold for yet for Kazi Johan. He's starting to stockpile now for Castle though. One's if you think Johan done enough damage. He even pulled the Janissary point. That's kind of crazy. Smart because he's predicting the sofa play. But usually make this play where you think you can end the game. Not entirely convinced Johan is at an end point yet. He could come into Castle Age in an advantageous position with map control. It wouldn't just mean you've won the game. Maybe he's able to bait Gully into a bad position. I mean, there is a raw lack of spearmen here, which is surprising considering just how many Sipahi Johan has. I've got Johan taking risks, by the way. He's having to play out onto the surplus resources on the flanks. Running low in the base, right? Down to 11 sheep now. You see how good Anatolian Hills is. Without it, he'd already be spreading out on the map, and that's kind of rough for Ottomans to do. Remember, this is a Civ that cannot eat Pumbaa. Nope. Mr. Piggy here is untouchable. Oh, I keep dreaming of a world where we get the Vizier Council points, but no. Men Imperial Armory. The bread and butter, the non-stop go-to for this Civ for so long now. Johan has it in the bag. I think there's a window for Gully. Sofas and raiding, right? That's your way through here. Because Johan hasn't started setting up farms. Even if he wants to, he has to now come out very far for wood. Checkup is going to complete. Gully not going to be quite quick enough here. Just a few seconds faster. And he could have stopped this. The villagers, however, should have stopped running back to those trees. Nice little strike in there. It's going to be 5 picks. Gully, he's looking for those rotations. Sofas are checking the back line, but the gold at home is still good. Johan has got 6k to work with here. We've immediately got springles on the way. Interesting considering your opponent has done mass ranged and cavalry. They did just get buffed, right? Was it 2 extra springle damage, I think, chat? Not bad. Can we get a buff to their production speed? They may not be coming out quick enough here. He knows that Johan can't fight without the veterancy. It's actually very smart. Although he doesn't want to fight anyway. Trades just wouldn't be great. However, these small disruptions have actually bought enough time here. Johan, veterancy for spears in 20. Veterancy for archers in 2. And this becomes a fight you can take. The Janissaries are still laid in there. The Sofas can't lead. No, and it's awkward for Gully to actually find the Jannies and target them down in this big mass here. The death ball is real. Really commit to killing them off here. The formation shuffle actually working against Gully. Tries to use line formation to get further away. More Sofa are starting to arrive. The Janissaries are overextended though. However, they're not being targeted. Gully, misclicking, finally recalibrates onto him. So Jannies get wiped out. The Sofa count, only 7 remaining in the fight. Backline has gone for Johan. Gully does have a lot of strength in his push here now. Yeah, just a few Sofas all he really needs. I think Johan, a bit of a mispositioning there, right? The Janissaries didn't need to be that close in the first place. The army came to him. And now he finds himself in quite the tricky predicament. Nico getting idled out. Map control not looking good. He didn't get his hands on relics either. We've got Springles coming to play, but against the Sofas, it's not going to be very impactful. No. Mere tickling, in fact. And the archers, it doesn't fare much better with either. Johan does at least have production advantage, so Gully will have to start shuffling away, but he's got an eco lead. He should be able to play for relics now. What is the housing? A very, very hard to reach initial pit mine, I'd say. He knows that Gully doesn't want to back off too much. This is very important. Whoever backs off opens themselves to raids. You have to try and control your opponent. Johan, he is now getting into Knights. Knights is the scary point for Gully. He doesn't have an answer to them right now. Now, Gully, a 5 eco lead is kind of big here because they both have their own resource gen on top, right? Fulani is giving a lot of value across the Gully. Oh, no. Wait, was there a raid or did he actually kill them by accident? I think he killed them by accident. Because he ran out of cow here. Oops. Yeah, he doesn't even know, right? Because otherwise it's totally worth building a mill here and deleting it later to fill his cows. I think he's so distracted he didn't realize he's got inefficient workers. But even without that one ranch, he's got the rest filling him up with Fulani. So it's kind of mirroring out the value play you get from the military schools. Arguably, with the extra military school, there's probably a little bit more value for Johan. But then you have to remember that he's 7 behind. Well, more than 7. Because remember, 3 of that work account are traders. And they aren't giving him much. Mass Musafadi now. Wait, really? Gully's building for something that doesn't exist. I think he's just assuming men-at-arms. It's not an unexpected strategy for Almonds. We've seen a lot of games where they just like men-at-arms at this stage of their front line. And again, you know, if I was against someone who's blobbing archers, in this situation, I'd probably be more paranoid about Sipahi. So just Donzo, right? To keep it simple. The reason is that if your opponent then goes spears, you already have archers to counter spear play, right? So you protect your Sipahi well. And because it's a premium calf, it's worth it. It's not like you're choosing horsemen here. Then it would make more sense to go for men-at-arms. Troopers on the way. Gully is playing wider and wider, but we do have him now playing for relics. Something that Johan never went for. It's like villagers did get picked. That's 3 additional worker kills. This is all adding up. I mean, this is the thing about Prairie. It really does reward aggression. And the Sofas are just great independent raiders like this. No textiles either means that Johan can get free hit by these bad boys. Johan has to make a move soon. The longer he waits, the worse this now gets. Yes, you've got Vizier points stockpiling. Yeah, you get some nice perks there. But what we're seeing is very effective raiding by Gully. It's now 17 worker kills, and he's still likely to find more at this rate. Was fighting okay. Wood 4 archers. That's true. I wonder if he could just get away with javelins more. It's kind of weird at this stage because javelins tend to overkill and their attack speed is a problem. That's why in the past we've seen like Delhi Tower Victory Archers can beat javs because they don't overkill. And the reality is you are essentially up against Tower Victory Archers because of the meta. The problem though is like you saw your opponent's building into Springles, right? So this Musafadi, for them to be valuable, I think you have to find the raid opportunity. And that might be a bit tricky considering, does he have outposts? No. Okay, so he's got 16 villagers out here, but no outposts to warn them. So Musafadi raid could clean that up, and he's already on the move towards that eastern flag. In fact, he might know about the berries. I think he came for the relic. He'll stay for the additional entertainment, though. Oh my god. Johan is going all the way across map for the deer. Wait, Gully? Okay. All right. We may have a colorblind issue for green there. Didn't see him. I can't believe that. That should be 4 more workers dead. Instead, dodges the bullet. What is Johan's way out? He's getting pinched on both sides. Relic's getting blocked, man. It's going to be a 5 Relic game for Gully. I mean, he says he's not a Malian main or a Malian spammer, but I still believe he is, no matter what he tells me. I feel like I cast him playing Malians in tournament more than any other Civ. Wrap around the back here. Johan's getting baited. I think he realizes too. He's pulling the army back. Villagers should be able to get safety in time. Still more out of time forced, and on top of that, Gully is just starting to constrict him, strangling him in this game. It's pretty much on every single angle. The only one that's missing is the north side, and hold that fort because we do have a rotation in. The scout should see it. Yep, he knows. So for all the good reactions by Johan, there's one he couldn't react quick enough to. North side. Sophie's going to start raiding in. More villagers dying. It's the military lead, man. The classic solution against Malians is just wall. If you wall, they can't raid you so simply, but on a map like this, much easier said than done. Janissary backline is getting targeted. Sabahi are going to break through. I think Gully kind of missed Micah at this engagement. Yeah, he was more focused on the flanks and extending that eco lead that he's building up. So Johan does at least find one positive in the entire engagement. That is the center fight. The problem now is there's still so many troops left on the flanks you can't rush forward. You have to go back and clear these guys up first. And that's going to buy Gully the time he needs to build another wave to push it. And you can see the difference in pressure just based on the buildings on the map. Gully's just kind of loving life. Admittedly, houses are deceptive as they're half the impact of standard houses, but still. Just a full SimCity feeling for Gully's base. And Johan's is just kind of get it wherever you can. You understand why China built the Great Wall? You understand now why some players try to wall this map even super early, even though it's so hard, right? Still remember watching that tournament game between Magic and I believe it was Vortex, where he tried to systemically wall the map piece by piece. Didn't really work out for obvious reasons. It's just not an easy map to wall. But there's always that temptation just because of how exposed you are otherwise. Johan's going for a keep drop. He knows he's running out of time here. This is his move. This is his time. The only time. Because if he has to take another fight like that, he'll die from all the guts. He'll bleed out from it. So instead, he goes for one big hot poker into the eyeball of the toddler here. Is it going to be good enough though? The villagers, they're actually blocked by the Janissaries. He's not even building the castle right now. I mean, this might as well be a doubt keep. It's not going to go up because it didn't even start in time. Frontline's already dead. Backline to follow. They're all in play here. Johan pulling all the villagers. Already has the Great Bombard as well. Can the Springles carry him through? The keep definitely looks like it's guaranteed to go up, but there won't be much push left afterwards. As it gets sniped down. No more attack speed buffer left over. The siege is at least looking good for Johan, but everything else is looking thumbs down. Keep complete. But there's still just so much distance between him and the landmarks. And only one Great Bombard to try and make it all happen. Definitely not an easy task. Flank raid found even more worker kills, I believe. We're now at the 52 workers killed in this game. Not just that, he sparked a Great Bombard right next to full production. Without any villagers to repair any damage done. Yeah, this doesn't feel like the fast siege you're expecting, right? He's marching now towards the landmarks. Taking out the ranches isn't a bad idea. It's a one-hitter as well. Wait, it's not a one... Can't believe it's actually not a one-hitter. Kind of feel silly that ranches have 500 HP, actually. Good lord. Would have at least been more efficient to maybe move beyond and just snipe the next ranch. Great Bombard taking a little bit of damage. Doesn't really have that much health. Has got the repair crew nearby, so Johan can always go for that alongside another keep drop. The Gully's already now prepping the trebuchets. It feels as if Gully should be fine as long as he doesn't force it too fast. The Great Bombard might have him panicking a little bit. The only thing missing for Johan now would be a siege workshop. Get some trebuchets or some rams, anything, to follow us up with additional damage. Right now, he has 3 landmarks to address. He hasn't dealt with any of them yet. He just keeps going after the ranch. I mean, you can't kill the landmarks either, right? Unless your troops can get here, he'll always repair. And remember, this is one of the hardest civs to do this against because of this tech here. He can always just get banker repairs to fix everything up instantly. Hard situation. A lot of stone still being gathered. Johan not even really bothering to repair. There's the pull. But against this many trebuchets, is that a little bit too late? I think he lucked out there. One of the treb shots looked like it missed for a second. Our trade network is going to be getting low, but not as low as the castle that's now down. Meanwhile, villager to get sniped, so good read there by Johan to stop that repair coming in. This would be one hell of a miracle. 93 to 44 economy. But I don't think he's going to be able to pull it off here. 2 landmarks still to go, and the castle's already down to half HP. It's doomed. Yeah, and here comes the dive. He's not even going to wait until the castle's fully down. Saharan Trade Network may die, but with it dies Johan's hopes of winning this game. Kind of crazy that it was this tight, this snug for a moment. Johan, I respect him making the Hail Mary play, but I think in hindsight, looking back at this, he'll know where it went wrong, right? He spent a bit too much time being the defender. Classic on Prairie. Rewards offensive play so much. Apparently not the all-in keep style, though. Okay. 1 on the board for Gully Dockle. So Malian's up against Otto's. Game 1 win there. So we've got either Coastal Cliffs or Dry Arabia next. Got scared for Gully. It's like so awkward with only 1 Great Bombard though. Maybe if he had the extra economy to be able to afford like 2 or 3 trebs, yeah, it gets spooky, but it's asking so much of him. Like, economy has limits, right? And that's kind of exceeding them. This could be promising though for Johan. I didn't really talk about this originally. The fact that he got Zhuji. It's quite surprising. It's going to be Zhuji versus Mongols. We have got a few minutes, by the way. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about it when we're in game, okay? Ooh. Oh, yeah, I remembered. You know, I don't know. I think... I really, like, part of me is like, man, I should go live, farm the content of the Garrison qualifiers. But at the same time, I feel like I should just be healthy in saying, take a break. Just like I say with my Wednesdays, like, I have my Wednesdays off. So I think maybe we just won't go live this weekend. We'll be back as normal on, like, Monday. Yeah. And then I'll enjoy a bit of relaxation. Maybe look to play through Halo Infinite, I reckon. It's the final one I need to do. I'm looking to get my hands on maybe some early access to Monster Hunter. Do a little bit of variety streaming towards the end of the month. Check out the new one. Also got to play through. Still got to finish Bolt Gun. Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun's kind of cool. I really like the vibes, man. Like they done a really good job of modernizing like the Doom vibes with that game. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I don't know if people want to watch me watch Kingdom Come Deliverance. BC versus Jesus. They didn't make the first game viewable, so at that point it was kind of like too long of a wait to hop into that one. So we didn't do it in the end. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of games at the moment, actually, isn't there? Because there was Kingdom Come Deliverance. There was the other one that came out yesterday, Avowed. I think I got offered a key for that. Avowed looked pretty cool. Avowed is made by the people who made Fallout New Vegas, who made Outer Worlds. I really like the vibrancy of Avowed. It's a very, very colorful game. It pops quite a lot. So I'm kind of tempted with Avowed. Maybe we find a day to do a stream of that. What else would there be? The challenge here is like finding a way to make it into YouTube content as well. But yeah, Avowed, Kingdom Come Deliverance is like... I don't know, I'm still on the fence on that one just because the first game apparently really, really matters for the story. So I'd have to play through the first one. I want to wait for... Presumably Frostpunk is going to have some DLC, right? And when it does, I want to like hop on and check it out. Because I never got round to checking Frostpunk 2 out when it first came out. Like, presumably they're going to have some DLC. Yeah, because they did announce a roadmap. So, there's a free major content update in 2025. Consoles launch is 2025. And then Spectrum DLC is in 2025 as well. Because I love Frostpunk 1. Frostpunk 1 was so incredibly immersive. Had so much love for that game. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll find like a co-op night as well, where I stream me playing with Emma. And face palming. When she asked me to carry her for everything. Is Frostpunk 2 not good? Why is it not good? What's bad about it? Oh, God, don't get me started about you and Supervive, mate. That whole stack, Jesus. I mean, I hate to be snobbish about it, but I knew I was better than all of you. Dead weight. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, it was tough to like slap as well because that old PC really couldn't handle it. I don't know. Supervive, there's a lot of games that are like a weird place. You know, I say that it's very hard for a new game to break out and remain as a breakout. I really stand by that. Like, if you have a look at Supervive now, it's such a great game. I had a lot of fun with it. But right now, about 120 people on Twitch watch it. Right? Deadlock has this too, actually. Deadlock was even kind of crazier in that regard. Deadlock is down to maybe 2,000 people watching it. And there's currently a tournament going on. That's crazy. Right? That is crazy drop off for where it was at. Alright. Let's get ready. Ladies and gents, I think we might have a free game series. What is this Civ doing here? Yeah, Mongols, you can maybe forgive it. You see, like, hey, there's a way you can win with this. And then you look on the other side. Kaiser Johann somehow got this UG. This is the forbidden. This is like Voldemar. You can't say it out loud. It shouldn't appear in a draft. It is the most banned Civ by far in pro play. And yet Johann got his hands on for Dry Arabia. And he got his hands on a good spawn. What? It's going to be 50 gold, 36 food. Maybe he clips 1 or 2 berries here. I don't think he can get the whole load. Actually, yeah. No, he might be able to get 3 of them. So that's still going to be a pretty lofty, like, what, 54 food and 50 gold. That's a pretty damn good spawn, actually. Now, Mongols vs. Juji should still be about pro scouts. The slight nerf is really not going to be felt, especially by Juji. So I'm wondering what Gully Deckel's plan is here. In some ways, it kind of feels like this is a worse matchup than the Chinese matchup. I think, on average, I kind of prefer Chinese to Juji just because of the Imperial Academy taxation. But in this particular matchup, because Juji immediately have access to Juganu, you can't really go for that Magadai opening that's super effective against Pro Scout play. Because your opponent has a very easy solution. So curious to see what Gully is going to try here. It's not a great map for trade either. And that is a very conservative Meditation Garden. I guess he's worried about a potential outpost rush here. Yeah. But no, it's not that. He doesn't know. Come on. Yeah, but he sees the pebbles. I mean, he might not. He's not actively looking like we are. If he was, he would have went deeper, because that is a jackpot waiting to happen. Like, with the range on this thing, I have no doubt he'd probably get 3 to 4 of the berries and both golds with the primary berry. Is this new patch? This is indeed. Not much really changed, though. Kind of felt like a minor patch in a lot of ways. I hope we get another one soon, really. I don't think the change around Pro Scout's done enough. I would have loved to have seen some additional content, like a new map as well. Okay, maybe I'm like over-demanding here, and maybe the map team's going to be swaying. But I feel like I'm not going to be happy unless we're getting, you know... Well, I think we need to rotate the maps more frequently, that's obvious. But a new map every, like, 2 months, 3 months. And someone's going to say, KP, that's overkill. That's way too many maps. You're insane. What are you doing? Granted, that is a lot of maps. But here's the thing. A lot of those maps are going to whiff. The point is not to always get a good map. The point is to explore potential maps and that the community guide you towards ones worth your interest. Versus waiting half a year, whatever it's going to be, releasing a new map and it's just complete dog. I feel as if AoE4 kind of needs that change as well. So we just get more shots, basically, having new maps enter the rank pool. So Pro Scouts is coming in. Gully's been pretty slow on his Deerstone timing. That's to be expected with how quickly he's usually built the landmark. In the end, it was 25 gold, 17 wood, and 36 food. So about 80 resources. Still respectable. The Pro Scouts is going to be a bit tricky for Gully to stop. Yeah, there's 2 flanks. His deer are stacked on top of each other there, and that's beneficial. It means it should be quite easy for him to camp this. In fact, building 2 Magadai and just sitting him here should stop any of that deer gathering. You won't rush it, though, because obviously you want to do something to block the closer deer stacks first. Like how SC2 does their new maps, they generate content by making map contests. Obviously, the map makers need better tools than they're given right now. Yeah, I mean, to that point, it's something we've been begging for a long time. I mean, I don't have the money to, but I've said before about how cool it would be if the money was put aside for map making competitions, but also for mods, right? Have $10,000 on offer, $1,000 to each mod maker or something like that, $2,000, whatever, to the best mods. And then in return, you get access to all the things they coded. So then if they stop playing the game because they only wanted the cash out, you then have a product that someone in the community can expand upon. It's just a win-win. First scout supervised from stable so fast. Wow, amazing. Yeah, I've never seen this before. But remember, it's an even faster scout now because they buffed the production speed. Wow. And the cost. Wow. Juganu coming as well. So yeah, Kaiser Johan is going for that early aggression build. Yeah, but he's running it straight into Keshik. That's kind of a negative. And we do have mirrored pro scouts. Normally, I wouldn't be a fan of this. I think that the Mongols would be heavily disadvantaged, but I think the edge you get here is the spawn. If there was a spawn where you could justify it, it's this one. Because with very little effort, you can take away half the deer on the map. It's much harder for Johan to contest that side, especially now that he's committing to Jugnu. Now, trade-offs, by doing this, you're weakening your initial military blow, which means the Jugnu spam can be a bit more powerful. But if you scout it early, it shouldn't be too much concern. We do, however, have him misstepping into the Magadai. And the reason I feel like this is a misstep is because the Zhug will counter. On top of that, like, Johan is already taking the deer, right? He's taken 1 stack, I think, entirely. Second one's coming in. So he can already move linearly 1 stack to the other with the Zhug. In fact, at this pacing, he'll be able to run across the map towards your deer grab. I think that's why Gully spammed up to 4 scouts rapidly there. It'd be broken if deer could generate olive oil too. How would that even work? Do you just, like, dangle the venison there on a table and then wait for a wild Italian man to come by and unpop his valuable bottle of olive oil? And he's like, Mamma mia, just like a mama used to... And then you just rob him of his olive... Like, you're going to have to explain to me why deer would give olive oil. You press the deer like olives. I'm pretty sure that's just blood, you vampire. Sorry, deer pyre. Give deer olives before... so we're basically going the way of that very unique bird. You know the one I'm talking about? The one that would eat grapes from the vines in France? So much so that it would taste like wine. Is that what we're going for here? My deer will eat so much olive, it will taste of olives. Right? It's a deer Greek salad. Oh, this is an ugly fight. Keshik's is just getting a lot of value there. We'll stab him down the end. But, I mean, he killed 3 Zhug for 1 Keshik. That's worth it. Tech up is going to complete first for Johan, though. So, Castle Aegean, with the Shaolin Monastery, he's going to be rushing towards the monks. In fact, he even adds in a normal monastery. And Gully needs to catch up now. Let's get back to the game. You're not my mum. You don't tell me what we do here, okay? Last time I checked, your name isn't Pigeon's mum. Question now is who's going to be crying for mum after this one. I mean, Lancer spam. Magadai aren't going to be hitting hard enough to be that threatening. And one awkward thing here for Johan is, like, spamming out these monks maybe seems good in theory, but in reality, your opponent has Magadai in the field. He could easily intercept you. All right, one's if you think Gully's going to win this. Choose if you think that Kazuyon is. Because we've got Gully going into the step readout. So it's going to give him a lot of gold inflation to get mass Keshiks going. That's usually the presumptive way you're going. I don't think you really want to be playing crossbows in a rush here. Twos. Oh my god. You clearly all must come from Chinese descendancy. Alright. Be honest though. Wu, Shu, or Wei? That's a question you either understand or you completely don't. Now, I feel bad for the ones that don't. You missed out on a fun period. Arcleave, could you kindly stop putting D in my mum? It's not how you spell Pigeon's mum. I remember I had to have an argument with someone about this one time. It's like, you spell Pigeon wrong. I was like, no, I don't. You're spelling a surname, sir. So, golly, it's just going to be what? Crossbow Keshiks now? Wolf's coming up. I like this. It's just going to stop him from getting the easy raids into the base. Wow, look at this. Ultimate technology we discovered that the Mongols do not have. I've never seen this before, said the Mongol person. You'd think after a while of watching other people build them, they'd at some point sit there and go, yeah, I think I know how these work now. He's like, yeah? Yeah, Tim? You think you know how they work? Yeah, I think I figured it out, Bill. All right, Tim, how do you do it? Well, what we do is you just walk over in a direction and we hit a hammer against the floor. Oh, wow, Tim. And before he could pass that knowledge on to anyone else, they both got promoted and became Zhuji. There's a hole in the wall? There is definitely not, my friend. This is your bait. He's nicely insulated there. Lancers are at least keeping the Keshiks in check for the time being. Also, Gully's been pretty delayed in going towards the relics himself, so it's already 2 at home for Johan. Wouldn't be surprised if he's going to have a third coming soon. In fact, yep, Shao the Monk walked the north side on his own. So 3 relics already home. This is enough for Zhuji. At this point, you can be a better HRE by getting pagodas. On a scale of 1 to Springald, how's the meta? Dark Age Samurai Rush. I think that's the measurement we're going with. It's that bad. Oh, it's getting worse for Golly. I am struggling to see the way. We do have a wall that is going to get denied here. Keshik count is looking pretty good for the fight. But he seems reluctant for good reason. Yeah, the health bars aren't great. And the Lancers get the immediate snipes and no one's getting this relic. And now the crossbow wave arrives though. Golly, this is a good fight now. Johan got baited in. He's got to play for the relic, but not going to be quick enough. He's got more Lancers being spammed out, but he's losing now due to the ranged. With Dali horses, I mean, that's great. Does he have it? I think he did get it. Yeah, 1.5 should be it. No, wait, no, there it is. Now coming in. So it'll take down to 1.35 attack speed, but the problem now is the crossbows. The crossbows are going to beat his ass. Shiganu overextend as well. Keshiks will just edge in there. And oh no! Because Tim became a Zhuji, we don't know how to build these. We definitely don't know how to bring them down. 6 Keshiks is going to be able to break in. The formation shuffle of Gully. No! That may just lose him the game. Dali horses now coming in. Keshiks are getting wiped here. And the relics are on the way home. I can't believe that the formation shuffle from Gully spelt doom. And that, folks, is why separate key binding groups is highly recommended. Johan now just going to continue to blow at a much faster pace. Gully's at least trying to get his little version of Dali horses with the step lancers, but it wasn't there for the most critical fights. Now, this is the point where things get awkward for Gully. He's going to have to find a way of stopping the next point of scaling. For Johan, he could easily just go for Yuan next. Instead, we might actually be seeing Song. It's a lot of wood being saved up. Likely, we're going to be seeing the Granary transition next. all this Springle talk in a game where neither side is going to build them, by the way. When Mongol Springles? I mean, in fairness, Mongols do have the improved shot triggers, right? Jiangnan now come through. 2TC as well? He's vibing. Food-wise, he's still got the boar on the north side, the double berry patch. It's not in a rush to panic and just go into the farms yet. Keshiks are going to be able to ride in the north side. In fairness, there isn't really much here to protect. The outpost is going to reveal what's happening at least. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Lancers with the dive in, and the crossbows get cut off. Yeah, there was way too little stutter step in there from Gully. I think he was distracted as he railed in with the Keshiks. He only found 2 worker kills for it though. In return, he lost a hell of a lot more to this. Crossbows all culls. Villagers getting carved up like the turkey at Christmas. And Johan's lead continuing now to build. Yeah. This game has gone beyond ugly. We're now at... She has a great personality. It's not looking great. Johan has full dictatorial control. He's got 2 Sacred Sites locked in, soon to be a 3rd, 4 relics to play with, 2 TC. Gully needs to make a move fast. Horse hand cannoneer for Mongols? Soon. You guys remember when Hussein made that hilarious mod that added camel gunners, I recall. Still, my favorite unit from that mod was the Robotiquin that got turned into a giant long-range machine gun. But it had, I think it was 0.1 movement speed or 0.2 movement speed. I think it was a slug. Good times. Gully, not so much in store for a good time here. Wait for mounted HC when they add Espanol? Why would it have to be Espanol? So... the problem is, we already have a French variant, but it would have been perfect for the French variant because you could have had Dragoons. Right? Like, what was the originator of the Dragoons? I think it was the French. Whenever I say Dragoon, all I get is a flashback to Cossacks OP Dragoons. Anyone who's played it knows the ones I'm talking about. Part of me was thinking, you know what? Actually, I figured it out. So, everyone thinks the English variant is going to be like Scottish or Irish, which bold. But if you know my country, you know how much of an insult that is to a different group. What if they just done something like the India Trading Company? I could kind of see that for Dragoons, because I'm feeling like the Dragoon mercenary angle works there, you know? I don't think anyone's considered an English variant that would be something akin to one of the trading companies. Too modern? Yeah. Kept bonuses based on the amount of racism? Jesus. You know what? I'm just going through my brain right now with all the amazing animations that Cossacks had, and I'm kind of envious that we don't have more psychotic animations. Anyone who's played Cossacks 1 knows what I'm talking about. Winged hussars and standard, like they look like psychos swinging their blades around. They were incredible. Uh-oh. I don't know if this tech time's going to be incredible for Gully, though. Look at this. He goes to the Cargonet. But the mounted units coming in, the Lancers. Remember, Dolly horses, they just kill you so fast here. And Gully, he's actually committing to this. Finally pulls away, but it costs him dearly. 8 more workers going down. Now almost a 30 villager lead for Johan. Now that he knows what his opponent's done, he can easily think about mirroring the play. Does need to set up his own farms first. Ambitious from Johan to commit, actually. Needs to be careful. Yeah, that was a terrible fight. Okay, so Gully may be very far behind on villagers, but at least the Cargonet, he's going to get a decent influx of extra resources. I can't remember what the exact number was. I think it's 400 or 500 resources per minute, if I'm not mistaken. So that makes up for, like, what, 10 worker deficit? Still a big gap, but you do have the age-up advantage. You are going to have some pretty effective troops coming in as well. Never say never. Hero Sif, Richard the Lionheart? Oh, dude, don't. You can already see the comments on Reddit. Not another one! Scotland variant, they fight with... Wait, no. Just no. I think someone's going to need to be timed out in Horny Jail at this rate today. So the second side timer is still ticking here, right? And Johan, now he has the farms coming in, he can just rush Imperial. It's good enough. He never got Yuan, but it doesn't matter. That's not your goal now. Just use the gold. Like, you have 3,500 gold. It's time to buy all the upgrades you want. Oh no, wait, haven't we been here before? Isn't this just deja vu? Over and over and over again, these Lancers just keep getting in. I mean, ironically, he's playing this like a Mongol. He just shows up, raids, pillages, runs off with a few of the peasants, then comes back next year. Initial hand cannon is also just getting sniped outright. And Temple of the Sun now in the way. Oh my. Temple of the Sun's a big problem here, guys. Dolly horses is one thing, but there's a tech that's usually forgotten in here. We always see the gunpowder range, we always see the infantry movement speed. But what about maybe Divine Charge for a 20% damage increase? How much backlash do you think there'd be if they start selling cosmetic skins? As long as it fits themes, I don't think there'd be much. I've said it before that I'd be fine with it if it supports development for the game and it doesn't intrude upon the game. The problem comes is when developers stop caring about real good changes and make it about premium Shopifying. But the thing that I think usually gets overlooked, and that's why I've given up talking about it in the past now, is to set up for a cosmetic system, to set up a store. There's a lot of back end that has to be done to make a system that allows people to customize skins, but also people to buy things. There's a lot of moving parts that aren't as apparent to the end user that you have to do on a developmental level that adds cost. So that gets weighed into opportunity cost versus just making expansions. Expanding. Gully's chances of winning this game have ever so slightly expanded from where he's at before. It still looks bad though. And yeah, it's going to be worse. Look at this. Dahlia horses with the elite Lancers now in. They find the first sweepy pile. And Lancers have really fancy looking hats when you put them all in pink. Can we just praise how, like, this game isn't over yet? No! They don't show us idle. Why don't they show us idle? Please stop. Like, activate anime mode, mirror mode. There's so many after images, you don't know which one is real. It's just one villager, guys. Okay, he did at least realize what's happened there. God knows how long that was going on for, though. Yeah, guys, it's not a big deal. It's only, what, a third of his economy. Yeah, you heard me correctly. We're 25 minutes in the game. Gully doesn't have 50 villagers. Diving in the base, Gully needs to start reaping some souls here. The clump is after those in the back eastern corner. Hard to reach, especially now that Johan is switching into Nest of Bees. What was that? Magic. The Gather? We do have the pack-up tech being prepped. Wonder, I don't think you move the Cargonet to the front line. It's just unfortunate when the Nest of Bees come out, Weepy Pals, they're really slow to arrive. Speaking of those knobs, they do exist on the other side. This is where things can get a little bit tricky. Temple of the Sun is probably one of the highest APM landmarks in the game when you use it to its full entirety. With a diverse comp, right? He's got infantry for Divine Haste, he's got Divine Defense for the Nest of Bees range, you've got Divine Charge for the Lancers. They're all worth using at different times. And what a pin shot! No, golly! He thought he could break out! And Johan, the patience pays off! That's giving me a wipe out. Nothing really left of the forward army. What a timing attack there as well. The Divine Haste giving him the gap close just before the wall would go down, forcing the melee to commit to the south side and getting the wipe. I think that might have been Gully's only hope in this game, actually. His one shot, his one opportunity. Don't worry, there's still one person that could turn this around. Oh, there's a spear. Oh, no, he's definitely dead. To think, if Gully had just been alone here, Khan with the villagers for 4 minutes, we'd have a balanced game again. So not much required, you know? Gully is so reluctant to give this up. Oh! I think we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I have a very sophisticated question. Good. I can tell that this is going to be the absolute opposite of sophisticated question. Is it going to be... It's going to be something silly like bums or boobs. I can already see it coming. But please. Oh, wait. No. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. Does Abbot Age 3 get an additional 20% gather rate or go from 15 to 20? It goes from 15 to 20. An extra 20% would be insane. That would be like having an Ark and Chapel effect everywhere. So yeah, it's an extra 5%. Yeah, Gully really is believing in whatever deity that really wouldn't exist, you want to call it. I mean, this game would require divine intervention, and the only type of divinity here to be found is actually in the Zhuji's landmark. I don't really see his way out of this anymore. There was maybe a small window. I can understand the hope, but now that Johan is in age 4, he's got a stable economy, reaching your base, this is conclusive. We're going to be seeing a third game between these two. What do you guys think? Was there something else Gully could have done in this game that really would have increased his chances? I had to emphasize that, otherwise Faye's just going to beg for Magadai. I mean, I don't think the Pro Scouts play was the wrong maneuver. It was that initial fight, really, with the crossbowman that just put him behind, too far behind. Now it's going to put him 6 feet under. Nest of Bees, they're looking for him. He wants the hand cannoneers. I mean, the difference here is, like, if they both lose the army, Johan can replace, Gully cannot, but it's not going to be both losing army. Only one person's army is going down here. Just too many knobs. More knobs than you'll find in an Orc War clan. And it gets the win. All right, so game numero 2. A win for Mr. Johan. Zhuji versus Mongols. Told you this series would be tight, though. It's going to come down to good... Oh, no, sorry. Wrong map. To good old coastal cliffs. I reckon this might be the final series. We'll see. I think it is probably going to be. Just because I need to eat and I've got a meeting a little bit later. So, final game. Where are the lads going to take us? They're going to take us to the land of the French and the Byzantines. I feel like this matchup has been quite fun now that people kind of like diving down the hole a bit deeper. I still quite like French in this matchup. Especially with Pro Scouts being on the menu. But we're a minute and a half out. I'm going to run a minute of ads now. Hui Hui Pao is the front line. Dude, it's like, you see it, how do you kill it? The only people who can kill the Hui Hui Pao are those that didn't play the campaign, because anyone who played the campaign is frozen in fear. It's true. I was just thinking I kind of want a game mode where it uses the Dawn of War and Company hero systems. So you gather resources, and then you you gather resources from the like sacred site type things. I'd love to see that as like a limited time game mode. It's what I was talking about before, where I'd rather just see them try completely different things with LTGs, LTGMs or whatever. To see if like there's something to it, because that's the way you create your own audience, right? It's like a different type of RTS game of what to play that. It's the same reason, by the way, why you guys might have heard about the Overwatch announcement. Did you guys see that? Overwatch just announced basically a round-based mode comparative to Counter-Strike. Why? It's going to bring in a new audience. Different people will go for that. It's like a tack shooter thing, right? All right, let's get Predickies up. Because the other thing is, by the way, there is already kind of a test element of that, isn't there? Because there's a Sultan's Ascend mission. Yeah, there's like a Sultan's Ascend mission that had that type of thing. You guys remember? The one, I think was it meant to be in the core of Egypt where it happens? Where you basically go around, you capture the sites, and based on which sites you're holding, when the new army drop-offs come in, you get certain units. All right. Just had to take a little bit of a drink. Oh. Throat's really dry after that caffeine. Oh. I'm tempted to go on a caffeine purge, actually. Apparently, it's pretty cool. Like, basically, you go in cycles of just no caffeine and back to your caffeine. Because if you do that, like, getting it out of your system is kind of like... It gives you the effect of like when you don't have caffeine, and it allows you to get back to the point where like caffeine really does something for you. And yes, the fish on the map is useless. All right. Do you run faster with a knife? Yes, because you're able to cut through the wind barrier in front of you. But also, that's very irresponsible, naughty boy. What did mommy teach us when we were a kid? Deciding game number 3 between Gully Deco and Johan. Welcome back to the series, folks, for what should be an entertaining one. Actually, I love this matchup. Ladies and gents, French versus Byzantines has become one of my favorite matchups at the moment. Pro Scouts versus anti-Pro Scouts, it feels like. Byzantines have to get creative and aggressive. On this map, I think they've had a poor success rate. Maybe Johan can show us the way. Grand Winery opening as to be expected here. School Cavalry on the other side. Yeah, so Coastal Cliffs is like one of those more linear maps. So in theory, Spearman Blockers is going to do a little bit better, especially with a spawn like this, where 3 of the deer stacks is essentially on one direction, one side of the map. Opening-wise, rotations are looking pretty much even Stevens. So 10 sheep for Gully, 13 for Johan. So my thoughts on this matchup, by the way, is that I don't think French have to rush castle at all. I think they can play long feudal, but the thing is, like, traditionally people play long feudal to only build knights, and that encourages your opponent to go for javelin limitane. The funny thing is, with you doing pro scouts, if your opponent goes for the javelin contract, I don't think there's really much to stop a French player from just blobbing spearmen. We haven't really seen it so far, but when you think about it a little bit more, it makes a lot of sense. Spears counter jabs, and also because pro scouts give you just so much extra food to work with, you should be able to vomit out a lot more spearmen than your opponent can do limitane. Like this beginning from Johan, though. I think Gully maybe slipped a little bit there. He looked for additional sheep, found maybe one. But in return, what Johan can now do is just try to ferry the sheep probably to about here. I think that's where you'll likely get it before it gets intercepted. That's really important because what it means is his initial spearman can block the pro scouts play, but also protect his villages from knights. Speaking of which, pro scouts now in the way. Remember a time where you're like, man, I wonder if he's going to do like TC build or... No, now it's always, oh, well, we'll talk about the pro scouts that's going to be happening in 3 minutes because we know it's coming. All right, how did you guys predict? 59% for Kaz Johan. Okay, so fairly tight. I think these two usually do have quite close sets from what we've been seeing, and they match up a decent amount in the midweek musters currently. Johan, definitely the one that's had better results in midweek musters. If you guys remember, he had that deep run into the semi-finals the other week. And yeah, now we're going to get the deer laming. Gully's actually pushing some of these deer even deeper. He's trying to get him pushed away. It's actually working against him. So the deer are ending up a lot closer to Johan's base as a result. First knight is going to arrive. Limitane will want to slow his horses there. Villager. Oh, no. Johan, he didn't activate the Akrotoy. Finally comes through just a little bit too late there. So first blood drawn. Gully Deckle gets the kill. And now, perfect time for pro scouts, able to pick up the goodies and start running. Will have to drop it, though. Definitely going to want to drop that. Also, by the way, these are Dark Age Spearmen. But it don't stop them killing scouts. Gully, of course, only wanted the one knight. He's mass producing into the scouts now. So, Johan, way he's playing this, I've got a feeling it might just be the castle build. Lobbing and feudal can be a little bit tricky here, a little bit slow. Whoa, guys. Just because he died doesn't mean he's an amateur scout. He did die in a dramatic way, so maybe he is a pro actor. It was trap an English king with Akrotoy? Yeah, because those guys just think they can kill anything. It's much harder to do against Royal Knights, because a Royal Knight will still free hit you, even with Akrotoy. Whereas, I think a king, takes 4 hits, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a lot easier to micro away from. So Gully, immediately to the archers. Yeah, this is where the game favors Byzantines a bit, actually. Because the javelins now just have the counter. So what I was talking about before with the spearmen starts to make sense now you see the picture. You add in spearmen, archers can help clear the limitane, but like realistically, the spearmen can clear everything. The reason why Gully's not going to do that is because every French player is thinking about Castle Age. And when you go Castle Age, would you rather have 30 spearmen upgrade or 20 Royal Knights? Well, one of those plays gets me a Royal Institute win with GG. The other one requires me to guild hall and delay the game further, which is always a little bit risky against Biz. You have the groves coming through. Outpost makes a lot of sense. You want the early warning to just get your villagers to safety. Because for Johan, if he wants to try and stop the rest of the pro scouts, he's going to need to be out on the map. AKA, not in his base. Hey, what is up, Sven? Thank you much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. Doesn't cost you a penny. And it helps me out a lot on our journey as a content creator. Or, you know, go ahead and just sub anyway. It's good bang for buck. I think we logged 120 hours this month. Big flex. Cancelled your Prime? Ah, that's good then. So you've saved like $100 a year or so? Like, definitely afford the $5 now. I've saved your money. Limitane? Ooh. Wait. Wait, no. Post-mortem Medal of Honor for that guy. Double scout kill with 3 HP. That was dirty. I can't believe that. Now the attempt to dive coming in. No more than that initial worker kill that happened from the first night. Javelin's now just getting the perfect time to counter out here. Second wave's arrived. This doesn't look great right now for Gully. Because Kaiser Johan's getting ready for Castle while having an army that Gully can't beat. I do not enjoy the cut of his jib right now. Gully doesn't have anywhere near enough knights to think about Castle either. So Johan, next objective will be Relics. There's already an easy one to obtain here. He's also still blocking some of the Pro Scouts play. There's like, what, 4 deer remaining down here? Another 4 over here. Made that 5. Actually, he's even shifted the villages out. It wasn't 5, it was 6. So he's taking the deer away actively now. Not ideal because you're not getting berries, so you're not getting olive oil, but it's denying your opponent's win condition. Maybe we just shove this one deer. He's like, wait, one of them didn't get killed? Oh, we're going to make that a bit more efficient. And you get. I would like to see a mill here. This is something I don't like from Johan. He doesn't have wheelbarrow. So, yeah, he has got it on the way now. We should be able to get level 3 assistance soon. Stone's looking pretty good for it. So, Gully, kind of just stuck in the age now, huh? Johan hasn't got a blacksmith upgrading, but Undermesh can be rushed with the Dialecticus effect. That should be his next goal, just makes the Limitane incredibly tanky. Doesn't need to start adding in more of those Limitane, boys. Doesn't quite have enough gold to get the veterancies yet. Does keep finding more kills though, another knight going down. Gully just not in a position to counterattack. He went so far back. He's not really positioned for a dive, and it's worrisome now because if Dialecticus gets triggered, the unlock's going to be fast. Luckily for Gully, Johan has forgotten. However, luckily for Johan, Gully seems reluctant, as he should be. If that was Dialecticus research speed, by the time you attack, the upgrade's in. You just die. So for Gully, there's only one other option at this stage. It's going to be to level up himself. Starting to stop half a castle age. Veterancies are now being rushed in. In fact, he still hasn't switched to Dialecticus. Where that really matters is when he starts thinking about blacksmith depths. Interesting. So we have got Varangian coming. In fairness, there's not many knights, but it does feel quite odd to build Varangian into French anyway. Because they're either going to be building knights or they're going to be building Arletria. Like, I'd argue that Varangian is probably the worst unit you can build against French that you have in your arsenal. And it is going to be Guildhall. Understandably so. With only 6 knights, Gully doesn't really have a quick close point on his side. Johan overgathering on the gold, though. Wait, he cancelled wheelbarrow! Big mistakes made there. Nice hit on the eco line. Gully Decker, while teching up, finds a big win. I can't believe that. He cancelled wheelbarrow. He also had the vision. He should have been able to see those knights super early, but apparently distracted by something elsewhere. So tech out complete. A 9-worker lead now for Gully, and one that will continue to build courtesy of the TC. The other issue I see for Kaiser Johan is, like, where's the cistern? It's only level 2 still. So he hasn't been scaling his own economy, really. No, just luck to that 14% buffer. Golly. I mean, at this point, you can just kind of park. You need to be careful not to give too many relics across to Johan. But Johan has put himself in a disadvantageous position. He needs to move fast. My voice sounds clear. Has it not? I feel like it sounded clear all the days, no? But thank you. Wait, is that Winston I see in the chat? He's found his way to the place to be. Winston, when you signing up for the Midweek Musters? Wait, are you allowed to? I mean, it's in your name, Winston. Gotta be the one to slay Anatan. Question now is who slays who here? It's weird, actually, when you have arbitrary versus javelins. You want to say javelins beat arbitrary, but it's really not that simple, guys. Javs get 8 bonus damage. But the arbitraries get enough ranged armor, they offset over half of that. Can't play in any MS-sponsored events. Boo! They're not making any exceptions. Sag. So, guys, that's the other reason we need non-Microsoft money sponsors, so that we can get Winston in on the events and deeply analyze all of his games. That's true, actually. Like, if Winston just didn't wear tinted glasses, no one would know it's him. Right? If he just borrowed my normal glasses, no one would know. If you call yourself Leuston, no one will figure it out. Like, we need Leuston, something that's not waffles. Leuston pancakes. Boom. Actually, we need someone that's got an L in it. Leuston linguine. There you go. Don't eat that for breakfast. Okay, so pressure coming in. Johan, we don't have mango towers. This arbitrary mass is pretty scary without mango towers. Behind this, remember, Guildhall is ticking. So as time goes on, Johan has a very scary window ahead of him. He needs to find an edge here, an advantage in the fights. He has got the Camel Riders, a smart read into the Royal Knights. He's going to struggle against the mass of crossbows and archers. Admittedly, those crossbows do less damage than they used to, remember. They did nerf the base damage. Thank God. Oh, but you hate to see it, Gambusons. A tech worthy of a re. Winston Flapjacks? No, you could call him Finston Flapjacks, like Fin Fast. Finston Flapjacks, there you go. We figured it out. Maito can create an account called My Finger. Nobody will know. Nearly can make an account called Willy. I'm sorry, that one was just... That's very childish of me, but it's too easy to not take. Oh, a lot of Rax's Gully. This is quite crafty, actually. I think Spearman solves the same, but Men at Arms, I guess, just feels better. The problem is Johan's already getting crossbows, so like, you're kind of setting up to count yourself. I could have sworn he would have seen the crossbows earlier as well. It's crazy for Gully. Spearman just wins the game. Conceive a pigeon. I mean, no, that's definitely me. I've got 2 kids. Hey. pacifist pigeon, I guess, would be the one. Aspirant's banned for being too OP? No, it's just not a B game. And wait, I just remembered. Did Cat sign up this week? No, Cat. A little bit of surprise there is actually missing. You know this game is not going to be quick. They're both kind of hesitant. He's building so many camels. There's only 9 knights. I guess we go foreign engineering company and it's worth it? My wife's not a pigeon? How would you know? I don't know what animal she'd be. You may have noticed her in chat. She doesn't have like the most imaginative name, to be honest with you. You can definitely tell she's been gaming since she was a kid, though, because she's got that XX Emma XX name, you know? Up there with 420s and stuff like that in your name. So Johan actually going to Cataphracts. What? There's no siege to kill. This feels a bit weird. Second TC coming in as well. Understandable. Remember, over time, he's just falling behind. Benefits of French TCs being faster. Javelins are just going to carelessly be thrown away. Has split his troops here because the knights are trying to break in. And are about to. We don't have Mango in placements either. No, Johan, what has he been doing with his stone here? The flash is coming in. The Cataphracts need to really be charged to the backside. The Camels could absorb a lot of damage from the Arbitrier. He peels them back, though. Because Camel lives matter. He's sending them to deal with the Knights, but that has left him weaker in the main engagement. Cata charges are going to come through to the backside. Arbitrier is dealing with it, and it looks like Defenders of Age is going to reap a win here for Johan. Backline now being reached. The Pavis only now being dropped. There should be enough Javelins here to start mopping that up. And the Camels clean house here. Knights are down. He's trying to backstab, but at this stage, too little, too late. That's 18 Camels. Oh my God. There's more Camels than were used in the filming of the original Mummy movie. This is ridiculous. And now the chase down. The only upside for Gully is he does at least have 7 melee armor. So these things only doing half damage, but you don't have a lot of health. You don't have a lot of damage into Camels either. It's going to reset, so reinforcements can catch up, but an advantageous position now for Johan. Second TC complete, more olive groves on the way. Farm switch has come in from Gully, and he does now have the food to go for Imperial. And with 2 sacred sites capped, I think we know where this is going. Bloody hell. I mean, Johan, the tricky part for him is he may have repelled his opponent, but if he doesn't counterattack, Gully can just win. This is a huge advantage. Johan is down to 300 food income a minute. He's nowhere near teching, and the Red Palace is now on the way. I'm not really sure what the solid plan is now for Johan. At this stage, Gully should be gathering stone. Yep, he's moved people out. So gradually gathering for his second keep drop on the south side sacred site. If Johan wants to win this game, the decap is quintessential now. Because what's going to end up happening is as that timer ticks down, Trev play is going to be too slow. And with the upgrades for Gully on the Arbitrary Mass, all he has to do is camp here. Military Academy also getting primed, so Johan. It's actually kind of intriguing that he's going Military Academy in this position. He doesn't have enough food to really use it. Love the fact he's actually using the red pass for production as well. Remember, Gully, there's a lot of extras to be unlocked here. Crossbow stirrups is a really big deal. Johan is about to discover how big of a deal the red pass is. Oh, life is sad. Upside for him, he discovered it early enough to know he can pivot to the other one before a keep drop occurs. That's important info. We'll want to re-wall here quickly. Because if he dives the west side, there's a risk that Gully goes into the base. He needs to be fast about this. It's kind of unfortunate the way he had to rotate. Preferably you just go beyond the ford, but the red pass range would eclipse you running this way. Because now you have to shuffle back behind your line, come back round. That buys enough time for elite decks. Something I'm sure Johan's aware of. Start to save up as well, so Imperial Age on the way soon. Foreign Engineering Company makes too much sense here not to. Buffs your javelins, so you can trade out with the crossbow stirrups. Buffs everything with the armor as well from the camels. The problem is, he's not buffed yet. Welcome to French OP life on 2 Sacred Site maps. This is just not getting touched. Other issue, like gold-wise, I don't see a lot of longevity here. Johan basically has 4,000 to work with. And there you go, Foreign Engineering Company now coming in. He can get the Royal Cannons, but you'd be getting the Royal Cannons against Red Palace, which means you could only use the activatable shot. It's not going to feel quick. It's like Johan getting ready for a mass horseman switch. That makes sense. It's just still tricky because your opponent has mass spears. Wee pal. Good shout. I think it has to be, right? Like, against the red pass is your only option. It feels so expensive at 1,000 olive oil, though. Wait, he queues up Nesta Bees. Okay, so instead of trying to deal with the red palace, he's going to go for the south side. That kind of makes sense, though. Think about it this way. You could try to slow siege the red palace, but you're down to 5.5 minutes, and your opponent can repair it for wood, which there is plenty of on this map. Nesta Bees can directly beat Gully's army. Weirdly enough, though, it's only one knob and then raw cannon. This is getting a little bit funky. Tithe Bund's also now on the way. Makes sense. I think he's going to need every little he can get. Maybe some stone behind as well. What is up, Anna Chad? Thank you very much, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, one and all. Just in time for the decider between Johan and Gully Deckel. Fun back and forth series so far. Really is a stare down here, but if Johan is thinking about what I think he's thinking, I think his chances of winning this just went down. That's too much thinking. Start clicking. He's going to move in. Royal Cannons do have the artillery shot, remember, so they can hit the red pass from out of range. But it's only one shot. And there's the pain. Wait, whoa, Gully. Whoa, boy. 3.5 minutes to go here. Men-at-Arms now getting spammed by Gully. Mass Horseman seems to be the idea for Johan. Might need a bit more production, though. The army tactics as well. There's just a growing risk here that Johan just doesn't have the Unitex to win this. It's the biggest concern, right? Like, he doesn't have any of them whatsoever. He hasn't even built a university. Probably doesn't feel like he has time to. We talked about the lack of gold, only having 4K at his disposal upon tech up. I'm wearing him a bit thin here. And the keep is now there, which means you can't even sneak a grab on the south side. 3 minutes until a sacred site victory for Gully. He's trying to just out-repair the Gatling gun, but if you just garrison... Yep! You can't out-repair 15 arbitrary shots. It's just impossible. At this stage, you kind of just wish you built a Weepy Pow. Oh, man. Like, one Weepy Pow trickling damage and a double cannon might have done it. Now, I mean, we've reached the crap will get off the pot phase. He's having to knee-jerk pivot to the south side. This is going to take him a whole of a minute. Going to be down to under 2 minutes, close to 1 minute by the time he's in position. And the other painful part is Gully will see you move. When he does see you move, it's not that long of a run to get in here and block this. It is, however, a long way for the capture to complete. Bit poke. Cannons trying to make their way through this keep quickly. Definitely easing the Red Palace. Nesta Bees need to reach the Arbalest line though. Shots over the tree line. Good initial hit. Forces him away. He's trying to brute force his way through. The problem is his front line is barely any infantry there, so the armor support not really doing much. Castle almost down. Could this be it? It looks like it won't be. Frontline dying a bit too fast. Arbalest now with a dive in. Nesta Bees are getting sniped down. He doesn't need a win in this fight. He just needs a draw. 1 minute remaining on that clock. Incinerator is now coming in. At which stage, any hope of Johan taking these fights is gone. And any hope of making out of the round of 32 alongside it. Gully Deckle had to work hard for this victory. But surely this is it. Gully. Hold on a second. Johan, there is actually a world. Slight military lead. 20 seconds on the clock. Can he do it? Keep drops coming in from both sides. The arbitrary line is gone. If the Nesta Beast could just find its way up, the hand cannon is. They're going to matter a lot here. Arbalest move across to block the Horseman decap. He's paused the timer, but he can't hold on to it. Johan needs to dive directly for the site, but with this many villages, there's no doubt about it. That's it. GG. Gully gets the game. Are you kidding me? That close in the end between the two. But it will indeed be Gully Deckle making it through to the round of 32. We'll face off against either Wham or Red Darksider. Insanely tight way for that game to end. Commiserations to Johan. I'm sure he'll be back the next week, but Gully done it. I think Gully's made it to the round 16 a few times, right? Gully, you've never made it to quarterfinals though, right? So I think that's the goal for the week. 1 sec. Okay. So, you always get first to fourth seed. I mean, that's why you gotta get the high rank on the leaderboard, and then you can just bypass straight away. So, with that in mind, though, I was going to go off. But part of me is now tempted to go eat, come back, and then do another series. I mean, let me check, because I think we have some. So we'd have a few options. We could come back and do more. There'd be WAM versus Red Darksider. Myriad versus Fukraz. And then I think there was another one. Am I missing one here? I think that'll be the main one. Had Beastie and Dimmu game yet? I mean, that would require both of them to make it all the way to the grand finals. So I'm weighing it up. So what I could do, guys, I could put a video to entertain you guys up, and then we come back, we could do another series. That is an option. Because we've been live how many hours now? 4.5? So we come back, we do another series, go like 6 hours or so. Yeah. Or I just call it, and we come back on Monday. Choices. So what would I have for you guys to watch while I'm gone? Well, there was that very entertaining, of course, Dimmu game versus B from the other week. Got here, so easy choice. I mean, it depends if people are okay with like a recording playing while I eat. And then if we're done early, maybe come back quicker. Mahodo Lash is live. I think they'll be complete. I need to go eat. I 100% need to go eat. But Lash versus Mahodo is like, we could potentially watch it afterwards. I think they're in like the third game and it's close to done. So what I think we'll do, yeah, they're close. Their series is close to close. So potentially we can come back and do Lash versus Mahodo from recordings afterwards. What I'm gonna do now? Have a protein bar? No, dude. I'm gonna go eat food like a normal human being and like not let my content dictate every single ounce of my existence. As much as I love creating content, gotta be reasonable. So I'm gonna go eat. And then after the game I'm going to put up, when we come back, we'll hop into either WAM versus Red Darksider or Mahodo versus Lash. Maybe we have a round of 16 that's going to be happening. That occasionally happens. But yeah, so enjoy. It's a really good game, actually, between B and Dimmu. I think you guys will love this one. It was really, really entertaining to cast at the time. So have fun with that, and I will be back afterwards, okay? Of course, this is live, and of course, this is the grand finals. Is that too loud, by the way? I feel like I'm very loud there. I'll turn it down a smidge. Like 90%. It's time, ladies and gents. Welcome back to Midweek Muster. Number 9, Grand Final Showdown. A familiar face and a new one. For the first time appearing in our Grand Finals, it is Team Liquid's Dimmu, opening the series with an Order of the Dragon pick into the reigning champion, 3D Clan B, playing as the Chinese. Going to be a fun one. We're going to be seeing potentially the entire map pool for this week. It might be actually the first time we get to see, wait for it, bridges get played this week. Gasp. I'm actually shocked how little bridges got played. So, there you go. Enjoy, guys. Last time B was in the grand finals, that was against Killjoy. That was a 4-0 in week number 8. Someone tells me Dimmu's not going to go down as easily. Admittedly, though, with it already being 8 p.m. in the UK, we're definitely not in a Dimmu time zone friendly area of the day. We'll have to see how he holds up here. Order of the Dragon against Chinese is an intriguing matchup. Pro Scout seems most likely on both sides. However, you can open with decent pressure as OOTD, courtesy of just how good your horseman can be. I wonder... Nah, there's no world in which we get mind work, right? Do you guys realize how kind of sad and depressing it is for Order of the Dragon players when HRE's mine work is better than Order of the Dragons? That sounds pretty bad to say out loud, right? That feels pretty bad to say out loud. 11 Sheephawk in comparison to 15. So already a really good start for B, to be expected. He got the Cursed Gold Vein in a way, but it's a back-spawning double gold. So I don't think Dumu's going to be able to do anything cheeky. There are some civs that would leverage this to outpost rush you. We already saw, if you remember, in Dumu versus Wham, opening game here, the English pick, which really messed things up for Dumu and forced him to go Barbican. Don't expect that to be the case here. So Imperial Academy should be on the way in a second. And I'm noticing neck and neck predictions coming in. 49% to 51%. Not too surprised by that. I think, this is a pretty interesting matchup. It's polarizing for a start. Dumu, I think a lot of people are leaning on his performances coming into the midweek musters. And then people looking at B, very creative, and China very strong, right? So Arkan is going to be in. Decent Arkan as well, on the tree line on the gold. I was just thinking, with all this talk we were having about the point system on the channel, I'm wondering if there's a way to link small giveaways to points, and based on the amount of points you use, it increases your chance of winning. That does sound like a lottery, but it's a lottery of imaginary points, so I imagine it doesn't break any laws. I'll have to look into that. So what are the win conditions here? For B, I think we're looking at Pro Scouts into Fast Castle, which just feels very organic. Dumu's probably going to want to play a long Feudal Age. Gilded Archers can be quite intriguing here. A little bit weird in Dojug, but if you find the transition time right, then you can find Gilded Archers very impactful with a tech up into the scale armor. It does come down to how you play the natural opening age. Stables beginning should make a lot of sense here. It just gives the flex to go into Pro Scouts. And we can already see by the gold gathering, Dumu is definitely going for Pro Scouts. What do you mean Ponzi scheme? What else are you doing with those points other than making me do questionable push-ups that look like I belong in a just chatting section? They're very questionable push-ups, if I'm being real. So Dumu, Pro Scouts on the way. Looking at the spawn. They both got super wide safe deer packs, so we're probably going to see a conflict over the center. The awkward part, I think, for Order of the Dragon when they do this type of play is it's not easy to necessarily get that horseman out before the scouts, just because of the expensive nature of them, right? It's a 240 resource unit. And it kind of feels like Dumu is prioring the Pro Scouts timing over that initial unit. So I'm expecting him to just open scouts immediately. This is also just brutal with China, right? They've queued it up at the same time in terms of completion time, but they waited 45 seconds longer to do it. Pretty easy peasy for the Chinese. This is why they are just on top of the game right now, is their timing into the pro deer gatherers is just over the top. I think it's way too good. I want to say it should get nerfed, but how do you realistically nerf supervision in a way that doesn't hamper their ability to do anything else? Rax opening is going to be coming in, though. That's to be expected here. And this is where I think China can feel a little bit better, is the opening unit comp. You're able to immediately block the idea of your opponent going for Gilded Horseman. Oh, yeah. And remind me about the tie change after this game. We will wear a tie in an act of fashionable crime with this sweater. Stable play follow-up from B. Obviously needs to get that for the good old deer yoinking. And he did immediately go to the center. In fact, yeah, they split it between the two of them. So I've had some very blunt takes on my feeling on Pro Scouts. Oh crap, we said the word. Sorry, we'll refresh the timer. On PS, and I think it's fair as to why. The sad reality of this tech, the problem I take with it is the openings when they're mirrored, it legitimately is like watching people build 2TC. Right? You'll build 2TC, I'll build 2TC, oh, we'll build 3TC. That's always been a kind of awkward element of it in my eyes. The more I've been seeing it. Maybe it's just because we see it every game, but the problem is, until it gets nerfed, you are just going to see it almost every game. I love this, though. This has been on the rise. More Gilded Archer play I'm a big fan of for Order of the Dragon. I think it's the unit that's like one of the biggest upsides, but the difficulty with this unit obviously is if fights kite, you kind of suck. Cool thing about this is when you know your opponent's going to be walking to specific areas to pick up deer, you can just be standing there waiting to receive him. You think it's super fun to watch the battles over deer? I think I don't want to be the broken record because I've talked about this plenty. But it's the problem with it, it's not as interactive as you think because of how hard it is to block. So initial clash coming in. Of course, Gilded Horsemen are looking uncounted right now. B is playing into his own ponies here, but I'd love to see Dimu just rush Steeled Arrow. I think it's kind of sleeper pick here for OTD with Gilded Archers. By the time you have 7, it's worth it. The weird thing is, like, I think in a lot of ways, Blacksmith techs feel deceptive for Order of the Dragon. Because when you think about it, right, like, when you have 10 of a unit, your opponent would have 20. Well, 20 units getting their damage upgraded by 1 is very obvious. 10 units getting their damage upgraded by 1, especially when they usually have higher base damage, not as clear of a picture being painted, right? Your percentile damage increase is lower, the number of units you're actually buffing is lower. This is ugly. Jump in on the back line from there from the Horsemen. And it makes you wonder if maybe Dimu would have benefited from getting some spears. Now, the Gilded Archers are going to get sniped down, so a really good trade to open up here for B. The Horsemen just aren't doing it quick enough. 15 base damage seems high, but not compared to the return fire onto this backline of 18 per strike. Great micro from B. Great opening exchange. And Dimu, now realizing the mistake, is going to be going into spears, but at this stage, plenty behind, right? Like at this stage, actually, B could slow down and consider going Song to give himself a bit more padding here. Instead, I think he's getting ready to accelerate. Yeah, the way I view the deer gathering game off of unit that shall not be named is that think about fishing. It's kind of like fishing. Is it will accelerate later phase of the game, but it also makes the super early game redundant and boring to watch because usually you're just watching people build a dock and build fishing boats. And like you convince yourself it's okay, like someone who invested in Intel stock 20 years ago and is holding on for the prefab factories because like it'll eventually turn around and be faster, right? Same thing with the idea of like fishing. But this is an ugly exchange. I can't believe that. The Spearmen just get bodied. Horsemen are chasing again onto the Gilded Archers. Behind this, B is already stockpiling. We'll have to back away with the rather another spear. I mean, I thought this might be fast castle, but it's starting to feel like B might hang around a bit longer. He's at least adding in a few archers, but that's fine. He's going to generate a lot of gold off the back of this. It's kind of ludicrous that right now he has close to 300 gold income. Would you like to count the amount of workers he has on gold right now? Zero? Zero. It's 0, guys. Welcome to the world of taxation. He still has 700 gold sitting in that mill. We're not 10 minutes into the game yet. Tell me tax doesn't break the game. Like, come on. You could actually accelerate the taxation here if he was just manually dropping off with this imp official here as well. And what makes this happen is now the fact that he's just got so much deer on one location. Tech Up is prepping for both players, so Dimu at least hasn't fallen behind in that department. Difficult for him to get these good exchanges, though. He's going to brute force in with the Gilded Archers now. You notice B is just going to abandon the fight. Regnitz is on the way for Dimu. B, this should be... Yeah, clock tower. Okay, so I wondered if he might go for the Imperial Palace. Probably isn't worried about raiding as much because I think OTD struggle with the idea of raiding. 1 or 2 Gilded Knights can be pretty cool, but the problem I've noticed with Gilded Knights is although they don't die, they also feel like they're very, very hit or miss. Right? Think about it this way. I could have 2 French Knights, you could have 1 Gilded Knight. Statistically, which one of us is going to kill more villagers? Now, you think it's going to be the Gilded Knight rather, because they hit harder, they're harder to kill. The reality is, when you're talking about the nature of an RTS like AoE4, when we spread out across the map, 2 French Knights is going to do more than 1 Gilded Knight. Because I can attack multiple locations. I can force more at a time, which is more resource loss in general. And I have just a higher percentile chance of finding things like pocket economies. So that's the tricky thing I've just been noticing over the months with OOTD. It just never feels like there's enough units to be everywhere you need to be. Speaking of knights, they'll be queued up for one player, not for the other. B already on his way into lancers, and that should be supervision to give us them quite quickly to us. Instead, wait, is he at 4? Yeah, he's just focusing on the taxes right now. I mean, he's going to arrive the army on the edge of the base. No veterancies coming through just yet. It means archers, even from an age behind, counters everything here. Yeah, Dimu's comp looking a little bit too one-dimensional. The backstab on the way from the horseman, but there's still 6 spears here. But what he's doing is he's blocking his opponent, right? From the next step. Relics needs to be the target for both players. Dimu already has one on the way home, so good start for him. All right, ones if you think B's going to win this game. Twos if you think Dimu's going to take it. I think the problem for Dimu right now is what's the next transition? Okay, so we have men at arms. That's a little bit more convincing, but you're still doing this into lancers. I don't feel that the lancers have been sufficiently answered yet. The spearmen aren't getting upgraded. He isn't adding more of them in. We don't have his own Gilded Knights coming. Additional relics are being blocked off, so realistically, B, if he's actually rushing the pump, doesn't look like he is. If you actually did supervise Monk production here, this could have been 4-1. Okay, so the argument over why Pro Scouts is good is you have to like fight on the map. But like the issue you guys always have to keep in mind, it's very difficult to have enough troops to block Pro Scouts before it matters. Like, realistically, why did we get a long feudal here? We kind of got a long feudal here because both players had to go Pro Scouts. That's what kind of forced it. This is why I made the comparison to 2TC play, mirrored 2TC play before. It's not fun when the counter to the play is to do it as well. You want to have options. And no, it's not a forbidden word. Word bans are 5 minutes, remember. Check the clocks. B now just pinching it away. I mean, this looks like a 4-relic game right now. Dimu has got Gilded Knights now coming, so we talked about needing answer to Lancers. This doesn't feel it. The scale point isn't in support of it. Great blocker on the opening there, though. He did actually snatch that relic away. Kind of impressed, actually, on that timing. Feels like B leaned a little bit too hard to the south side. He's making his way back now, but see if the relic's able to get home. Yeah, so like the other way to think about Pro Scouts and the problem of Pro Scouts, it just kind of got summarized. Like when someone goes Pro Scouts, you have no decision, you have to match it. It reminds me of when Mongols traded. Like when Mongols were really broken, they trade, right? When trade was really, really good with that trade trick. And the logic is either, am I a civ that can trade as well? In which case you trade. Or like I have to address the trade. That gave a ridiculous edge to Mongols at the high level because it meant that people had to overreact to your play. Like, you know, the ideal world is that you have multiple branching options that you can lean into. Your own strategies that kind of path off and arch back towards it. But this game being Pro Scouts is no surprise, right? Like the meta right now, I was saying on the other stream that Delhi are looking kind of weak right now because Pro Scouts is looking strong. What I meant by that is civs like the ones in this game, HRE, Juji as well, Rus. They make Delhi look weak because Pro Scouts are so good. Well, Rus not, but the other ones, yes. So B has popped up quite a lot of archers. We do now have the crossbow switch coming. This is the golden goose for the Order of the Dragon. This is the one to beat all. Gilded crossbowmen, great attack speed. It's like they have crossbow turrets by default. They have extra range, so it's like they always have Pavis on. It's kind of like what Arbitrary I wish they could be. Lancer Raid on the back is going to be nice for a little bit of chip damage. In fact, Ben not reacting appropriately to this. Yeah, it just hangs around in the farms. Is going to lose several villages for it. I mean, that is no small lead, right? 7 worker kills, 7 gilded worker kills. Will cost him several lancers, but worth it in this situation. B now ahead by almost 20 villagers. Now, part of that is definitely going to be a lie because Order of the Dragon Village is more effective. but it is still a lead, especially when you add in the value of Imperial officials. Why is Juji good in Pro Scout? Same reason as China. Your supervision tech gets you in 30 seconds. You just can't... Like, if you had me list the best Pro Scout civs, it's China and Juji. Full stop. And hello, Alex. Thank you for the raid, mate. I noticed you watching the WAM demo games. What do you think? Bloody amazing series we've had. The B-Cat series was also one that delivered. Welcome, one and all. We've got potentially 7 games for the rest of the day here. And what looked a bit shaky at the beginning of Castle Age is becoming a little bit more convincing for Dimmu now, right? Like, we got a pretty healthy amount of backline here with the crossbows. Archers did also get the scale armor, so you can't just count them with mass archers. Like, you know, with Micro, Dimmu can quite easily win these fights. B is now hunkering down. We have Barbican on the way. Potential for 2TC to come down the line. Right now, he needs to find room for adequate farming as this game goes on. People can complain about Pro Scouts as much as they want. I take it over, sit in my base, and make farms unpushable for 30 minutes. Okay, so here's the counter argument to that. That idea, that thought process is good. That's a positive thought that you should have. However, here's the conundrum. While that is how theoretically things should play out with Pro Scouts, what it actually does, more than anything, is allow someone to camp and do nothing. You are building scouts to move out, but in most cases, even if you then get blocked by a feudal play, by the time this feudal play blocks you, you would have got at least 7 deer back. That's 2,450 food. The play paid for itself. And then that gives you a better food gathering rate to just rush Castle Age. You see the problem now. That's why I was a big fan of the idea. We had some cool ideas come up in chat. Like, if you get hit while carrying a deer, you drop it. And there's a cooldown. Or maybe you take more damage while carrying deer. Or you just slow down the speed of the deer carry. So Clash coming in the center. It's a bit tricky, right? The range on the Gilded Archers and Crossbows is only 0.5 difference, but what you realistically want to be doing here is Archers forward, Crossbows behind. Because then the Archers on the other side do nothing. But the Nesta Bees are muddying the battle for Dimmu. Right now, though, he's looking scary. Double the military pop count equals same amount of entities. Equal very big edge for OOTD. Barbican was in the center of the map. I kind of like this from B. Even though it's not going to be that scary for an army this big, it's a bit of a deterrent, and it's also free vision. But it's time for B to get his favorite comp going, guys. What team do I play if I want to camp my base and stack up on units for all in attack? What, you mean just waiting till the late game? English. The English just go 2TC, go Imperial Age, build mass men at arms. Ta-da! But if you're like at the Pro Scouts meta level, English is a bit weaker. So yeah, at that stage, like I'd say Juji or China. Juji's nicer for being present earlier because they have a really good surge point with like mass PG / Lancers. So it really comes down to how you want to get there. HRE can work as well. Like you open feudal pressure and then you just go and camp with 5 relics. The classic. Game's slowing down though, and B, he is getting into those farms now. This is what has me a little bit worried. Arkin or OTD don't really compete to the same degree as mass granary farms on the other side. Especially when China gets in the late game. Things like ancient techniques. Remember that tech that gives 4% gathering per dynasty level. Really just sticks the edge with China quite comfortably. The weird part is that B even thought for a second 6 Springles was worth it. I'm kind of curious on the thought process there. It is a unit that will exchange favorably from a range perspective against your enemy army. The problem is, like, there's no melee units bar 2 men at arms, right? And you don't really get that much damage without, because you're talking about 18 damage on the Springald, but the Gilded Archers on their own are negating a third of that. It does feel very weird. We'd love to see the Inspired Blessing coming in soon from Dimmu. It's very high value when you scale crossbows like this, because crossbows are really high base. So like adding 15% in is like getting free blacksmith tier locked in, right? Because you have 18 damage right now, add 15% in, ends up being 2.7 extra damage. I think the sad thing right now, the more I think about it, is like Gilded Archers do benefit from Inspired Warriors, but it feels a little bit weirder. I don't know. I think it's fine. So like the thing with Inspired Warriors, we've done the math before, is like when you Inspired Warriors buff a maxed out Gilded Archer, you get something like, I think 2 or 3 extra damage, and your attack speed is like wild. 1 attack speed. Maybe Costa Springs is worth against Gilded Archers. That's what I'm thinking, is like he just doesn't want to have to trade in range of these things. It does still feel weird though, because like I said, you know, if you think about what Springles are meant to counter here, Springles are meant to counter melee. They're not meant to counter ranged. Actually, they're meant to be countered by ranged. We have ball play. We do have a little raid coming in. Only a handful of horsemen, though. So where does Dimmu see his win condition here? Because I feel like we're trending towards Imperial, like or Lumpet. Not sure how I feel about that when, you know, the granaries are being set up. I think the logic for Ben, though, is, like, this is still only 1 TC. Doesn't have to worry about 2 TC. And what is that clip? What have you done? No, this... Don't... Not, it's the poor man push-ups, isn't it? In my defense, I've got a broken ankle. 10 Sprinkles now from B. Oh my god, come on. Sprinkle placements at least coming in. Sprinkles are actually not too bad as in placements of killing here with the Relic. You do 54 damage, and 40% goes through, right? Then again, like, it's Clock Tower. If there is a Civ where B can make Sprinkles look logical, this is the one, and Delhi. Those are the two. Because the tankiness, right? They're just so thump and big. Wall's going up now, so it looks like there's no opportunity to raid. But then again, Dimmu's army's not focused on raiding. Yeah, no, guys, don't put that clip in your fat folder, thank you. We can be adults about this. It's just a man with a broken ankle doing push-ups. What is Dimmu's playing Imperial? I think the idea is like hand cannoneers can actually carry quite well, but against pyrotechnics, that's a no-no. Crossbows are really good at this stage, but if the game drags any later, they just tend to lose their volatility. Their threat level just depletes, right? And we're also seeing mass horsemen in the meantime. Like, B's are already addressing this in this age. He's baiting the fight. Springolds are going to hide behind the archer mass. Weird choice to go with the horseman, but we'll be able to protect him. Nesta Beast is in there as well. Backstab comes in from the horseman on the other side. He's not penetrating that direction. Nesta Beast shot flowering out here, but this is an overextension. B, position not looking good right now. Dimmu getting the fight that he needs. I don't know what B was doing, posturing this aggressively. I mean, with mass horsemen, it makes sense if you're at least diving to the backside, but standing here, guarding for this fight. Can we just admit that Springles is not always the answer, B? Dimmu has lost his front line, but he still has the back. And there's not enough horsemen left to break that. He has to reset. Question is, how's the reload looking? Because Dimmu still has better food numbers here. More Gilded Archers coming, which is interesting, as opposed to, say, men-at-arms or horsemen. He's reluctant to give up this Stealth Forest. It is his home, apparently. Now, keep in mind, as this drags deeper, like, we're not seeing B at full-fledged food power yet. Third Granary just got added in. More farms are coming. He's getting there. Meanwhile, for Dimmu, Arkan has almost reached peak potential here. Good news about being OOTD is if you have to go over about 40 farms, you do better than HRE from the logic that, like, your gathering rate is mostly built into your unit, right? So you don't suffer as much from having to be away from Arkan. That downside is numerical not favor you. And the problem with that is if B realizes what's happening here, the win is now just take the horseman and go down the flanks. Because Dumu hasn't got any level of defense there. There's no keep drops, no outposts, no walls. Not just that, B now with the second TC coming in. Not feeling rushed to do it as well, only 4 on it. He's starting to stockpile. This could be Yuan. Straight Imperial makes sense as well with the Great Wall Gatehouse to be directed over at the granary location, right? Definitely has options. We know B's one of those players that usually likes going Yuan, and he has got 3 relics, so pagodaing them would give you a better gathering rate than Regnets. Like, kind of crazy when you say it that way, that pagodas are better than Regnets, but it is true. The day Springwalls are buffed, B will reign supreme. It's kind of interesting, right? Because, like, if Springwalls are done right, they offer up great micro-expression. The problem is the type of micro-expression we were getting in the anti-siege meta wasn't very engaging. What I'm waiting to see, by the way, is B's Inspired Warriors buff Springwall build. Right on the back farms here, but the Horseman already mirroring. Still surprised he didn't go for the Yuan. The Horseman would just chase this down so fast with it. Well, they do just have flank raise from Dimu, so like this is a tricky thing. For now, he's drawing attention, a lot of attention away from the center. The problem comes when this goes the other way. When he has to block the Horseman raids is where he'll start to struggle. It's just a mathematical logic of the game, right? Like, if you put 120 military pop into Horseman, you have 60 Horsemen. If B does it, he has 120 Horsemen. What can hit more locations? It comes back to what we were talking about earlier about 2 French Knights being better than 1 Gilded Knight. You can talk about whether a Gilded Knight would win that fight, sure, but it's not about the fight, it's about all the options I have. Utility often feels like the thing that OTD are lacking. Lock down STBs. Looking for some good shots here on the backside. The crossbows standing their ground. A lot of focus fire coming in on this outpost from B. Maybe a little bit overly obsessive about it, actually. He's going to clear the front line. I think if B just gets some full production, then Dumu's in trouble, right? Like, the thing that's kind of keeping him alive is these horses don't arrive that quickly. And yes, Bodkin bolts can only be researched with mine work. And he went arcing. Does it not go as expected? It's the Gilded Archers effect and crossbow effect. You have to remember, these units have better attack speeds than normal counterparts. So when you stand still in a fight, it's a win for the dragons. That's why he's building an nest of bees to try and stop Dumu from standing there. Now, one thing that I do find really bad about OTD, and I think that's what B is going for, Order of the Dragon have this really awkward habit of taking lots of damage at all their units, nothing dying, and then eventually a fight happening where everything dies. That is the fragility point, is if OTD don't heal their health bars, which they aren't going to do with just a small handful of prelates, the army eventually gets wiped and you just die because you can't remass. That's what B is going for right now. He's getting there. This does not look like a healthy army. Looks like they all caught Ebola swimming around. I just can't believe this, man. I mean, it's death by 1,000 cuts, right? And weirdly enough, most of those cuts are B's own people dying. It's still crazy to me that he didn't just take the Imperial play. And actually, even crazier is the fact that Dumu is the one now leaning for it. And we do now have the Inspired Warriors buff, so you see the difference it makes there, right? An extra 3 damage. And remember, you also get the +1 armor. So it's not going to solve the Nest of Bees issue, but it resolves a lot of the other threats that Dumu is facing here. House of Swabia, now on the way. We have a keep drop on the north side. Gold Vein to be protected by this. B will immediately pivot into his own deck. There's no push timing here. His whole goal was to grind Dumu down to the point that he ran out of resources and couldn't reproduce. He's not done that. Now, the weirder part to me is that Ben has gone past the Swabia with basically max pop already. I know he probably wants a few more economy, but I feel like Elsbach would make for the perfect defense on the flank here. Is an Imperial upgrade for Springles to counter Siege viable? I don't like that change either. Like, you know, you're just delaying the stage of the game where it just becomes pokey Siege boring, right? Like, I am all for Springles change. I stand by their choice to make Springles change. We just need to see what's next. I've been over this a few times over the last few weeks. I actually like the Season 9 changes. I obviously don't like the mangonels are just OP as all hell. But it's very hard to get that mangonel point, so luckily it doesn't come up too often. But the more important thing is that that can be addressed. We can move to something better. Spirit Way now coming in from B. So not your usual choice here, actually. Typically, we see a Great Wall Gatehouse, especially on a location like this. The 6k gold, the farms, but no. Instead, it's those dynasty buffs. Like, if you really want to address the mangoes, the way you do it, you give them a slight DPS nerf on the adjustable crossbars, and then you increase the deploy, undeploy time on them. So you make them a little bit more like what the Trebuchet is in AoE 2, right? Where it's this really strong, takes a long time to deploy, but when it does, your ass is grass type unit. And then also make it very slow steering. So flank raiding is more effective because they can't react. And there you go. Mangoes are balanced. The Springles can continue their journey on discovery, right? Like, Springles right now are that person who had a band 9 job at Google, earning over $1 million in stock per year. And now they've, like, become a street urchin in Southeast Asia as they explore and venture across the region, figuring out what they want to do with their life. Let them figure it out, man. B is that guy who turns up and keeps offering the Google employee jobs, which he keeps declining. I can't believe how long this day is ending up. I did warn that Rocky River might make for our longest default map of the series so far. 9 weeks in, and it's holding true, right? Dimu's first game of the day on this map was 55 minutes long. Second one is already 34 deep and shows no signs of letting up. Incineroar is now on the way. This is going to get insane. 25 damage already with Inspired buff. Get prepped for 30 damage every 1.75 seconds. It's basically a hand cannon here. However, there's a real hand cannon here coming. That one's kind of problematic. Not as problematic as you'd think, though. Because one interesting thing about this clash now is that Gilded Crossbows will have more range than Pyrotechnic's hand cannon is. Kind of crazy eyeball-popping moment when you really realize that. Nestibes is still going to be a threat, though. Spearman line is kind of feeling a bit too fast here. The damage! All right, time me out. I need 2 minutes to kiss all the boo-boos better. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Is that a shiny relic? Oh, for Dimu, it's not. Not able to get it home. Incineroars is still not there, which is why Dimu is struggling to take that type of fight. It's the type of tech that should really change everything about these engagements. Even with the Horseman being the unit that should counter him. She needs so many to truly counter, though. You know, most players would be like, I'm going to flank raid, take out his economy. Not these two. Dimu tried doing that, but B apparently sees more power in sending a message. And that message is me A-click strong. Culverins are now coming. And you're seeing how quickly the archers can take these out, right? Like, what's long at all? Nest of E count. Cut in half. I think the tricky part for Dimu is making sure he has enough gold to complete this game. But, like, right now, these fights look unlosable. Outposts are making it difficult, though. We've got multiple spring placements coming in. And he does at least have the siege damage from his arrows to try and cancel this out, but it's not good. not a quick or clean way of dealing with this, right? And also, it's mostly just gilded archers left over. Gilded crossbows, rather, not archers. So he doesn't have that easy peasy siege. Culverins are at least going to be there to start clearing way. But Dumu, I think he's burned himself here. He's down to 67 military pop after being bloated up to 110. Why is mine work worse for Ord Dragon than HRE? Because HRE has that all-in timing push with all pikes. Mine work, in theory, the concept of what that landmark is meant to do is meant to be long, like early play, and Arkan's long play. The reality check is like it doesn't play that way for OTD. The best tech actually comes in the last age, which is Bodkin. That makes it weird. Really weird. And also, another thing to keep in mind is like having a early free blacksmith is less value to OOTD because HRE can bloat a lot of units quickly, and that means things like +1 damage is worth a lot. Order the Dragon don't bloat units quickly, so rushing your +1 techs isn't very valuable. It's starting to look like the fatigue was setting in on Dumu's defense strat here. It's starting to look more that way than before. Hand cannoneers are starting to just rule these fights, right? Like, yes, you do have the kite range for the crossbows. You're always committing in range regardless. And also, you know, the crossbows can beat hand cannoneers, but like what beats Nesta Bees is the bigger problem. Now, that being said, B has stopped producing them in favor of the bombards. You never see top players taking all pikes? Oh, buddy boy, you have not been watching B games. B, Anatan, not so much Cap, but definitely B and Anatan are very big fans of all pikes. B, especially in 1v1s. Dimu. Now pushing the furthest forward he has so far in this game. Surprising detail is the fact that B still doesn't have Yuan. That's about to change, though. The food income should not keep him off for any longer. Gap close is going to be very important here. We talked about the extra range for the crossbowman. Doesn't really count for squat when Yuan gives you so much speed. But yeah, the funny thing is actually, if Minework with its pre-release state for Season 9 had got released like that, it would literally be in every game. You guys remember? We had the pre-Season 9 tournament run, and I distinctly recall just how broken that tech looked. That was when it gave +3 damage. E18 now on the way for B. The Army Tactics is going to wipe the Horseman line so quickly here. I think as long as you just get Yuan now for B, these fights should be yours to win. Jimmy is trying to compete the best he can. He's got all the tier 3 eco-techs coming in. Starting to rely on these emplacements as well. We've got upgrades coming through. Cannon should follow this. Stone, there is plenty. He's still got 1,200 over here to work with. Mine work 30% tanky men-at-arms. The problem is the men-at-arms play is like very cheesy. Players struggled with it at first, but when they started to adapt their builds, rely on static defenses, certain units like camel archers, like the men-at-arms threat wasn't that good anymore. There's still some matchups where mass men-at-arms, fast castle, mine work can be good for OTD. They're very rare though. This game is ridiculous. It's crazy how when you look at Rocky River, conceptually it looks like a map that should have a very aggressive line taken, right? It shouldn't be simple to defend and just camp. The reality is, although these two haven't camped, like the pushback has been a little bit ridiculous to the point, like, you know, you're never seeing this wrap around wide because of the flank walls. Even though it'd be easy for a horseman group to go down there, we're just not seeing it from these two. You know, at least start getting Dumu sneaking onto these farms a little bit more. I don't know why B isn't going you on. It's getting a bit weird at this stage. I kind of get the song to a certain degree to bloat your economy, but like you've got everything you need. Like crap will get off the pot, right? Yuan or Ming, choose one. Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be incredible for defending those farms as well. You won't have to pull many horsemen here anymore. You could even drop it in the center of the map. Still, it's almost like he's forgotten about it now. We do have reload drills coming in for the bombards. I mean, they're not bad at actually sniping out crossbows, right? Infantry type, so you end up doing a pretty lofty 112 damage, i.e. 2 hit. And Cannoneers are going to start diving forward here. Dimu, at backline of crossbows, starting to get reached. The goal of these horsemen isn't really to kill, it's just to buy time so the hand Cannoneers can. Pascal switch up now on the way from B. Interesting, he noticed what Dumu's doing here. He's pivoting into Gilded Archers and Horsemen, so Pascal would be the answer to that. Especially with EAT. Definitely think B hasn't gone the easiest way at breaking this, but it looks like it's working now. Dumu switching to spears. He's going full budget comp here. I think the issue might just be gold long term, right? Yeah, gold vein over here, not secure. Key drop coming in from B. Something that Dumu cannot stop. And remember, he's only got 2 relics, so going Gilded Crossbows, Hand Cannoneers is not really on the agenda anymore for Dimu, not unless he wants to trade. Bio also on the way for B. It's kind of crazy to think how many techs have been missing. I don't know. I think B probably is going to be feeling it after this game that he skimmed a lot, right? He wasn't efficient on things like Bio coming through. There wasn't efficiency behind switching Yuan. He totally forgot about it. He's been so tunnel visioned into these fights, he just kind of skipped on core components of the late game. I think would have ended this a lot quicker for him. Now, it's entirely possible this is intentional out of B. It's entirely possible that he's like, I'm more comfortable in the later phase of the day. Benny boy, I know you are an early riser, an early sleeper. That being said, Dumu has been chilling out. He wasn't streaming earlier today. Now, I don't know if he got that many naps of Asta jumping up and down on him, but possibly Dumu isn't feeling as fatigued about later phases of the day as he normally would, because normally he would have already played in excess of 12 games. Wait, he was streaming today? I didn't see him online at any stage. You sure about that? Wow, it must have been very early. All right, scrap that then. We have a problem. Yeah, we streamed for an hour. Okay, but that's not his normal, like, 4 to 6 hours then. And I don't know. I've never asked Ben how streaming affects him, because I've talked to some people who have defined streaming as very tiring for them. Others don't mind as much. Like, I don't think I feel the burn as much. For me, a long day can sometimes feel the tedium of like, oh, I've seen this type of game before. Right? What to talk about. So it affects people in different ways. We'll see how it affects Dimu, though, because this looks like a great fight. That wraparound, that mirror from the Horseman just exposes backlines to the Gilded Archers. Get the trade out. Hand Cannoneers are all just evaporating here. What a fight from Ben. Dimu on almost equal military pop, meaning he's much smaller. But that small backline, can it now carry the second wave? Horsemen mopped up the Horsemen. Are going to be diving in now. Crossbow Archers struggling to stand their ground against this. Man, a good start to that fight for Dimu, but you're just seeing how difficult it is to keep that advantage with OOTD. Numbers never really on their in their favor, right? But gotta give it to him. These Gilded Archers, we talked about the prelate buff. You're seeing how big it is. Think about an extra 3 damage in. Nothing to turn your nose up at. And especially with a 1-point attack speed. Remember, Hand Cannoneers on the other side from B. Let's see if we can get one. They're close to like, is it 2.12 attack speed, I think? So the reason that's important is Hand Cannoneer hits for 41 damage. 2.12 seconds. If you like to do the maths on that, you start to realize how good Gilded Archers can be. Right? When buffed to 18 damage, it means they're hitting for 36 damage in the same window. Now, admittedly, ranged armor will be more effective against Gilded Archers because there's 2 attacks instead of 1. But against specifically Hand Cannoneers, it's bloody effective. Hey, look at this. 2.12 attack speed, and also the same attack range. Love that Dumu's also got his own hand cannoneers coming in, because these guys are absolute beasts. For a start, the Inspired Warriors buff is like gunpowder tech was never removed from you. You get an extra 6 damage. Not to mention the fact you already have half the attack speed, i.e. double the attack speed, rather, of normal hand cannoneers. Look at that. 47 damage and Gatling gun mode activated. Benny boy's rising up, guys. Today might be the day. Culverins are looking to snipe on the keep. B will be able to get the defense structure up. He's not gathering the gold just yet. He's forced to repair here, and he doesn't have an answer to the Culverins. Hand cannoneers have thinned the herd. And B, his only answer to them is bombard sniping. But you can easily get gap close with that. Oh my god. Despite the fact that B has 3 relics, has Ming Dynasty now, I'm leaning Dumu. It's impossible not to with the outcome of these fights. Every single time B steps up, Dumu leaves with a bigger military count, B a smaller one. Elite Army Tactics also now on the way. That's been missing for Dumu. He needs more trash units to protect the backline. Hand cannoneer count is down to 4. B is setting up trade. Now, this is the thing that Ben needs to do. Clear the keep, get trade going right now. Because that is the blocker to winning this game right now. He doesn't have the capability to bloat 20 hand cannoneers. In fact, right now, he's struggling to get double digits again. And also, I just want to see Order the Dragon traders because they're the coolest looking traders in the game. What do you think, guys? What's your favorite looking trader in AoE 4? I think it's the spangly little sticks that they have on the back that convinces me OTD are the goated. Yeah, I love Japan, but I think they're cool in Japanese. Definitely more extravagant with the fancy-ass little... I'm trying to remember, it's like crosses that they have on the back of them. If you're talking about unique trader, then yes, the Castle of the Crow Japanese trader wins. He's the most extravagant of all. And what is up, Sherman King? Thank you much for giving a sub, mate. Appreciate it. Let's get a sub train going in honor of what is clearly going to be a very long grand finals. It's only game 1. More hand cannoneers getting queued up by Dumu. No intent to go trade yet. Horsemen have started to reach into the bombards. But my god, are they tanky. 435 HP. That's Clock Tower. That's Siege Works. That's Ming. And that's all, folks. Bombards are what he needed. This is ridiculous.
Clock Tower is not a reasonable building.
Honestly, this Civ is ridiculous with Clock Tower. And oh, look at that. The guy who mains China says that Clock Tower is reasonable. What was the health value on Rams? I know we've been through this before. It's like, if you Clock Tower Rams with Siege Works, I think they have some like 700 health. Hey, thank you, Sherman King. Appreciate the sub. And the pop cap cost of Bombards is free. Dimu, he does have a decent number of horsemen. The wraparound's the issue, though. Like, B can just body block him indefinitely. And we finally have Yuan on the way. So wait. We're going to lose our health on our Bombards, though. Wait, why is he going Ming into Yuan? I don't think movement's the issue as much anymore. Now that you're switching Siege, this is kind of better. Good archers are going to start pushing up. The horsemen wrap around. They don't even care about the Bombards. They're like, no. Those things take way too long to kill. Go for the villagers. Kill them instead. A smart play as well, because B has no food in reserve. He drops enough to scare him away. And what is up, Marv, coming in with 5 gifted. You absolute legend. That is a sub-train start. Let's hit a record. There's plenty of people here that should definitely subscribe so they don't have to worry about these ads. Oh my god. Because you don't want to miss a moment of this. This is kind of wild. Some wood gathering from Doom on the front side. Believe it or not, he has to be there. Okay, technically it's not true. He does have 2 trees here. But the point is that Ben doesn't have wood. And he's playing Mass Gilded Archers, Horseman Spears. That's very, very pricey. 40, 140. He has a problem because B can generate infinite food and gold, but you can't generate infinite wood. It's impossible. This is what I was waiting for, though. It is finally underway. Dumu's traders have begun their move. I mean, look at these guys. Look at the adorable little stupid sticks on the back. I don't know the purpose of them, but I can admire them. Oh, you know what it is? I know why they have these now. It's windbreakers to stop them from going faster than the speed of sound. It's blinkers. Oh, yeah. People won't know when you're turning left and right. You know what we need? We need traders that fight back. If this was Age of Mythology, those things would shoot lasers. How does this end? We have Culverins now sieging through the defenses. I mean, B, I don't think he can win these fights anymore. Maybe there's a window here with the hand cannoneers. And a very big thank you to Enormous Gift of the 5 gifted subs. Legends. You got a sub train. Hold on to it. Tightly. Tighter than these two. Hold on to map number 1. Neither willing to relinquish just yet. Bombards are going to be able to blitzkrieg down the keep. Pull back on the Culverins. Now, remember, Dumu, he needs another minute or 2 to get the trade online. Once it's online, his hand cannoneers, Gilded Archers should be able to carry. Although I don't know if he can actually get many more Gilded Archers. B might have timed this perfectly. March forward, the PG are in. And the Gilded Archers just not really doing a good enough job here. So Dumu at risk now. The trade is about to get intercepted. B, out of nowhere, refloats 40 hand cannoneers when Dumu could only afford 2. Uh-oh. I'm getting a bad feeling, and this is why Dumu, he went to raid the trade. This is ridiculous right now. He's missing 22 of his military to defend with. And it may get a shutdown on B's trade, but in return, Ben now lacks the ability to get any gold. Not just that, it's also the mid-trees that he's been desperately scurrying towards. They're not accessible anymore. Keep drop coming in the meantime from B. Loses a bunch of villagers to this, sure, but reality check is Yon gets him across. He's got the keep now to stabilize him. What's up, Marv? Appreciate the other gifted sub. Legend. And there's a shuffle now down. At this stage, I think Dumu's going to be killed by lack of wood. The concept of what he was aiming towards is cool, right? If you can afford the gold, you can afford hand cannon and men at arms. And that really is your pristine late game. But food and wood, not as doable. That being said, he has just got another pump out of nowhere. So there might be hope for Ben fans yet. I don't think he can afford to do this back-to-back. He also found a bunch of B's traders. Not enough, though. It's still 34 for B. The farm hit should hurt B more, but you wouldn't believe it looking at the food income. Where did Dimo go wrong? I think he just needed trade a little bit sooner. He had such a good fight off of, like, what, 10 Gilded Hand Cannoneers? But then he couldn't really afford to replace them, because remember, 1 Gilded Hand Cannoneer is 240 gold. That was the issue. So Dimu just, like, when he was needing trade the most, B timed perfectly to dive in. With Yuan as well, it just gives him the wraparound. He doesn't even need to fight this. Like, actually, right now, fighting the men-at-arms is the bad thing to do. You want to kill the traders. In fact, he kind of needs to kill the traders. It's only 6. But Dimu is blowing a pretty scary army for this. Ben is going to be able to keep things open, but we have a backstab. And that's the hand cannoneer mass. 46 march in for a fight that could just end the game. Frontline dead for B, but his backline should be strong enough to carry this, surely. Bombards are moving up to assist as well, and it just feels like Dimu with a loss of crossbows here. Surely there's no remax. Hand cannoneer count does lose about, what, a third of it? But Dimu can't fight anymore. The deceptive element is in the military count. Half of this is not here. More than half, actually. They're marching across one by one. What a sick backstab there, B. Just coming in the perfect time. Now, we do have raids still coming from Dumu. He's trying to dress those farms. But this just feels like a Congo line of death right now. You know, it's never a good sign when Order of the Dragon has less military pop than the enemy. And that is going to be curtains closed. Only the first game of our grand finals. Already beckoning a banger between these two. But B, being the grand finals champion, sets things in motion with a win. Question now is whether Dumu can bite back. What up, guys? Told you it was a banger of a game. Hope you enjoyed that. So, welcome back. It's time for more live series. That's right. We have got a new series coming up. Did the title not actually update to it? Maybe it didn't. So, we've actually got Anatan versus Lash coming up next. So, we won't be able to see the Lash versus Mahodo series, admittedly. But we do get a live series. So, what we should be doing now, I believe the draft should be getting set up in a second. So, BO3 still for round of 16. When did that game originally happen? That would have been KPM 10, I want to say. Might have been 11, actually. No, 10. I'm pretty sure it's 10. Because 10 was being dim in the grand finals. So that would have been 23rd of January, I think. Really, really entertaining games, actually. I find B and Dumu, when they match up, is just overall ways of bloody entertaining series. Those two are fantastic to clash. Very similarly skilled as well, I think. Okay, so let me see if we're being held up by a certain someone in the game. All right, I think Lash should be ready to go in a minute. So probably the last series of the day, considering we're at like, what, 5.5 hours live. This series could easily be like hour and a half. I don't know. We'll see how things line up if we got someone else afterwards. Why BC played a gold free and was done for the day? Does he get a buy because of rating? No. We have an open scheduling format. So your opponent has to be available. Because we basically allow open scheduling so it has more accessibility to people across the week. So in the case of Beastie, me and Micah is done for the day. Me and Micah is like 9 hours ahead of him, or 8 hours rather. So like at the point where Beastie would have wanted to play, it was like late at night for me and Micah, and he wanted to rest. So they'll play in the coming days. Likely that series will get cast here, whether live or from recordings. Always recommend, if you don't want to spoil things for yourself, don't go looking for spoilers. As we do cast a lot of the games, usually from the round of 16, almost every single series gets cast. I think last week, all but one round of 16 game and one quarterfinals got covered live or from recordings. So, just waiting on... Yeah, Lash just finished his game. So, we should be getting drafted in a second between Anachad and Lash. Best of 3 still, by the way. So, actually, let me just put in... Remember, default map is always going to be Prairie. The change we made last week is from the round of 8, the quarterfinals, it goes up to BO5. So, BO5 quarterfinals, BO5 semifinals, and then grand finals would be a BO7. Oh, thank you, Toots. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. Yep, glad a lot of people are resonating well with it. Fingers crossed, it keeps on growing. Like, I set my hopes of what I want to achieve with it by the end of the midweek muster. We're now approaching the halfway mark, and I think it's doing fairly well. But, next steps we've been working on is getting the YouTube side sorted. I really want to try to evolve the YouTube beyond just being an upload point for games from the series, because technically we're streaming to like YouTube, right? So like now a lot of people that watch there probably seen it already or can just watch the VOD. So the next thing is to try and come up with functioning formats that work, like trim downs, highlights of good series, etc. like that. Well, I'm also planning to keep in the terrarium behind you. Oh, you mean my PC case? It needs to be anything that can handle cool air, because my fans do that good of a job. All right. I wonder actually if we maybe get 3 games this week between Anatan and Lash. I mean, Anno's definitely favored. I don't think Lash would feel insulted hearing that. It's just pretty obvious he's favored. In fact, let me close some of my games in the background because I've got a long list of open ones. By the way, guys, see we've got a lot of people coming through. Reminder, we do still have the giveaway going. The giveaway is going to end at the end of the month. So we'll announce the winner at the beginning of March. !mark giveaway. If you want to be in with a chance of winning an MV6 USB gaming microphone courtesy of Shure. So we partner with Shure. That's why my audio is so crisp now. We actually have the SM7DB. It's like the top quality microphone. It's what you'll see in every podcast everywhere. So we've been using that now for a few weeks. Notable improvement on the audio quality. But didn't want to leave you guys out. So negotiated to have them send me one of these to ship to someone, to a lucky winner, the MV6 USB gaming microphone. All you have to do, go across to X, like the tweet, retweet it, and make sure you follow me and Shure. And we'll draw a winner at the start of March. And then let me get the draft open. They are underway. Okay, so Cliffside Dry Arabia is the maps they chose. Let me switch route over. Wait, what's that? Wait, I didn't realize AoE 2CM got used for Total War Warhammer drafts. That's news to me. Huh. It's kind of cool. Alright, there we go. Wait, what maps did I say they were on? They were on Cliffside Dry Arabia. Okay. Boom. Hell yeah, Total War. Yeah. I want the one with 40k Total War. That's what I'm really waiting for. I was weighing up after this series whether we stream a different game, but I'm not sure really what there is released that we could check out. I did get sent a key for Avowed. I don't know, maybe. I'd like to, you know, show off some different strategy games on stream. Jumping into an RPG is a bit different. What else did they send me? Someone sent me a key for a sci-fi game. Nah, doesn't really fit. Do people play Total War for a year? Probably there's a bunch. I mean, I still play it. Not as much at the moment, but I played a decent amount. Total War Warhammer 1 was where I put unfathomable amounts of hours into it. But like at the moment, I'm trying to think what I'm playing at the moment. Yeah, so I just completed Halo Wars 2. Pretty good. I actually enjoyed it. Occasionally, I haven't been like hard grinding Marvel Rivals. I maybe played like a game a day. Was weighing up starting Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Still weighing it up. I've got so many games really I need to go through at some point, like Witcher. I never completed it. Cyberpunk, I need to start. Now that I've got this banging PC, I really want to get to that. But I'm looking for some upcoming strategy games to like show off when they launch. Outside of strategy games, I was weighing up maybe streaming Monster Hunter when it comes out at the end of the month, giving it a spin. Not sure if people would be interested in that. Definitely something a little bit different. They do have a beta test, but I forgot to request access, so I'll just wait for the main game, and then we'll see. I had a lot of fun with the last main Monster Hunter game. But strategy games, I don't know, like, is there really that many coming in the next month? I don't think so, right? Yo, what's up, Nod? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the swarm. Tempest Rising interests you the most? I watched a little bit of gameplay. I didn't play the demo. I think it's closed again now, right? It seemed alright. I don't think it really was doing anything even remotely revolutionary from what I saw. It was just trying to recapture the good old days. I just think it's like, I wish games would stop trying to recapture the good old days as much as just making something new. Because the problem is, like, we're always playing to a small audience at that stage. compared to like all the new players. Like if you think about when RTSs were big, and you think about how much bigger gaming is now, right? Yeah, last pick, Haba not visible. He did get Zhu though, which is kind of wild. I don't like Lash's English pick. I just think English is not good. Did a good job of it while still feeling modern. Yeah, like I didn't try it myself, so I missed the window of opportunity there. But I'll probably look to try Tempest Rising on release and see what it's like. Outside that, I'm trying to think what else there is coming.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, the hell's... Okay, I was just clicking on something on Steam to have a look. Let's see, upcoming games. Because one thing I definitely want to check out when it comes out is the next Anno. The next Anno is going to be based in Roman times. Can't remember the title I gave it, but it's going to be Roman times. I think that'll be pretty exciting. The lads are just getting in lobby now, so we should be able to get in game shortly. But yeah, so Anno, yeah, was it 17? It was 117, right? Yeah, Anno 117. I'm pretty hyped for. Outside that, and Tempest Rising. I mean, Europa Universalis 5, whenever that happens. Poggers, 2025 maybe? I mean, Europa Universalis 5, 2025 is kind of perfect. Wouldn't mind that. There is also the new Might and Magic game. Songs of Silence is getting an expansion. That was a very pretty game. I just don't think gameplay-wise it was deep enough. I never tried Total War Pharaoh. Apparently they actually fixed that towards the end. But when is the Might and Magic coming out? What was the new one called? I forgot the name of it. Oh, yeah, Olden Era. So Olden Era Q2 2025. So that could be between March and June, right? I'll definitely try that. That's it. I think I'm at the point where I confidently want to say like we should have a day where maybe we start an AoE4, but we check out like a variety game afterwards. I think that's nice. All right, looks like lads are getting started. Game 1 is going to be Zhuji versus HRE. Interesting. Let's get predictions going. Take 5 years to make EU5 playable? Yeah, okay, so dude, I'll address that in a sec, because that's an interesting like point to make it start. Ladies and gents, welcome back to your daily dose of Age of Empires 4. Welcome back to the channel. We've got Lash going up against Fox's Anatan. This is going to be a fun one. Round of 16 clash between the two here, late on a Friday night. Zhuji against HRE to kick us off. And it is going to be Prairie, a very open, a very exposed map. One that I'm wondering who comes out looking a bit better. Pro Scout's definitely on the menu for both. And in that regard, Zhuji has already looked top for a long time. The most recent patch changed nothing about these two civs. Nothing about the Pro Scouts meta at the core. It's still going to be seen everywhere. So buckle yourselves in for probably 2 more months of that. If you love it, you hang around. If you hate it, time to install Might and Magic free. All right. Anyway, to address the comment there. So the comment came through because we're talking about upcoming games. Let me know if you guys know of any games coming up in 2025, strategy games that you'd like me to check out. Because I think we want to start finding some time, maybe on the YouTube channel and the Twitch side, to check out new releases, new games. Expand the horizon a little bit, have a look at new strategy games, and have some fun with it. So the whole point of it taking 5 years to make Europa Universalis 5 playable, I'm kind of digging that, though. Right? So there were... Okay, maybe I am and maybe I'm not. So here's the thing. There are some game devs that I think done a really good job with slowly developing the games. So I think one of my favorite ones from when I was a bit younger was Payday 2. Payday 2 was phenomenal for that. I love Payday 2 in its incomplete state because the bugs, the glitches, they just made for memorable moments, incredible moments, right? And same logic with a game like Europa Universalis. As long as the mechanics work, but the balance is terrible and there's bugs, exploits, or whatever, you can just have fun the way you want to have fun. I love games that are incomplete that way. Admittedly, in more recent years, though, what we've actually suffered from is a lot of games just being incomplete from a feature standpoint. Half-baked products, things that ran out of budgeting and got thrown out because they needed to make a return on the investment. You know, things that just really didn't deliver. So if Europa ends up releasing and it's the former, I'm going to buy it 100%. I don't care. I don't want it to be complete because I view that as like I get many extra years of content as the game develops to its final form. A game that is developing into its final form, a powerful form, has to be Europa Age of Empires 4 in 2025. This game is like looking promising. I don't like the most recent patch, mainly because I don't think it changed enough. But we've got big changes coming, right? DLCs 2 this year. It's a good time to be involved in AO4 for sure. And it's a good time to be alive when mine work doesn't feel like a meme. That's right. We have got the meme landmark of 2022, right? Like when HRE was first on the rise, I mean, we even have people like Beastie at the time saying like he would never build this. He'd rather build an Archon in the corner of the map with no resources nearby. Even he done it. In the grand finals against Marine Lord, he built the mine work. It's a powerful tool as well for these tempo-based builds. Something that you really need to be on a map like Prairie. You're very exposed. It's not exactly a defendable map. Medigarden on the other side is going to be pretty lackluster, but that's to be expected. It's very difficult to get a good meditation garden. Unfortunately for Anatan, there was actually one back here. He just probably only knew about that a bit too late. They both, by the way, went for a double scout opener. This is going to rise in popularity, folks. For a start, it's 5 food cheaper, but another more important thing is it takes 2 seconds less to produce. So there's a little bit more desire towards it. And the follow-up play into Pro Scouts, you know, you're just going to need more scouts anyway. So already kind of pads you and preps you for that timing. Sheep Haul, overall, is going to be fairly balanced. 23 for Anatan. Meanwhile, 21 for Lash. And you can already see the very obvious thing coming in. The patch did not change anything about this matchup. We warned you at the start of the game, and it's holding true here. Pro Scouts is still the lifeblood of both of these civs whenever a map allows for it. In fact, the only way you're going to get them off Pro Scouts is by making maps where Pro Scouts sucks. Kind of like we done with Oases for the weeklies, when we also brought in certain other maps like Frisian, where it's not that the deer suck there, it's not that there's not enough deer for Pro Scouts, but it's that between trade, shoreline fishing, or the sheep, we rebalance the options. That's what we're really trying to do. I think it's why we're revisiting a lot of these traditional maps like Prairie. Not only was it good timing because it came back to the rank pool, but it's also a map that people have been sick and tired of. But when you revisit in a Pro Scouts format, although there's a lot of deer on the map, they're spread incredibly wide. So it gives a nice balance. You could argue this makes Pro Scouts easier, but my argument would be compared to a map where the deer spawn linearly, it makes it harder for one player to dominate the Pro Scouts game, if that makes sense. So it's always important to try and find maps that provide altering game styles. Otherwise, you just basically end up running a Dry Arabia print on repeat rather for like, 5 games, which is not fun. So Pro Scouts in the Fast Castle is the thing right now. This is definitely something that feels like it needs to be slightly tweaked. I don't know, I feel like we had a really good meta last year where you had the feudal pushes coming in. Castle wasn't guaranteed every game. Gotta say, with the newest meta, there's not many civs that can end the game in feudal. In fact, one thing that I've noticed more recently is even this deep into like the development cycle, usually even if you build a lead, the play is still to go Castle Age. Love the way Anatan's doing it though. Big advantage that Juji have that was originally thought was a meme and a waste is the ability to get Palace Guard early. Why is this valuable? Because by the time you tech up, they're basically sitting outside the enemy base. It's a very powerful tool. Lash, in the meantime, is just focused on one thing and one thing only. Is it going to be the Burgrave build, or are we looking at Regnitz? It feels like Regnitz is too tempting, but with a mine work, it leaves things up to interpretation. It's burger time. Love this. Lash, I mean, this is a good approach, right? Against a player like Anatan, he thrives on the chaos in the mid game. So what's Lash trying to do? He's trying to be the chaotic party. He's not taking the expected line here and giving an opening to his opponent. It's a smart read as well because those early Palace Guard were intended to block the prelates. Now, the only thing they can block is a big burly German men-at-arms holding a heavy mace ready to stick it where the sun don't shine. Shaolin Monastery coming on the other side. What was the predictions like? 88% for Anatan. Do you dare doubt the Burgrave boy? I wonder how many people would adjust their bet now that they see what it is. Because Lash, he's got what? Healthy 13 sheep left. On top of that, Wait, no, this wasn't Pro Scouts at all. Wait a second. No. Alright, I don't think people want to adapt their bets. Oh no. I felt it was a bit fast, right? Pre 8 minutes. I was like, I must have missed something here. So he's gone for the finest, purest, most OG form of Burgrave. Lash immediately has to deploy men at arms to guard his gold line. Meanwhile, Eisan, this is insane. Can we just agree this is insane? You went mine work. You went tech. You had to sacrifice a villager to build the extra prelate. You didn't do pro scouts. And yet still, the Zhuji practically matched the timing. Just process that. After spending the surplus 350 resources, actually now, what, 375 resources on the tech, then having to build a stables, having to vomit out a few scouts, added racks, added men at arms, he still matches the timing. And now, because you didn't go Regnets, you have to play blocker to him, because Eisan is already pumping out the Shallow Monks. Meanwhile, Lash is trying to march and intercept here. Scout does see the deer gathering, but I mean, that shouldn't be your biggest priority, right? You need to actually find the monk. Still can't stand the called Zhuji's legacy. I don't think I'm that bothered, but well, they used to have a different name, didn't they? I can't remember what it was, though. I mean, you could have called it... So the problem is, like, a lot of Chinese history is dynasties. And that's, I think, the really big problem, right? Yeah, I think I remember at the time, now thank you for reminding me, Empire of Jade. I kind of preferred the Empire of Jade, or just call them Jade Empire. I think Jade Empire would have just rolled a lot better. But the problem is, like, when you think about China and how it identified, a lot of it identified as dynasties. So you had the Ming Dynasty as a perfect example. So it already becomes problematic because you have all these dynasties in Age of Empires 4 via the pseudo-age effect. You know what would have made this simpler? We should have just had the yellow turbans. That would have simplified it. You produce trash spearmen that only cost 20 resources. That's literally the whole thing. Jade Empire doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really need to. If we're being, like, bluntly honest about it. Like, does it really, really need to? Because once again, it's like it only works if you change the dynasty names. And then you can go Ming, you can have like the Ming dynasty and someone else, right? People are going to like moan about the historical accuracy, but let's be, come on, let's be real. Dive coming in. This is kind of problematic. He's dying a lot quicker than he's killing. He's dying to lances right now. I'm starting to think this is a big fat L for Lash. The relics are already coming home. Your dive completely failed. You killed one worker here. Meanwhile, you've now lost 8. Make it 9. And the heavy maces just isn't doing anything about this. No, so this is going to be an absolute slobber knocker stomp out in game number 1. Eisan not looking to waste any time at all. He's now 10 workers up. And that's going to get the GG out of him. What do you think, guys? Can Lash make a comeback in game number 2? Or is it all Anno Rising? Well, that was quick. Jesus. Because AoE games generally have things rooted in things that actually... Oh, how to put this? I'd say my feeling is that it's a bit dramatic to take that much of an issue with calling someone Jade Empire. That's my take. It's not like we called them Rainers Raiders. And you're like, what? Like, you can say it means nothing, but you can kind of also at the same time understand what it means. Does that make sense? Whereas, like, Zhuji is a person. So, I don't know. You guys had an option. You complained, and you ended up with another Jean situation. checkmate? Like, I'm trying to think what else you could go for as the most obvious one historically at the time. Because like I said, at the time period we're talking about, they were typically identified as the dynasties, like Ming, like Han, etc. Afraid of a lawsuit? There's already a game called Jade Empire? No, the reason it got changed is because of there was community backlash. I remember this. People moaned about the name. Alright, so mark it up on the board. And a chap with the opening win. Jade Empire just doesn't sound Chinese. How does it not sound Chinese, though? I feel like if I had to think of one country for Jade, I personally, at least, would think of China. No? Is that just me, or does anyone else kind of feel that way as well? Like, you probably could have came up with like a different Chinese dynasty. It's like, the problem is the ones that people would identify straight away would have been like the ones that are used, right? So Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming. So the problem you have here is the dynasties that exist, the reason they were selected is because they're the ones that existed in the time period the game is set in. So the only way around it is if you have ones that are from before or afterwards, which means you're left with Qin, Han, and Qing. Qing Dynasty is too late. Han Dynasty would suggest like they're like not using the tech they're using, right? Jade, yeah, I know Jade was used worldwide, but if I had to correlate it with one country, I personally, my brain would go China. Now, maybe that's just me, but like I'm already seeing chat. Someone's like, I correlate Jade as a Chinese gem. So it's not just me. Name doesn't mean anything. The playstyle isn't trying to resemble anything particular. It's just another way of referring to China. Without getting into the political landscape of calling it Taiwan. Which also wouldn't work because it didn't even exist at the time. Right? Alright, so predictions for game 2. Yeah, but that's my point, right? It's like people... If people want to complain about Zhuji now, so if people... Okay, we'll get into it and we'll talk about it. All right, let me know what you think Zhuji should have been called instead of Zhuji or Jade Empire. So one thing I was going to say, there's a discussion now going, we have JD as well, right? It's like, yeah, but the thing is, Jade Empire at least wasn't in the Jeanne d'Arc situation. Zhuji is a person. So when we called them Zhuji, we basically got a secondary Jeanne situation after people already did not like the variant civ called Jean after a single person. So kind of comical. We ended up with 2 of the price of 1. But we haven't got them here. We've got Mongols, and this is an actual order that exists. The Order of the Durgan. Not really one I feel like historically is talked about a lot, but there you go. For you history buffs, it's a reference point at least. And this feels like a tale as old as Age of Empires for itself. Dark Age Rax Rushes. We have got the Drush coming out from Lash with their heavy Gilded Men arms. Against the Mongols, this is kind of ballsy. Like, it's either a hit or miss. And the crazy thing is Anand's hand, look at what he already expected it. This is wild. He didn't move his TC to the tree line, which is what most players would do. He left it slap bang in the center to insulate himself against the race. In fact, he moved it slightly close to the gold so that his opponent could only harass the Uvu as a best option. That's a sick read. Yeah, what I'm seeing right now is everyone complaining about names not coming up with a better one. See, you gotta be a problem solver, not problem maker. I think maybe you could have went with... I'm trying to think, actually. 10 kingdoms? Because that was a real thing, right? When it's divided into 10 kingdoms. That can maybe work. Like I said, it's complicated by the fact that like China used dynasties as their identifying point. That's also like a dynasty? Yeah, but it's not a dynasty that's already referenced in the game, and it also fits the period. Look, you've literally left yourself with the only option being we are going to do a Free Kingdoms expansion, and Juji would... out of the three, I don't think they're Wei. They seem more like a Wu. But this doesn't feel like a woohoo moment for Lash. The Spearman player has not really achieved anything. Deerstone is already on the way. He's clearly delayed on his tech timing. And also, this TC protects it, right? So you can walk out and repair the Uvu. The thing is, at this rate, he might even be able to wait until the Deerstone is complete, which would allow him to run away easily. Supposed to focus on Southern China, so it's Wu. There you go. We solved it. Rename Juji to Wu. Any objections? Do we like Wu? The court of public opinion is now in session. Going once. Going twice. Woo! Let me just message the developers. We'll get it sorted. Mine work coming in on the other side. Yeah, so Lash. I mean, is this going to be like a classic men-at-arms spam? I don't know about that. I think you have to play around Gilded Archers against Mongols. The worry I have here is like, if you go for a men-at-arms spam, this is a Civ that has Magadai. And the Magadai will not kill you quickly, but you can spam them and kite. So it's a surprisingly effective option. Look at this spawn. Gold is all located towards the backside, but because of the TC placement, the initial gold is going to be relatively safe here. All right, Gambaholics, how did you do? 72% for Anathan. So a bit tighter than last time. There's more belief. Why do I have this weird feeling it's mainly because the Mongols got there? Archer range is now going to be coming in straight away from Anno. Obviously, you want to answer the archers into the spearmen. And then I'm assuming Lash is either going to go for Fast Castle or all-in feudal with Gilded Archers is the main plan. Judging by the lack of gold gathering, I think we've got a commitment in the age. It's more like Oda Nobunaga's Japan. As a Chinese, I think Juji is fine. Yeah, like I've actually said before, I wouldn't mind. So my take on Japan, hear me out, chat. Variant Civ, you either have Oda Nobunaga. You know what the more obvious one is? The Hattori clan. Yes, a whole Civ of Shinobi. I done it. I had to. Sold? Sold? No, there's probably going to be a bunch of people molding in chat now. Imagine a whole army that could shunshin. They could blink over your walls. Even the cavalry, right? The ninja wear is going to be worn by the horsemen as well. Can we agree that would be epic? Magadai, I love this though. Like, he didn't even go the archers. We talked about this as a potential option against the men-at-arms. It's just as good against the spearmen. You do have to pay attention though. Otherwise, you die very easily. No screaming ladies? Well, you can't really be a very effective ninja if you scream, can you? Unless, of course, you're assassinating a deaf person. Blink mangoes. See, you guys are getting it. Blinking towers as well. Don't forget those. What if the landmarks could just full teleport? I'm going to stop now. We do have a little bit of poke damage. Looks like Lash tried to play out the base. Guys, I think we've got a 2-0 and a very fast one. He's got double for tree line, and that's a Khan with a falcon. Why do they have falcons? I still don't get this. They're just so damn good. He sees everything. So the Khan on the backside is forcing villagers home, heavily injured. The Keshik follow-up is already on the way. Dude, this is vile. It just feels so dirty. We've seen the Magadai capable of getting these type of quick wins, but you know, it remains focused on the whole idea of catching your opponent off guard. The fact your opponent went for a spear play that was worthless caught him off guard, and even the micro details like that. He tanks with a full HP Magadai to min-max the damage now. He rotates the Khan Hunter, he can find additional kills. Instead, it looks like he's going to get sniped down. So there might be some hope here. Lash has got additional horsemen on the way. Anatan is playing pro scouts though. Oh, come on. You think the Falcon makes up for the lack of keeps? Okay, but like there we go. There you go. That's the Mongol variant Civ. And historically, we can make that fit, right? because of the indoctrination. Indoctrination? Whatever word you're looking for that kind of fits. Indoctrination will go with into between Chinese and Mongol culture. We can make that one work. I don't know if that's in the time period. When was Marco Polo? He might have been before the time period. No, I think he slaps near the start of it. We can make that work. So Lash isn't aware the Pro Scouts play yet. No, he knows now, though. He sees the stables. The Keshiks... If he's not going to see more Keshiks, he probably knows. It's tough to know for sure, because unless he checks, look at Anno's spawn. It's double deer back. This is rough. We may want some South or Mid-American civs in new DLC. I'd like to see that, but let's be totally real. It isn't going to happen in the first DLC. It looks like the first DLC is once again focused on the Middle East, which I find a bit weird unless there's 2 campaigns in there. Because we already had Sultan's Ascend focusing on the Middle East. I hope I'm wrong. I would like multiple campaigns and a new civ. Lash has scaled quite a lot of horsemen. My worry is look at what Anatan's really doing. It's Castle Age. And Lash, he only has 1 sheep left. Oh god. Yeah, this is a really rough position to find yourself in. I mean, Lash is a raw risk of having to come out of his base of food or switch farms. And switching farms just feels like a death sentence right here. Remember also, because the Keshiks are near base, the Yam aura is going to allow him to gap close any horseman raids. We have at least got Spearman following us up. Anno is slightly at risk right now because obviously he's just skimming on everything to go castle. He isn't paying enough attention there. So Keshik does get sniped down. Bit of a mistake made. Doesn't want to have to be forced to reinvest, but here we go. Archers is going to be coming through. That tree line is very exposed, by the way. Horsemen are going to try to exploit that fact. Going to be a little bit too slow, though. I'm wondering if Anno was a little bit greedy about this. I mean, he had a big edge, but he's played this a bit overly dangerous. The Estone is going to shuffle off the east side to make room for the step readout. So no Kurotai, because remember, guys, Kurotai sucks when you have nothing to buff. Then again, I'd argue he could use all of his villagers and get a very healthy increase of 1.2 damage on each of them. Wow. Teutonic Knights would be the white flag with black cross on it. My bet for DLC. It kind of feels like that's where we're going. I actually remember I said that originally when we looked at it in our video. You can check it across on YouTube if you want to see my thoughts on that. And what is up, LinkX Lang? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime sub. And welcome to Swarm. Hope for the first of many. So yeah, I think also there is almost already a set of assets to utilize there, remember. For anyone who didn't play the Sultan's Ascend campaign, it had some ridiculously tanky units in it, specifically for the European factions. In fact, Hussein, one of our community members, altered those models to be reused for certain unit types he created. So he created the Knights Hospitalier, the IK, the Knights Templars. So Lash is going to have to follow suit here. He could actually play Regnets. You know, this looked pretty grim, like it was over, but now I'm not so convinced. I think Lash is in a really good position if he can get those relics. The problem for the time being is going to be the Keshiks and also the lack of food we talked about. Okay, so I just said he's in a really good position and gave all the reasons he's not. The point is, compared to where he was 4 minutes ago, his position has improved by 5x what it was. And wow, he's gonna go Burgrave on this. Yeah, so I guess when he saw the food being pulled away, the Keshik threat, he just felt it wasn't safe anymore. What is up? Thank you very much, King Ing Dong. I appreciate you, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to Swarm. You know, I believe you guys are about to trigger a hype train. Well, choo-choo if you want to see a game free. I know it's not going to make it easy, though. Shaman's already been produced. Keshiks, it seems like a bad trade, but it's blocked the only food Lash has. So he's having to set up farms. He's got, what? I think about 1,000, less than 1,000 food here now. Boar is also in this direction. Like, this starves off everything. He's going to commit into the outpost because at this stage, you do no damage. There's no steeled arrow. Funnily enough, Lash, he got every single tech bar steeled arrow. He's going to have to try and protect this. Keshix could get sniped down. Sano needs to be a little bit careful. It takes so long to kill them, though. Oh my god, can you guys just die? Alright, Spearman now arriving, so he will be able to save the villages. The question now is, can he save the cheerleader to save the world? The cheerleader being the relics here, really. Genoa? Genoa would be interesting. We were talking before about Italian state civs. I think the really cool way to utilize Italy would almost be having them choose an existence, right? So like when you landmark age up, you become Venice, so you become Florence, right? You become Tuscany, or you become the Papal State, stuff like that. Papal State could be kind of interesting for a pseudo mercenary civ, though. I think in general, like the Italian states is another civ that makes a lot of sense for mercenaries. No, we won't do Swiss. Swiss will literally be every single thing about them to do with their defenses. Kappa. Ash. Just trying to draw attention away from the mid-map here. At this point, though, Eisan is chilling. He's doing pretty well. 2 relics already home. Furthest easily secureable. Lash yet to build a single monk. Now going into Gilded Knights. Interesting considering how low your count is. And how many Keshix Eisan already has. Remember, this is step readout. In fact, this isn't just step readout, guys. This is fast Imperial Age. Uh-oh. I don't think Lash is in a position to deny it either. Not with the pressure coming his way. Those spearmen have still not been upgraded. Veterancy is ticking through in a second. I think Eisan's just controlled the map very well. So we do have a reinvestment into archers just to clear spears. But I think the Cargonet Palace is just too tempting here. You can have it by 16.5 minutes. New campaign about the fall of Constantinople. Yeah, this is like someone else I've been hoping they have on the side. Like, I think the smart way to develop here, you've actually got a lot of civs that don't have campaign representation. So why not have a sub-team that makes campaigns for the content that already exists, and then you have a team that's focused on the new stuff, the new DLC, etc. Because we have no Delhi campaign. We have like an ABBA campaign now, courtesy of Sultan's Ascend with the Ibids. We have no HRE campaign. We have no Byzantine campaign, no Ottoman campaign. We don't have a Malian campaign. Like, there's a lot of campaigns missing. Some of those you can kind of forgive. Like, you want to wait to add their campaign until you've added a corresponding piece to the story. Almost like, for example, the Malians maybe having Coptic Ethiopians. I don't know if that would really overlap their time period and where they were. But as an example, same logic as like adding Spain/Portugal with Mesopotamian civs, such as the Mayans, Aztecs, makes a lot of sense. The Cargonet makes too much sense here as well. Lash has tried to bulk an army to fight now. Would he have been able to tech instead? It's a possibility here. Palace of Swabia feels like a distant dream with his food income. It wouldn't have solved his food issues for sure. But it maybe would have given him a lot more flex. Now I think he has an all-in timing in mind. He has to here. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Chinese campaign kind of appeared, like, in... What I mean by that is they kind of appeared in the form of they were a rival for the Mongols, right? But they didn't have their own campaign. It's another weird one. There's just a lot of ones like that. God, imagine if they created like a world conquest mode for Age of Empires. Just hopping map to map, like what Rise of Nations has. Oh, I'm asking too much now. We may be asking a little bit too much to Lash here. Sacred sites have been locked in by Eisan. He's actually just getting so much gold right now. Elite techs are also on the way for the Keshix. Tithe Barnes as well. Dive is going to come in, but the Spearman placements might make this difficult. Crossbows can start sniping down the Keshix. The Cargonet needs to get more troopers out. Now, the Magadai is a damn good start, though. Remember, they are fully upgraded into elite versions right now. They hit pretty bloody hard into these Spearmen. Archers are clearing the way as well. And I don't think this is enough for Lash. He needs so much more damage out of this. He's not really killing economy. And his troops are now trickling. Does a great job of sniping out the Keshiks. That's the thumbs up. But now he's going to lose the crossbowman. And we do also have hand cannoneers coming out from Anatand. Oh boy. That was pretty much his one pump and done. He has got farms coming in now. It's not a crazy amount though. On top of that, Lash built a Burgrave just to not use a Burgrave, which pretty much guarantees you're in the grave. If you have this landmark, you need it to be non-stop pumping to even be worthwhile. He isn't producing at all. He's stuck making a farm transition that's now likely to give Anatan control of the map. Yeah, actually, the other thing, the point of why they could make a solo campaign for China sell really well, they've got China and they've got the Juji variants. They can make 2 campaigns, potentially. But here's the other big deal. Age of Empires does pretty well in China, right? We know it does in 4. We know it does for a certain handheld version. Feels like you could just make a lot of money making a campaign for China. Oi, oi, oi. You make bank like this as well, Anasant. Dunks down 3. That funnel shot coming out in the retreating village. Actually, it's 4. Wait, no, wait. Lash? What? I'm so confused by that wall. Did he think that the reason there was vision through was a chop through? I think he panicked there. He forgot about the Falcons. Remember, you can just keep punting these out. In fact, we've got so many Khan Hunters, he can pretty much keep perma vision up here. This is brutal. Going to try to shift to the east tree line, but that's not safe either. In fact, second group moving in. This is just death by smothering. He's being suffocated by this Magadai. Magadai that have insane range at this stage. Remember, they're up to 5 tower range. The Khan Hunters themselves, not too bad, sitting at almost 6 tower range. They almost have the same range as javelins at this stage. Don't get me started on the hand cannoneers. Remember, the Khan Hunter will also give additional range there. So your hand cannoneers actually go up to 5 tower range. AKA same range as archers. And then don't get me started on if we reach silk bowstrings. I don't want to talk about that. Smart move by Lash. He's going into the scale armor. Trying to switch into vet archers here. That's very slow though, without having any in the fields. Still, more souls being reaped. Looks like he will be able to cut off this small group. But time is definitely not on your side. Not only is Anatan building the killer comp with just hand cannoneers. On top of that, you have to remember he's getting freebies along the way. He's got more Magadai soon to spawn out of the Karganet. And, well, Low forbid we get to the stage where it's Nesta Bees coming out. New speed arrow. It's gonna be a dive in. No. No, there's not enough room. There's not enough room. He refuses to give up, man. Understandably so. This would be elimination from Midweek Muster 14. Gotta kind of respect the attempt to keep going. Big misclick there by Alan's hand onto the farm. Means he should get chased down. He already used the maneuver speed arrow. He kites his way out of it. He will eventually die, but considering almost all these units were for free, la shrug? Might even find some more villages if it's quick. Yeah, he knows it as well. Uh-oh. Lash. Get the hell out of Dodge. It's just ridiculous. The amount of Falcons being punted around this area. At this point, you could actually peel the one Keshik to delay the Horseman so you could get more damage done. But yes, fun. The corralling is done. The Raiders are dead. And I'm sure there will be no more Raiders. There's apps. Oh, crap. They brought friends. They brought 7 tile range friends. Yes, you did just hear me correctly. Khan Hunter plus Horse Archer kind of equal OP. And then maybe we activate Gallop to get old Wingard Ranger range? Question mark? That is kind of disgusting, actually. Dude, good campaigns are so much more important than just multiplayer mechanics. I'm telling you guys. I just played through the Halo Wars 2 campaign after playing the Halo Wars 1. Did I play the multiplayer at all? Hell no. Did I enjoy the crap out of the games? Hell yes. The story's great? Yes. The cinematics, the graphics of it. Halo Wars 1's characters were definitely stronger. 2 had its moments. I think someone I said before that I really would love to see them figure out is making a campaign about an individual and experience of that individual, you know? Just because I think that's, like, to me, that's something that... I know Age of Empires 2 did have characters like that, but obviously the character development, the storytelling, it's not like you had full cinematics, etc. I kind of want that from an Age of game. I think that really would be the next layer to the cake. Maybe there's just perceived less value because you know that person's history, you know they're going to come to an end. It's not like when you write a Warcraft story and you add Ingoldston and everyone and you've got these particular arcs being discovered. Age of Myth has that? Yeah, and Age of Mythology is the best Age of campaign. Full stop. Sorry, but it is. Actually, not sorry. It really is. And Ajax carried that thing, by the way. Ajax is probably the greatest character ever created by Age of. If you haven't played Age of Myth's campaign, I highly recommend it. Even if you're not a fan of the multiplayer or whatever, the campaign's worth it. This is just getting kind of slow rolled now. But it's because Anatan doesn't need to come out. Or come in, rather. Lash needs to come out. He did get past the Swabia, so there is inferior worlds. But Huipi Piles are on the way. Okay, so... Sorry to break it to you, Serge, but I, as a kid, loved Arcantos the most. I said it when the game came out. Growing up is realizing that Ajax carried the campaign. Right? Being a kid is thinking Arcantos is goated. Growing up is realizing Ajax was your boy, and he done it all. Atriox versus Cutter ads? I don't think I've seen the ads. But some of the, like, so some of the actual in-game executions that could happen. It was sick. One of your chiefs, they could basically, one of your Spartans rather, they could basically, to finish units, pretty much go into melee, beat the crap out of them, and uppercut them into the sky. I think I said that before, that I'd love to have more more animations. We've got some really funny animations, like the buck horse one when they fly off. I'd love to see some more of those get introduced with the new DLC. Tyrion was a dumbass? Yeah, dude, he just walked over and buck hoofed a freaking pillar for no reason. Before that point, he was my favorite character. And they had to be a stupid pants. Yep, I'm an adult. That was an adult insult. He's like, oh, well, I just gotta make sure this thing's gonna crush them all. The only way to be sure is if it crushes me. If it crushes me, you're safe, okay? So if you don't hear me saying it didn't work, mourn me. Peace. Oh my god, can we mourn Lash though? It's containment protocol Lash right now. He even has trade setting up in the corner. Good god. And yeah, Castor sucked. Yo, do you want to know a game that doesn't get hyped up enough if you love RTS developers and stuff like that? Do we have people that like Creative Assembly in the chat? Do a lot of you like Creative Assembly? Spartan Total Warrior. Spartan Total Warrior is like Age of Mythology as a third-person hack and slash. And I'm still shocked that that game was made by a strategy game developer. They done an incredible job. Just like Anatan did in this series. Kind of a commiseration to Lash moment, because this break-in is kind of the end of the road for him. He has got hand cannon here, sure, but against Nesta B massing doesn't inspire hope. Small villages being culled now. He's everywhere. The horse archers, the Magadai, Keshiks, you name it, he's got it. He also has plenty of bounty. NTC now being sieged. Oh my god, what? The villagers on the straggler trees! Have mercy. Luckily, they're very tanky with textiles. Unluckily, they don't really have anything to do. There's nowhere that's safe in this game. Look at this. He's having to rush outposts down just to try and get a little bit, an iota of breathing room. Got someone from China watching? That's sick. I'm glad everyone's enjoying this. My hopes is Midweek Muster continues to grow as we move deeper in the set. I mean, like, we're 14th week of 30. We're basically at the halfway mark. And I love how enthusiastic the community's become about them. I think for some people, they've probably said it's the highlight of their week. It's definitely been a highlight for mine. Love growing this community together. I love what we're able to create here. And hopefully we're able to evolve it into bigger and better things. Just like the way that Eisan has evolved in the last year as a player. It's been incredible to watch. Lash, it's always been tricky, man. It's not that he's bad at the game. It's obviously he's just outside of that echelon. He plays a solid game when the meta is played and things don't detract from it. You know, Lash is a very orderly player. He does well in that regard, I'd say. Eisan is chaos theory to the maximum, and he pushed it here. 2-0. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you think of the upcoming DLC, what you're expecting to see. Always love to get people's opinions on the videos. And let me know what you think about the biggest controversy of this series cast, the naming of Juji. So Spartan Total Warrior was on GameCube. It was on PS2. It might have been on PC as well. I had it on PS2. Loved it. Might have been on Xbox. I'm not sure. Need a VPN to watch this. Wow. I should get a VPN sponsor. Kappa. Okay. There we go. So, series a little bit quicker than we were expecting. How long was that? Wait, actually, that didn't do too bad. That was about an hour in the end. So, it was okay. It's okay. What was that? Yeah, great game. For those that haven't seen Spartan Total Warrior, here you go. I'll show you. I love this game, man. I really wish they would actually just full HD remaster it. You know, I usually roll my eyes like HD remasters are overdone, but this is like one I would 100% pay for. Alright, so. Wow. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Everyone's like, I don't need this advert. I already have Prime. Why have you not subscribed with it? Come on. Alright. Oh my god. I'm too cheap to get YouTube Premium. So, this is Spartan Total Warrior. I'll tell you what, can we just agree, by the way? For a game that was released in, what year was this? It was like 2006? That's actually not bad graphics, right? 2005. On GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. I'm like, if you look at the main character, I'm kind of impressed by the graphics on the main character. It's very smooth looking, right? Yeah. So this, you would basically go around these locations. So the whole idea is you were the Greeks being sieged by the Romans, and you would eventually make your way across, you know, the different countries until you'd arrive in like Rome, right? So it's kind of like a rebellion, to deal with the oppressive Romans. But like along the way, you'd encounter big brutes, and you'd have like different creatures you had to face. You had, what's his name? He was in charge of the Praetorian Guard. Yeah, this guy, who turned out to be like an undead sorcerer type. But this, man, I love this game. Yeah, I think you face like a Hydra here. Later on, like the gods as well. You got all these unique weapons by killing a lot of the mythological creatures. Absolutely incredible game. I love this. I love the small details. Like you see in the top right, the names. All the Roman, all the enemies had names. They would just give. It's small details like that that really make the difference. I swear. Like those type of details are so missing in games. Like Dawn of War 1 had loads of executions, which I love. So yeah, stuff like this. So yeah. Why is it super slow? Oh, was this... Wait, did you rip him in two? I can't remember. Like, I think, you know, when you're an RTS player and you're looking at this going, this didn't matter to my gameplay. Yeah, it didn't need to, right? But what it mattered to was your immersion. It's like, it's flavorful, you know? And it's, at the time, I don't think I really appreciate it. But when I've been watching them back recently, there's so many of them, and they're so good. There's just one where a bloodletter picks up a space marine and just lobs him. Oh, sorry, no, yeah. Wait, let me see if I can find it. It's a really good one. You need to see it. It's one of my favorites. Is it here? No, that's not the one. Oh, you need to see it. It's so good. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, which is a shame. Oh. It might have been this one. It's one of the best. No? Okay. So basically, somewhere in here, I'm not going to be able to find it. There's one where a bloodletter just picks someone up, tosses them in the air, and then bats them. Wait, okay, that one was brilliant. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. It's so good. If I can just get it. There's no way that someone didn't capture it. It's just like, it's the best animation I can remember from Dawn of War. It was that good. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think this is the one. Ready? Yep. Here we go. Doink. It's so much character, man. I think these type of elements are so underrated in video games. Games that have character are just so memorable. Oh, the good old killer can. That was the assassin, yeah, from the Imperial Guards. Jesus. No, this game came out in, I think, 2006. Might have been 2004, actually. Yeah, 2004. So they were putting this much thought into these type of things in 2004. Total War 3K had some stuff. Yeah, I feel... So sometimes I think the zoom out level dilutes the quality the devs put in. Like, have you ever tried to play, like, Total War in a proper, like, fight super close up? You can't, right? And I think I've said before, Age of Empires 4 has that. There's some quirky little animations, but because they're too subtle, you don't see it, right? Because you're too zoomed out. The crazy thing is, because a lot of these animations were so over the top, even if you were zoomed out, you could see what the hell they were doing. Like that, you would see what the hell they're doing, right? Or that. You would definitely notice a guy full-on pile driving another guy. That one's a little bit more subtle, maybe. Because, like, Total War Warhammer had a load of executions and stuff, right? What was that? Okay, that one was a bit inaccurate. You just pretty much stabbed him with the toe. I'll say, she's right, unmute. Oh. Jesus. Whoa. Alright, that one's sick. That one's sick. Yeah, I think Chaos just has the best executions, guys. We have to deal with this. Yeah, I've played Total War Warhammer 3. Not as much as I'd like. I think for me, the problem is I need to just play more of the World Conquest campaigns, because I think the Warhammer 3 specific one kind of sucks. You don't like unit congestion, you can turn the models down small? True. Did they like get the balancing right? Because I know in previous Total War games, there was a big problem when you changed the unit model count that it would screw up the balance of the game, right? I remember that being a thing. You know, this is... It's just that these type of things, I think, really do make an like a game experience more memorable. Like, Age of Mythology, the moment I started up, I remembered it because of things like the Cyclops throw. I don't know who this guy is, but like... You know, when you think of Age of Mythology, you immediately think of the Cyclops throw, and you think of the Minotaur headbutt, and the weird ragdoll flippy thing. Okay, this guy is just not viewable for some reason. You know, I think I hope as we get new units like introduced, we find ways of giving them character. I think character is just so important. It's hard in a historical game, but I don't think it's impossible. Yeah, Realms of Chaos sucks. It's just like Realms of Chaos is way too repetitive as well. Ashigara has character. Yeah, dude, you should zoom in and just see them go dink as their like arrows just fly off in like not hitting or penetrating anything. Personally, love Realms. I feel like for me, once you've played Realms once, like you've played it. There's nothing left. Does that make sense? Like it's very repetitive. I don't know, man. I like the non-linearity of objectives. Also, like the game is specifically designed in a way where like the AI goes against you in a very obtuse fashion, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think that'll be something interesting about Tempest Rising. Is from the gameplay I saw Tempest Rising, that was something I think was missing, as I didn't see the character of it, at least in the games I watched. The graphics are fantastic, right? And the cinematics are like high def. But my personal take is like these high def graphics are kind of overrated, if that makes sense. Like this type of thing. That looks stunning. I love that. That looks stunning. But what I mean is like this type of thing, just making someone like highly visually, like, you know, impressive graphically. I mean, dude, I just kind of like don't care. I'd rather have almost like a grainy ass style that makes it memorable, right? I think there's a big issue where people just assume that like the best graphics are, dude, still take this no matter how outdated the recording software is, right? Could it be, man? But you know, from a graphical standpoint as well, right? Like I still think Red Alert 2, and maybe it's because I was there at the time, I think Red Alert 2 still looks better than a lot of RTSs coming out today.
Yes, sir.
Graphically, you put the HD mod on this, the graphic style holds up to this day. In my opinion, anyway. It's because, you know, the thing that it does really well is you see something and you know what it is. If you've seen it before, you now know what it is. Does that make sense, right? Whereas, like, a lot of RTSs, they go the route of trying to make something believable or applicable or, you know, realistic. And then you get muddied graphical fidelity. So we do have that a bit in 4. The most obvious one is Zhuge-Nu. Zhuge-Nu and crossbows basically look the same to try and be like, you know, graphically followable, whatever you want to say. And it has a negative effect on the experience, not a positive, with that specific detail, right? More AoE specific as a franchise? Oh no, dude, it's not like, so for all my praise of Halo Wars, there is a really big problem with Halo Wars as well. Like, I think 2 solved it a lot better, but I remember with 1, a lot of units just look too similar. So it's not free of the issues either. right? There are a lot of games that have this problem of like not putting enough emphasis on at a baseline something comparative to the silhouette test. So, I wonder if there's actually ever been a video on it. Yeah, well, there's like a quiz here. But the silhouette test is, can you identify like the thing by seeing it straight away? Right? Do you just instinctually know what you're looking at? I wouldn't have got that one because I didn't really play the early Resident Evils. My bad. But like, dude, yeah, like most of us know that that's the Fallout guy. And is that Bayonetta? No, that's Kasumi. I'm bad. Wait, that's the guy from the cooking game, right? Yeah, Onion King. That's Cloud. Kratos. But like, this is a more extreme. The silhouette tests like can be within a game itself, and the best one I always is my go-to if you want to learn anything about how to do gameplay philosophy, like in game design, etc. Always look up the Team Fortress 2 silhouette test. The Team Fortress silhouette test is like one of the most pristine examples of getting it right. So if you guys haven't played Team Fortress 2, you missed out. Phenomenal game, but you know, basically each and every one of these, if you took away the full coloration, everything, and you just looked at it, you're like, oh yeah, that's the sniper. Oh yeah, that's the soldier. You just know, right? If you played the game at all. So like, that's very challenging to do on an RTS level for sure. But there are RTSs that do it very well, in my opinion. Right? Like, let's say best RTSs games of all time. So, I guess there's a fair argument Warcraft 3 does it quite well, right? But maybe this is another discussion we could get into, is like, if you look at the trend is bigger, better. So we went from having a game where you have 20 entities or 30 entities to now having 200 entities. At that point, it's kind of not surprising that the experience got muddied, so that you can't really identify things as clearly anymore, right? I'm trying to think if Stormgate done a good job of this, because I haven't opened it in months and months now. I think Stormgate done an okay job of this with some units, but a bad job of others, right? I think that would be a fair statement. Is some units you could just definitely identify, and others you would be completely confused by. So, you know, like Vanguard, Bobs, I think a little bit similar, but differential enough. And then the Exos, because the white padding, very differential. Very clear differential, rather. But, you know, outside that, there are games that didn't do this well. I'll put it on the pyre. I love Total Annihilation to this day, but I think Total Annihilation is an example of an old school game that done scale, but it's not very clear what you're looking at outside the buildings. The fights get crazy, but that's like graphical limitations of what they've done. But StarCraft, I think, done visual fairly well. Lord of the Rings, Battle of Middle-earth. I love the Battle of Middle-earth games. I don't think they've done visual clarity that fantastically, though. You'd think Dune 2000 passes. Interesting. You might be right on that, actually. Yeah. But then by that extension, so did Command & Conquer 1, right? Command & Conquer 1 was kind of there as well, I'd say. No matter how blurry it is. Jesus. Outside that... Yeah, okay, so for scale, Cossacks actually might be the one that done it good. In the early days. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, because I haven't looked at it in a while. But Cossacks was very plainly simple in the way it wanted to implement its graphical style. No muss, no fuss. Like this, so for those who don't know, so Cossacks came out in, I believe it was 1999. 2000. So, came out in 2000. This is crazy. How many units do you guys think you could have in Cossacks? So, like, it might not be, like, high res or whatever, but, like, you know what you're looking at. Yeah, these are the Psycho Hussars I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Unlimited? It wasn't unlimited. You know, you see how they keep it simple, but you know everything you're looking at. So, this game, the reference count was 10,000 units per player. This game was made in 2000. That is crazy. But the units, like, they can no clip on each other for sure. But, like, what I mean is, even when you're at scale, when you see them, you know what they are. Right? Like, oh yeah, that's a pikeman. Oh yeah, that's like a gun unit, but it's a grenadier because it's got the pikeman thing as well. And then there's a Streltsy type unit as well. The hussars are scary. Damn right they are. I always love how the spear was just like fantastic, man. By the way, this game 100% worth playing. I don't know if Cossacks 3 is worth playing. I still haven't played to this day. I enjoyed Cossacks 1. What is up, Lash? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. You caught us as we were rounding out the stream towards the end, but we've been talking about like other games and the visual quality and being able to identify things straight away. So I never got around to playing this one, but Cossacks 3 is basically Cossacks 1 is what I was told. It's just a graphical update of it. But yeah, Cossacks 1, we can find like a big fight. Yeah, here you go. Oh, ads, please. Yeah, we don't talk about Cossacks 2. Cossacks 2 was criminal. American Conquest was pretty good. Stronghold Crusader DE? Yeah, I'll probably play that. I loved Stronghold as a kid. Yeah. Like, you go to the battle, you know what these things are. Straight away. Well, if you played it, obviously. But even if you haven't played it, you can kind of give a rough idea. Those are winged hussars in the background, by the way, he's holding on to. Yeah, so gunners get out of the way, pikemen come through, stabby, stab, 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 and then you've got the winged hussars holding. I love this game as a kid. But even Stronghold, just the HD remaster so we get it in the right like resolution. I still haven't bothered with Definitive Edition. I think I actually prefer Stronghold HD's graphical style to Definitive Edition. It just, to me, looks beautiful. And I know what I'm looking at. I know what the things are, you know, whether it's a longbow or a building or whatever. You know, even when you get chaotic like this, once you've played like a game, you know what these units are. You know what these things are. Visual clarity is a really big deal. Because, guys, we were basically just talking about Age of Empires 4, for example, has some issues there, still to this day. The most obvious one is always going to be Zhuge and crossbows. But originally we got to this discussion because I was talking about having more character on the units, more kind of like vavavoom, uniqueness. Something that leaves me with a lot of praise and hope that they do that correctly. I think they can. Is the Japanese faction. The Japanese faction has more character than like half the OG Civs combined. It's fantastic. Like the voice acting in that is phenomenal. You know, having those type of things with maybe some more extravagant animations on the units like makes the world of difference. AoE3 has the worst clarity? Probably. So like the problem is also Age of Empires 3 struggles with what I call the 3D obsession. Right? I think even Warcraft originally had this. Like if you think about Warcraft, if they'd chosen almost a 2D pixelated animation style, like what Cossacks 1 done, it would have probably looked a lot more beautiful than what they went with. Same with Stronghold. That's why it looked beautiful. That's why it aged so well by comparison. But like there is a lot of RTSs around the like, I want to say 2004 to 2009 era in particular that aged like ass. You guys know the ones I'm talking about. You can kind of envision some of them in your head right now because they were early day 3D. Right? When everyone was hyping up 3D, it was like, there was not a good enough tech to use the 3D text well. Battle for Middle-earth, we talked about it a little bit earlier, actually. I think Battle for Middle-earth didn't have great visual acuity, though, I'd say, from what I can remember. I love Battle for Middle-earth, but I don't think it done a great job of, like, defining all the units from each other. Some of them, sure, but not others. Company Heroes, I think, has for the most done a good job of his visual acuity. You know what you're looking at. You know, some of these, I'm trying to think some more recent ones that are pristine examples where it failed, because there are those that are obvious. where like what they've basically done is instead of, oh my god, dude, the ad won't run. Instead of choosing to make something look definable as itself when you just instinctively look, they focused on immersion too much. Oh, it would be unrealistic to have this thing be purple. I don't give a crap. Would I be able to tell it apart from everything else? And it still be like a art style. But yeah, I have noticed like with RTSs, a lot of them do try to chase the realistic graphics, even if they're not a historical RTS, which is really surprising. Yeah. I'm trying to find a fight to give an example whether it done a good job of it or not. I think, yeah, Battle for Middle-earth 2, as much as I love it, I don't think it done a great job of making all units clearly like definable from each other, if that makes sense. It done okay with some are very clearly different, but others are like, these guys like are very similar. Even I know they got spears and archers, but like I think the graphical tone maybe muddies them into each other a bit more. How'd we get to this combo? We were talking about visual acuity originally. We were talking about I'd love to see animations, etc. There was a lot of things that led to this. It's a fun discussion, though. I want to find some new RTSs, new strategy games to try out this year. I think, you know, Age of Darkness was kind of cool. I played a little bit of that off stream. Graphically, I think you could tell everything apart reasonably well. Yeah, it done an okay job of its graphics. But once again, you know, they balanced it because they didn't fully realisticify it. They kind of brought it back a little bit. That was actually a positive for them. You like Bar? I still haven't tried Bar. And I've talked about this on stream a lot before because people asked me why I wasn't going to play it. I don't think people want to watch it. Because I don't think it's a very watchable game. Definitely not to cast, anyway. Like, maybe it would be for playing, but definitely not. I think for casting, it just... Like, what? Okay, apparently, like, what? Winter's been casting it? Or was casting it? I think when you zoom out and you take all the POVs, like this is... I think I talked about this before. This kind of thing is, like, not good for, like, viewability. All the little icons, like, you kind of get detached from the meaningful experience. Like, it's actually a big problem of Age of Empires 4. It's why we zoom in a little bit in Age of Empires 4. Because, you know, when we look at why am I doing this? I've literally got a channel full of them. But when you look at Age of Empires 4... You know, something that really works well for it is when you zoom in, you get that detail. But when you zoom fully out, you lose it in a really big way. So, like, that's why I choose to zoom in a bit. Because there are interesting graphical things happening, but, like, when you're zoomed out like this, you can't see the fight. Also, just the way that the game encodes is really not ideal, so you lose a lot of the clarity on top of that. So, being zoomed in, I try to do it a lot more at the moment. So you can see the fights and see the meaning behind the fights, as opposed to just being detached from the experience. It immerses you a lot more. You always played zoomed in? There you go, dude. You're like, but I can't see Cyclopses tossing people around. What's going on? Anyway, play Praetorians? I did indeed play Praetorians. Decent game. Not crazy, but it was okay. Oh, they actually HD remastered it.
Peggy 16.
Oh my god, that was loud. Yeah, this was, I think this was like one of the earliest games to do the formations, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember what year it originally came out in. It was one of the earlier ones. But like, I'm trying to think. Loads of RTSs over the years. Most of, like, so many that I would have just discarded in my brain because they're there and I enjoyed them, but like, it's not one that's not like a top 10 RTS. Like, these are the top RTSs, right? World and Conflict was interesting. I think World of Conflict was overhyped a bit, but it was good. Black and White, classic. Not your traditional RTS either. If we go RTS games from 2000s, Rise of Nations has always been a classic that I loved. I always reference Red Alert 2 to this day. I think Red Alert 2 I want a remake of. Battle Realms was pretty decent. One that I really liked. Don't know if you guys played this. it's very cool for the time, because what you've done in this game is you produced villagers, and then you sent the villagers to train in the different buildings to become a spearman or an archer or whatever. And then you could send them over to the stables to get a cavalry unit as well. And you could recruit Guan Yu and Lu Bu and Liu Bei and all these different Romance of the Three Kingdoms characters in this game. It's called Dragon Throne Battle of Red Cliffs. I think this one done okay in the visual test as well. Yeah. So yeah, you produce the villagers out here, you set them to do tasks, send them to the mines, etc. And then you train them in the racks and everything else. You've had enough resources to turn them into warriors. And then this is really cool. You go out of your city and you go out at the bottom of the map, and then you come into an overworld map, which you could then walk between, which is what he's doing here, to then go across to someone else's city and then enter their map to then try and attack them. Like this game, like once again, like you see how the extravagant, over the top, like the overkill animations really sells you on what you're looking at. It's quite helpful. Look at Warlord's Battlecry. I never played Warlord's Battlecry, but I have seen parts of it. I don't know if you guys watch Seth Sintak. Yeah, there you go. There he is. He does fantastic videos on these type of things. But this game, this game had so many broken concepts, because the whole idea was that you could level up and get skills and abilities for your like hero that would affect your faction, right? But yeah, this game looks really cool. If they ever make a new Warlords, I will 100% play it. Sacrifice. What's this game? I'm going to guess it's probably going to be some sort of RTS RPG hybrid. Just by the glance. Oh, is this... Yeah, this is... Dude, there's a type of game like this. So there was the Spore game, where it's almost like a hybridization. There was another one that was a lot like this as well. Spellforce, right? Is this kind of Spellforce-esque, but instead of it being like RPG heroes and the strategy angles the other way around. So you're a third-person RTS game, I'm guessing, by the looks of it. It's an interesting concept. It's really hard to sell, though. Because like now you're looking at a niche of a niche and an already small niche. Mindustry? I don't think I've said Mindustry. Oh my Jesus. Why are you doing this to us? That looks painful to try and follow. You know, outside that... Oh, yeah, we were talking about... So the Dune game that I love the most, Emperor Battle for Dune. Anyone play this one? It was the one that went 3D. But once again, this is what I mean. These are the early days of 3D games, where like everyone got hyped and excited, like, oh, 3D's the future. Let's make our games in 3D. And then they made them, and you're like, this looks like ass. I enjoy this game because you had things like you could actually ride a sandworm, but like visually, this game looks like ass, right? It looks really bad visually. Oh yeah, and that's the early Command & Conquers, right? Where they love to do the proper cinematics, which I still love that they've done that to this day. But yeah, I mean, this game was decent for the time. I told you guys about this the other day. A lot of you didn't even realize there was a second one. Rise of Nations, Rise of Legends. Oh man, I love this game. What a game. You have to get a disc copy of this now. You can't have it. So this was like, this is a very far move away from the Rise of Nations people knew, because it's not historical. It's fantasy setting. So you've got the Da Vinci faction, and you've got like the Sand people faction, and then these demonic faction. So yeah, and you start the campaign off as the Da Vinci faction. It's a fun game. I like this. Someone tried to remake this in StarCraft 2 Arcade, by the way. But yeah, hard to get now. Yeah, you had heroes, a lot of abilities. The city scaling was a little bit weird. Act of War. There's a banger. Okay, so this game I was obsessed with at the time because, like, In the early 2000s, the small things you could do in this, once again, it's like the character added. You could do things like, for example, walk your soldiers into buildings, and then you could basically move them up to like the rooftop to do different angles of attack, things like that, right? There was an interesting strategic layer in an RTS here that just didn't exist at the time. And you had other things as well. I just love the small details, like you'd have injured soldiers that you could go and medivac out to heal them back at base, things like that. But this was made by Eugene Systems, that you guys may know for more recent endeavors that have become very popular, such as basically all the war games, Steel Division. They made Ruse as well. These guys have continued to do really well for themselves. Fun fact about Active War Direct Action: if you try to play it without a patch, if you try to play it off the disc straight away, because I think you can get it on GOG now, it works. But if you try to play a disc version, one big problem with this game is you will crash. I think, a PC because you have too much RAM. I'm not even kidding. There was an interesting thing with this game where, like, if you have too much RAM, physical RAM, in your PC, it won't work. I think GOG fixed it, so now it does. But it was hilarious at the time, like that was even a thing. Yeah, just so many good games. Empires at War. I really would like to check this out because apparently there's a really, really, really good Republican era mod for Empires at War. But outside that, yeah, dude, Command & Conquer, Yuri's Revenge, goated. Dawn of War, goated. So many good games. American Conquest, that was the Cossacks spin-off one. Really good. I don't think I remember Metal Fatigue. Do you guys remember that card game? What was it called? It's made by EA, I think. Battleforge. Battleforge was very interesting. So, I think this was continued on by the community. They relaunched it or something a few years ago. But Battleforge, the whole idea was you had to get resources of the map, but you had cards that you would use to summon units into the battle. But this one was pretty cool. Empire Earth was decent. Empire Earth 2. The future idea was kind of weird. Oh my god, I'm getting spammed with so many ads. But yeah, this game was very intriguing. So yeah, you create a deck. This was like, it says it came out in 2009. I could have sworn it was older than that. But like, I mean, he chose tower defense strategy logic, but like you could basically summon all these different units. Yeah, so like master archers for a certain price, and then you basically go and fight people, and you'd have to gather these resource nodes. I think you had like limited amounts of resources in the nodes were up for grabs. Really interesting concept. And then that was one of the first games to do the whole idea of, a shop where you buy your cards for your deck and whatnot. Yeah. And so many cool games. What upcoming RTSs do we really have? That's what I'm now curious about. Starfall? I haven't heard about this. That's kind of interesting. Looks a bit dopey. Crown of Greed. That kind of just looks like a Facebook game with this angle of approach and whatnot. Error 1 I haven't heard of. I was never crazy on these type of games. I never even bothered trying Homeworld because of the POV. Airborne Empire I've tried. It's kind of interesting. Just didn't really grab me. I am excited for Dwarf. If you guys haven't seen Dwarf and you like Red Alert-esque games and the over-the-topness, Dwarf looks set to do that. The only unfortunate thing is they are not going to have a multiplayer at all. Not even as like, a down-the-line thing. But like this is like for the Red Alert people who like the over-the-topness, like you should be looking at Dwarf. I might check this out when it comes out. I don't know if they've actually placed a release date on it yet. Nah, it's still to be announced. But this game looks really, really fun. And then Capital Command. Another space one. I am excited, by the way, for the return of the Commandos games. Oh, speak off. Yeah, guys, they're bringing back Commandos. If you guys didn't experience these as a kid, I think you missed out. These were really, really solid games. So you control a small group of elite soldiers with abilities, stealth your way through, or actively combat your way through, etc. Really, really fun, actually. Fragile Existence, another space game. There's a lot of them. Well, this is kind of peculiar. It's a very different sort of element to it. Empire Eternal. Whoa, wait, what's this? From who? Eppo Games. Okay, I'm a little bit worried, partially, that I'm looking at this graphic style and it'll be one of those ones where it's almost like mobile-esque. I'm hoping not. This kind of looks cool. Oh, this is the remake of Empire Earth? Okay, let's go. That's kind of cool. This has caught my attention. I didn't know about this. Empire Eternal. I mean, the graphic style looked a bit blurry in his video, but... yeah, the graphic style is definitely curious. But I guess they're just trying to be honest and genuine to the original form. Night is Coming. Another kind of defense one, I think. Sanctuary Shattered Sun. Oh, come on. They dismantled? Wait, so it's not happening? Oh, that's kind of sad. Now I'm bummed out. Big sad. Oh my god, dude. Get out of here, ads. This looks kind of interesting, though. Is it an RTS or what? Had like an active units counter in the bottom that was going down. What do you think, chat? I kind of like this art style. Like, once again, it's clearly not trying overly to be realistic looking. Like, this is kind of giving me almost total Annihilation-y vibes. Okay, like, it doesn't really have any clear picture of what the gameplay is going to be. And then, yeah, Tempest Rising to round out. Hey, this guy's showing clips from Spellforce. Spellforce was an interesting game. But, yeah. I know, we're going to have to, like, pencil in, like I said, some variety streams to try out new strategy games. I'm really hyped to hear more about Anno this year, for sure. AoE 4 Company Heroes 3 is the best art style. I was just saying AoE before, I think AoE 4 lets itself down a little bit. They could probably do a better job of, like, making the units visually apparent from each other in some cases. And also improving the animations. So, like, a perfect example is when a knight strikes, he's striking like this. He should be striking like this. You want to feel the visceral nature of the attack. Do I know about a blight? I do not. Should I know about a blight? Classic real-time strategy. Oh, interesting. No, I never heard of it. There was a game that came out, I think, last year that kind of looked like Warcraft 3-ish. You guys remember seeing that one in the store? Scouring is a new one in early access. Scouring? Let's have a look. I haven't heard of that one. Oh, I think this is maybe one of the ones that guy was showing. I kind of like the orky graphic style there. Oh, so you play? Do you play as orcs? No, you can play as different factions. Humans or orcs. It's kind of interesting looking. There's a demo of it too. The health pips on top is kind of reminding me of like Settlers. Anyone else getting that vibe? And yes, Godswarm was one I was thinking about before. That's kind of a cute game. That's got a demo as well. Oh, so you have like, I guess you have, yeah, RTS and RPG mechanics. So it's kind of Warcrafting it, right? That's interesting though. Didn't know about this one. Is demo worth trying? Or should we just wait for full release? He's being attacked by wolves. Dude, this is Settlers. like no cap. This is like giving me full Settlers vibes between like having the yellow arches in the tower of that type, the health pit bars. Like, am I imagining it? Is it trying to be Settlers? Because it's full on reminding me of Settlers. Anyone else getting that? What a bloody game. It keeps giving me Settlers vibes. I love that. This is a banger though. Yeah, look, you got little guys in the towers, guarding the area. People go to the locations to do their jobs. You have like the health pips. In this game, it was one pip above each person's head, and it would turn from green towards red when they were dying. Man, what a game. What a freaking classic. Oh, that's reminded me. We were talking about the other day, weren't we? Which is Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom. Absolutely fantastic game if you haven't played it. Yeah. So you had the... It was like one of those city builds like Caesar or Pharaoh if you played them, but it was in the Asian time. So, yeah. Like, it's different from Settlers, but like I'm saying, there's things that are reminding me of Settlers. When is this released? We don't know. Maybe I check this out when it comes out. That could be fun. I didn't even know about this. Apparently, it must have been... Was it announced a while ago? Probably. Oh, not too long ago. Interesting. That's cool. Zeus and Poseidon. I never played much of Zeus and Poseidon, weirdly enough, which is really weird because I love Greek like history so much. So that is very weird of me. It's like 5% of a game. I figured based on like the graphics, but maybe they'll get there. We'll see. But like upcoming games wise, like what have we really got? I said I'd love to be able to maybe do a few streams of different things in the coming weeks. The OG Cake Factory is apparently a popular upcoming game. I'm not sure I believe that. Mini City Mayhem. No Skin sounds monk-esque. Somebody who's playing AoE4 was playing this on stream recently. Oh, okay. They just stayed in AoE4 but played that. I played Imperium Galactica. No, I never played that. Is it on here? Maybe. Never played it. Interesting. You know what I did play back in the olden days? Anyone play the Star Trek RTS? Is it Infinite? I don't think so. No, that's some crappy new one. Armada. Star Trek Armada. What a game. Played that when I was a kid. My uncle had a copy. It's quite fun. Man, maybe I should go back to Anno 1800 at some point. I played it at release a lot and then just didn't play any of the DLCs over the years. Yeah, Galactic Battlegrounds, another goated game. Highly recommend. Yeah, this one, just a space RTS, really. The Borg. There was another one. I think it's Frontier. Falling Frontiers? That's a new game. Frontier something. I can't remember what it's called, though. Conquest. Frontier Wars. Yeah, I really like this one. So you built, like, you captured planets and you built your pieces around them. And then went and flew out to fight in space. Had all the little different solar systems that you would go to. Really early day stuff. That was 2001. Populous, I never really got into hard. Of the games that those guys made, the really big one for me was always Theme Hospital. Theme Hospital I put loads of hours into. Love Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Yeah, dude. Like for me, I had a lot more fun with. Yeah, I resonated more with Battlegrounds than I did with AoE 2 as a kid. Loved AoE 1. AoE 2, like I don't know. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds made the same engine, right? So I just kind of ended up playing that one instead of the AoE 2 in the days. But folks, you know what? I think we might get ready to round it out. We can always talk about these another day. Another reason to come back so we can have more nostalgic talks. But yeah, I don't know. We'll probably look to try and find some other games you can play on certain days. Have I played it? There we go. Yeah, sorry. See, you came across from YouTube. But yeah, so won't be live tomorrow. Won't be live Sunday. I'm not gonna cast the Garrison games. There'll be other places you can catch those. I decided I'm just gonna take the weekend off. I'm gonna relax a bit because I don't do that enough. I mean, like we done the EGC finals, and then literally the next day we were back to casting on this channel. So I'm trying to balance things a bit, and that allows me to catch up on other things that I need to catch up on. So check Discord. What do you want? A blight. Oh, we had a look. We had a little ganders, I think. Yeah, we had a very quick look. Seems like it may be very early days. It's kind of giving me a slight Stormgate vibe. I don't know why. But what I'll do now, YouTube, I'm going to end stream. Reminder, guys, I'll be back on Monday. It should be about 1 p.m. UK time, actually. 1 p.m. UK time, 12:30 to 1 p.m. UK time. So that'll be 1:30 CET-ish. We should be live. So see you all then. Thank you.